show it. Tell me what you feel in your heart and your soul. There's nothing I would take for granted. With me we'll make it through. Takes two hearts to fix heartbreak. We grew apart, I made a mistake, but I'll try to make it up to you, my darling. Ooh,
I wanna be a real one day. Heaven leaves me up from under. Wishing I could be somehow stronger now,
so I can fight away all the pain inside me. Never be afraid of the fate that finds me. Wish that I could be stronger, so I can be a real one day. So I can fight away all the pain inside me.
हेलो 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 आयो आयो होला अब त यो पनि कस्तो दिनदिनै मिलाउनु पर्ने हो त्यसको टुप्पीहरू है ल हेलो गाइस के छ हाल खबर भनेर भन्थे मैले अघि नै ल सबैजनालाई वेलकम छ हाम्रो लाइभमा हेलो मिस्टर दराई हेलो काइजेन हेलो सिरी के भन्छ अरे क्रिएटिभ म्याच खेल्नको लागि त्यो पापा जानु हुन्न है फेरि 15 त्यस्तो यस्तो टाइपको हो के हेलो दिपेन हेलो राई हेलो विष्णु रोका हेलो जेनोस नोसम खतरा हो नि यदि जहिले एक्लै बोलिहाल्छ अरे होइन गाइज यो मेरो गल्ती होइन कि यो कम्प्युटरमा हेर न अनि माइक त खुल्लै छ अनि त्यो भित्रबाट उस भएको हो के 10v10 खेलौँ रे 15 मिनिमम त 15 हो है फेरि हामी फेरि कसलाई राख्ने हुन्छ क्या सबैजना खेल्न खोज्छ नि त्यही भएर अनि हाम्रो इन्डिभिजुअल प्लेयर्सहरू छ अनि सबै खेल्न खोज्छ अनि कसलाई राख्ने हुन्छ क्या त्यो अलिकति हाम्रो लागि एकदमै उस हुन्छ ल अनि गाइज आजबाट ह्यामर जाम सुरु भइसकेको छ धमाधम बिल्ड गर्दै होला नि सबैजनाले कि कसो वार हेरेर मलाई चिन्ता लाग्यो रे यहाँ वार हानेर हाम्रो दिन आज निराश भयो दिउँसो त आज हामीले वार हान्यौँ गाइज है 9 को स्ट्रिक चलिरहेको थियो आज वार हार्यौँ एउटा बेसमा 1 स्टार नल्याएर है गाइज डिफिट भयो आज तर ठिकै छ वी क्यान डु इट अगेन हेलो अनिस त्यही त खतरा यही बेला है गाइज मुसी डेन्जर बिल्ड गर
त्यो तिम्रो बिल्डर पोजिसन्सहरु यो बेला युज गर्ने है काइजमुसी
हिजो 12 सुतेर म उठ्न चाहिँ मेरो उठ्ने टाइम भएको जहिले पनि 7 हो त्यति बेला आँखा खुलेको थियो अनि म सुत्नै सकेन के अरे 1-1.5 घन्टा त अनि फेरि सुतेर 10 बजे उठेँ
ए त्यो नदेखाऊ यार
ह्यामर चाहिँ 15 दिनसम्म गाइज ह्यामर जाम चाहिँ 15 दिनसम्म हो त्यसैले झ्यामझुम अट्याक गरौँ यी बाँकी छ 15 डेज 18 आवर बाँकी छ ह्यामर जामको लागि चाहिँ स्टार्ट गर्नु न वार स्टार्ट गर्ने हो मिलाएर चिन्ता नगर न गाइज अनि आज चाहिँ हाम्रो वर्ल्ड च्याम्पियनसिपको डे 2 हो त्यसको चाहिँ अब 7:45 मा स्टार्ट हुने रहेछ लाइभ त्यति बेलासम्म चाहिँ हामी अलिअलि बेस भिजिट गर्छौँ आजको लागि अनि वर्ल्ड च्याम्पियनसिप हेर्छौँ है त फेरि आज पनि आज र भोलि चाहिँ वर्ल्ड च्याम्पियनसिप हेर्छौँ अनि सिडब्ल्युएल नै सुरु हुन्छ अब आज गरेर 16 डेज अब चाहिँ 15 डेज 18 आवर बाँकी छ कि है लेखेको हुन्छ टाइम त आज गरेर चाहिँ 16 डेज होला
यो 16 दिन लास्ट युज गर्न पर्छ आफ्नो बेसहरु याद गर है त्यो भएन अनि बिल्डर बुस्ट युज गरे हौ
अघि 1 घण्टा गरेको थिएँ मैले अहिले त गरेँ
अझै एकचोटी 1 घण्टाको गर्दिउ
अहिले गर्दिन मैले म अनलाइन भएको बेला गर्छु के
यो त बिल्डर बुस्ट त गरिराख्नु पर्छ के तिम्रो त रेड मेडल छ नि सब बेसमा यो बिल्डर बुस्ट किन्दै युज गर्ने अब त हरेक सेकेन्ड इज इम्पोर्टेन्ट बिल्डर बुस्ट
ओके गाइज अब चाहिँ अलिअलि बेस भिजिट गरिदिउँ गाइज है फर्स्टमा आम गर्न भिजिट म्याक्समियसको है अलिअलि बेस भिजिट गरौँ गाइज 7:45 सम्म बेस भिजिट हानिदिन्छु म अलिअलि अनि कुरा नि गर्दै गरौँ अनि हामी आज पनि अरू के भन्छ अरे आज नि वर्ल्ड च्याम्पियनसिप हेरौँ है त के हो तर यस्तो यस्तो वर्ल्ड यस्तो यस्तो म्याचहरू हेरेर चाहिँ अझै धेरै कुरा सिकिन्छ है गाइस ल गाइस यो चाहिँ हाम्रो म्याक्स मियसको बेस है ग्लेडिएटर फेब मेम्बर अफ मल्लो आर्मी रहेछ अनि लेजेन्डमा छ है गाइस लेजेन्डमा भएपछि म्याक्स नै होला सबै कुरा यी ट्रुप्सहरू सबै म्याक्स छ सबै कुरा म्याक्स छ गाइस ओहो सबै कुरा पेटहरू नि सबै म्याक्स छ है अन्त रहेछ गाइस है यस्तो यो उसवाला अनि वार्डेनको र यो चाहिँ डिफ्रेन्ट थिम रहेछ क्या हो अरू चाहिँ सेम हो है हाम्रो क्लानको त होइन अनि लेजेन्डरी सिनरी पनि रहेछ गाइज अनि के हो यो चाहिँ के हो यो फेबिन हो तिम्रो नाम यसो छ है गाइज ल बेसलाई सबै म्याक्स छ सब म्याक्स छ उसलाई त अब गर्नको लागि केही पनि छैन होला कि उसले कहिले 18 आउला भन्दै कुरेर बस्यो होला हे श्रीहाङ नमस्ते नमस्ते डिकेबल मसिएर नखेल्ने है रे त्यस्तो त्यस्तो भनेर हुन्न है तिमीहरू खुब यिनीहरू खुब ह्यामर जाम आह नि त अनि सब सिरियल नखेल्न खोज्छ कि हाम्रो यता नेपालीमा पनि 2-3 जनाले भनिसक्यो नि खेल्दिन भनेर तिनीहरूले उसँग त्यस्तो त्यस्तो नगर नि केटा खेल्नु पर्यो नि सबैजना अब कतिको भर्सेस गरिन्छ भन्ने कुरा हो हे केनेम्यान के छ खबर एउटा कुरा कसो नोटिस गर्यो अरे कस्तो के कुरा क्ल्यानमा लिन मिल्छ म क्ल्यान ट्याग हालिदिन्छु है त ल यो है हाम्रो क्ल्यान ट्याग चाहिँ म क्ल्यान ट्याग हालिदिन्छु मैले के गर्नु भिडियो तपाईँ राखिदिएको सिरियल होल्ड गरौँ 7 दिन त हो अझै 7 दिनपछि अझै 7 दिन बाँकी राख्छ त तिमीहरूको त्यही पनि म्याक्स त छ नि रोज मैले त गरेँ छैन म लुतीको गाइज यो चाहिँ मेरो हाम्रो क्ल्यान ट्याग हो है इफ समन वान्ट्स टु जोइन माइनक्राफ्टको स्ट्रिम गर्नु न अरे माइनक्राफ्टको त खै हेर म्याच ओके म रिजनको हेर्छु है त अहिले यस्तो भयो गाइज अहिले चाहिँ हाम्रो अब भ्युवर्सहरू धेरै जस्तो सिओसीकै छ त्यही भएर अहिलेको लागि चाहिँ सिओसी नै हुन्छ अब पछि चाहिँ थाहा छैन अहिलेको लागि चाहिँ सिओसी नै हुन्छ है ओके गाइज राइट नाउ आइएम भ्युइङ रिजनको है रिजन लिरिक्स एडिटको है नाम त शुभम रहेछ 251 एक्सपी लेभल अनि को लिडर अफ हाउडे गाइज इलेक्ट्रो लिगमा छ टन 17 अनि ट्रुप्सहरू चाहिँ 2-3टा बाइक सबै म्याक्सहरू चाहिँ 4टा बाइक अनि मिनियन प्रिन्स मात्रै म्याक्स नभएर चाहिँ हिरोजमा चाहिँ अनि स्किनहरू चाहिँ यस्तो छ है गाइज क्विनको चाहिँ क्रिसमस थिम अरूहरूको त स्किन छैन अनि बेसमा दाम ओहो बेस चाहिँ गिटार बनाएर चाहिँ बबाल उसको त लिरिक्स एडिट नै छ कि नाम ऊ चाहिँ अलिकति म्युजिक फ्यान रहेछ क्या है गाइस हेर यस्तो छ ओके द्याट इज रिजन फ्रम च्याट है यो ग्याङ फाइटर क्ल्यान रे नो आई डोन्ट नो क्रिस हिजोको लागि भ्यू अरू दिनको लागि भन्दा धेरै छ त अरे हिजोको धेरै छ हिजो हामीले धेरै घन्टा नि गऱ्यौँ नि त फेरि हिजो हामीले 6 घन्टा गऱ्यौँ अलमोस्ट न्यू च्यालेन्ज कम्प्लिट गर्न सिकाउनु त्यो त मैले पनि गरेँ छैन यार म सिक्छु नि भोलि सिकाउँछु है Amend this flying bucket of balls and maybe you'll escape the meteor destructions. It's every true for themselves. कुन ट्रुप ले सबै ट्रुप हो खै हेरौँ त के हुँदो रहेछ के छ याद ओ यो त सबै मिलाएर हान्ने हो ए यो त अटाकै हान्ने जस्तो रहेछ कि है टर्न 17 ले रहेछ जान्न यो हेर न के छ यो त मैले युजै नगर्ने ट्रुप्सहरू छ यो के हो यो त मैले अहिलेसम्म थाहा नै यो के हो भनेर
त्यो तिम्रो सीसी हो के
सीसी
ट्याक्स
हो
गर्दैन डाइरेक्ट टाउनलमा जान्छ तर खन्दै सायद
ए खन्दै जान्छ यो अनि यो चाहिँ के हो त यो आर्मी
त्यो चाहिँ उसो सुपर भाल्किरी
ल आउ त तिमीले मलाई गाइड गरेर त अनि मैले के चलाउनु त अनि यो यिनीहरू यस्तो रहेछ अर्थक्वेक छ आरसी वाक गर्ने त इन्भिजिबलै छैन तर बिचमा छ डिफेन्सहरु चाहिँ
डाइरेक्ट डिफेन्सलाई हुन्छ किनकि यसको जस्ट यो जेडी वाला पेट्सले चाहिँ डिफेन्सलाई टार्गेट गर्न लाउँछ कि फर्स्ट एन्ड फ्यु
ए त्यो
सेकेन्ड्स
पेट हो त्यो ए
कि यो यता एउटा यो हानेर यसलाई टेक डाउन गर्दा फेरि यता यत्रो हो कि यता हान्ने
यस्तो त गाह्रो पर्छ यार मलाई गाइस ट्रुप्सहरूको बारेमा पनि थाहा छैन मलाई यिनीहरू त यो मैले युजै गरेको छैन यो भ्याल्केरीहरू फर्नेस नि दिएर त 3टा है अनि स्पेलहरू पनि जम्मा 3टा देख एउटा रिकल एउटा अर्थक्वेक अनि ओभरग्रोथ भनेपछि हामीले एउटा चलाएर रिकल पनि गर्नुपर्छ या एउटा केलाई चलाएर रिकल गर्नुपर्छ कुनै उसलाई हिरोजलाई क्विनलाई क्विनको के छ क्विनको उसहरू हेर्न मिल्दैन इक्विपमेन्टहरू कि दिन देखाइन यति रहेछ फ्रोजन एयर र उस रहेछ हेलो फ्रस्टर फेरि खेलौँ अहिले त मिल्दैन यार सिरी बेस भेज हुन्छ उमङ्ग अब एकछिन हुन्छ गाइस लाइक चाहिँ सबैजनाले हान्दियो होला है लाइक हान्दिउँ अनि सब्सक्राइब हान्यो भने सब्सक्राइब नै हान्दिउँ अहिले good job जेनोस good to hear that आन्टीको अहिले फेस मेरो पहिले थियो है फेस मैले गाली हेरेर आऊ र अनि रेड हुन त one star 30% with no star भने है
30% गरिसक्यो है for your kind information
ओए 1 स्टार नि आयो है 1 स्टार नि आयो 2 स्टार आउँछ होला मिनेट प्रिन्स त फर्कियो त्यो रिकल स्किल चाहिँ कतै युज गर्ने हो त कसलाई रिकल गर्छौ त
किङको हेर न यो नयाँ स्किन के हैन
अगे दामी छ है
फर्स्टमै 3 आन्दै अनि मैले के गर्छु भन त केटा फर्स्टमै 3 गयो भने त
जान्छ होला के हो
बेटर रिकल गरौँ न
त्यहीबाट रिकल गरेर त्यही छोड्यो अगे
हैन त्यो एउटा युज गरेको थियो नि त त्यसले उसलाई हान्थ्यो नि त कुलले हो
गाइस 3 गयो
30% नो स्टार दैट्स हाउ यू हिट ड्यू च्यालेन्ज गाइज
ल भयो नि सुरुमै गालामा रातो लिपस्टिक लगाउन गालामा लाली लगाएर गाइस लाली त्यो रातो छ होला मेरो गाली अलिअलि ए गाली रे गाला एनिमी च्यालेन्ज सजिलो रहेछ गाइस सुरुमै भयो 3 स्टार त सजिलो हो नि
च्यालेन्ज
ल एकदमै इजी छ रिप्ले ओके रिप्ले हेर है रिप्ले कताबाट क्लिक गरे रिभ्यू गर ओ नो नेभर आई डोन्ट वान्ट टु रिभ्यू ओ गाइस ल कोही अट्याक हाने हैन यही अट्याक हाने है त यो सिम्पल अट्याक 3 स्टार्स एकदमै इजी फर्स्ट टाइममा 3 स्टार धेरै उसै छैन है त ल है ओके सुरुमा चाहिँ के भइरहेको है त ल सुरुमा चाहिँ स्नोगोलेम यताबाट छोडेर हामीले आइस गोलेम स्नोगोलेम भने आइस गोलेम ओके आइस गोलेम छोडेर त्यहाँ फ्रिज भयो है त फ्रिज भएर फर्नेस यताबाट गइरहेको छ है त ल अनि डाकिङ त्यो लाभा हुन्न अनि फ्रिजवाला के हो त त्यो त अनि
भनेको चाहिँ डाइरेक्ट एडिमेस तिर
त्यसको नाम चाहिँ के हो त
त्यसलाई चाहिँ खास छैन
अनि त्यो फ्रिज चाहिँ किन भएको त अनि
त्यो पड्केसी चाहिँ
त्यो अर्को लाभा हुन्डो
सुपर लाभा हुन्डो के त्यो
ए गाइस देख्यौ लाभा हुन्डो अगाडिबाट एकछिन फ्रिज भयो फेरि अनि यताबाट चाहिँ उसले यो के हो यो मिनियन प्रिन्स उसले कमी भयो कि स्किनले कत्रो हो यार बिचमा ओभरको थालेर चाहिँ बाहिरको फिनिस गरेर चाहिँ लास्टमा बिचको फिनिस गरेर बिचमै छ नि त डिफेन्स धेरै त टाउन होला अनि त्यो मोटारहरू अनि त्यो के भन्छ अरे त्यो फायर स्पिटरहरू तिनीहरूलाई ओभरको थालेर चाहिँ तिमीले त्यो राम्रो कुरा गर्यो रहेछ होइन त ड्यामेज रोक्यो नि त
त्यहाँ चाहिँ के भयो भन्दाखेरि चाहिँ किङ अलिकति भित्र गएर ओभरग्रोथको हुन्छ नि ओभरग्रोथ चाहिँ भ्याइएसी किङको एबिलिटी युज गरेको भए चाहिँ
अझै धेरै भ्याल्यु आउँथ्यो
मेरो चाहिँ किङ बाहिर खिच्यो के
तर केही छैन तर बाहिरको डिफेन्सहरूलाई हान्थ्यो नि त फेरि त्यो बाइकहरू भएको
त्यहीमाथि मेरो रिकल स्पिडले पाएको थियो नि किनकि मैले त रिकल त्यहाँ नगरे भए उसले भ्याउँथ्यो कि मेरो के भन्छ अरे
त्यो उसले
किङलाई किनकि त्यो हान्न भ्याइन्थ्यो कि त्यो भएर रिकल गरेर भइहाल्यो नि कामलाई
भ्याइन्थेन तर तिम्रो अझै बाँकी थियो
भ्याइन्थेन लगाएर
तर यो इजी रहेछ गाइस यो वाला चाहिँ है सजिलै मुडी के हान्नु न हाम्रो इलेक्ट्रिसिटी हानेको हेर्नु मन छ डाकिने मैले हानेको त्यो गाइस मैले हानेको है तिमी सारा हो र धन्यवाद है सारा केसी आन्टी लाज भने अलिक थोरै पनि छैन है त्यो सडक आन्टीले भन्नु त अरे ओए मेरो आइडीबाट हान्यो कुनले हान्यो अटाकर एलियन देखेनौ हेर्न अटाकर एलियन भनेको देखेनौ तिमीहरूले देख्दैन के हो ल गाइज बेस भिडियो हान्दिउँ है त ल बेस पठाउँदै केटा हो झ्यामझुम अलिअलि बेस भिडियो हान्दिउँ हाम्रो आज यतिपुरबाट 2 जना मान्छे यतातिर सरेको छ है गाइज हामीले यतिपुरबाट 2 जना मान्छे सार्यौँ दुई जना हो कि एउटा ल सिडब्ल्यू स्टार हान्दिउँ पहिला यति फोर्सको हाम्रो यता पनि हान्दिउँ सिडब्ल्यू त नराख भने के गर्ने कतिको 15 को हान्दिने हो
सबै त्यहाँ जो म भन्छु त्यतिलाई सबैलाई राख पछि स्विच हुन्छ अनि टर्नमा नहान्नेले तिनीहरूको घाटा हो यदि हार्यौँ भने चाहिँ
15 हाने कि 30
स्टार्ट गर्छ रुख है त्यहाँ 2-3 जनालाई निकाल है माथि जाऊ त टपमा
30 त छैन
तल जाऊ त अनि 30 हो के भने त्योभन्दा 30 जना नै रहेछ त हाम्रो क्लासमा त
तिमीले दुई त उता 29 उस छ
केटा कोहीलाई उस गरेर त कोहीलाई एकजनालाई सिडब्ल्यू एउटा एकछिनको लागि मात्रै उस गरेर त एनिमेन प्यान जोइनमा राख्दौ त
कसलाई
हाम्रो क्लानमा एनिमेन प्यान जोइनमा राख्दौ त मैले आज 4-5 जनालाई फाले हो के
ए हो
3-4 जना
हालेको अनएक्टिभ भएर
4 days 7 days थियो अनि क्यान्सर एनिमेन प्यान जोइनमा राखेको एकछिन 5 मिनेट
गाइस एनिमन क्यान जोइन है अब छिटो आऊ जान्छु
गएको
त हैन यो अंगडी भन्ने रहेछ अहिले रिसेन्टली
अंगडी भन्ने उसको होइन मैले इन्भाइट गरे हैन अंगडीलाई
यो चाहिँ तिमीले फाल्दिएको होला हो यिनीहरुले फाल्दिएको हो
कोरोना चाहिँ
उता गह
अ
यिनीहरु चाहिँ लिफ्ट गरेर रहेछ त्यति नै हो
4 जनाको त हो
ल गाइस नत्र 15 हान्दैन भयो केही छैन
15 लास्टै थोरै हुन्छ के 40 चाहिन्छ
डिस्कर्ड सर्भर छ खुकुरी प्लेज म हान्दिन्छु रोक है डिस्कर्ड सर्भर क्ल्यानमा सिट खाएछ पिन गरेको क्ल्यान हो एनिमन क्ल्यान जोइन छ है अहिले आउँदा हुन्छ है को आउने हो हाम्रो सिडब्ल्यू सुरु गर्नु भएको ठ्याक्कै एउटा 30 को प्लेयरको लागि एउटा ठाउँ पुगेन यार
यो के भन्छ अरे कता गएको रहेछ यो के भन्छ अरे हाम्रो क्ल्यानमा बस्न उस भएर हो के के भन्छ अरे हाम्रो क्ल्यानमा औकात छैन त्यही भएर हो के
किन
क्ल्यान चाहिँ पाइदियो भन्नु गयो कि
ए हो कता चाहिँ पाइदियो भने र कता चाहिँ पाइदियो भने र ल केटा हो यस्तो झारे क्ल्यानमा बस्नु छैन मलाई तिमीहरू नि अलि रेस्पेक्ट गर्ने क्ल्यानमा बस्छ सानोमा बस्छ तर रेस्पेक्ट गर्ने क्ल्यानमा बस्छ अरे
जसले
रेस्पेक्ट गरेन यसलाई कसले रेस्पेक्ट गरेन यहाँ
कस्तो झारेहरूलाई कहाँ रेस्पेक्ट गरिन्छ त नि हामीले
कसले रेस्पेक्ट गरेन त्यही पनि कस्तो रेस्पेक्ट चाहियो र उनीहरूलाई दिनदिनै नमस्कार दाइ भन्नु पर्यो क्या
नमस्कार दाइ खाना खाइसक्नु भयो भइसक्नु खाना के
रेस्पेक्ट भन्ने कस्तो हो गाइस रेस्पेक्ट भने डिसरेस्पेक्ट भएको छैन यहाँ हैन त
त्यो उस हो के यो बडी अटेन्सन सिकर के चुमुक चुमुक हुनेहरु
हेर फेरि को हो यस्तो हुन्छ क्या एनिमल
छोड्नु स्टार्ट गर्दै हेर न हामीलाई त्यो एउटा उस मात्रै चाहियो ल अब जोइनले 30 वर्ष छोडी गर्दै अब यतिकै गर्दै अब जो गएन अब
अनि 30 वर्ष 30 मा के हुन्छ त अनि
अब हामीले सिलेक्ट गर्न मिल्छ के
अनि 30 वटा पेपर भएन भने
पर्दैन के भन्छ अरे हामीले त्यतिले उस गरिन्छ भने चाहिँ अब के भन्छ उस हुन्छ किनकि 15 गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ लास्टै उस हुन्छ के
तर 15 नै गर्दै हुन्छ जस्तो लाग्छ यार मलाई त लगाइज म के भन्छ अरे म अब बेस भिजा हान्छु है त होइन त्यो मान्छेको कुरा अलिकति उस भयो क्या के भन्छ अरे रेस्पेक्ट गर्ने हामी डिसरेस्पेक्ट नै गरेनौँ केही गरेनौँ कस्तो कुरा अलि मिलेन क्या होइन त
ओके भन्नाले के भन्छ अरे अब कसैले नराम्रो भनेर
नराम्रो भनेर छुट्टै थियो केही भएको छैन यतिकै पाइदै अब त्यस्तो मान्छेले के भन्छ
र यतिकैको हेडर हो के
छोडिदिन्छ
के भन्छ अरे नराम्रो उस गर्न खोजे अब
ल गाइज म ऋतिकको पेज हेरिदिन्छु त गाइज अनि सबैजनाले लाइक गर्नु भयो भने लाइक हान्दिउँ होला लाइक चाहिँ अनि सब्सक्राइब गर्नु भयो भने सब्सक्राइब नै हान्दिउँ छिट्टै 7 को पुरा भयो नि त
अनि यस्तो हुन्छ केटा हो तिमीहरूको वार चाहिँ कस्तो हुन्छ नि अब 30 वर्ष छोटी अब सकेसम्म यहाँ भएकोले चाहिँ खेल्नै पर्छ है सिडब्ल्यूएल चाहिँ
त्यो तिम्रो 7 दिनपछि बढाइ हुन्छ क्या तिम्रो हिरो
सिडब्ल्यूएल चाहिँ इम्पोर्टेन्ट हो कि केटा हाम्रो 30 भन्दा त्यो अलग गरिदिन के 15 त लास्टै थोरै हुन्छ कि
ओके गाइज यो चाहिँ हाम्रो ऋतिकको भिजिट गरेको गर्न गरेछु है मैले
क्यान्सल गरेर 15 नै हाल्नु
यी फेरि कस्तो झन्झुहरू होला
किनकि उस हाम्रो लो लेभल गाडीहरू धेरै छ कि
ल गाइज म फेरि ऋतिकको चेक गर्छु है त मलाई यो बिचमा उस नगर है कि तिमीले गर्दा नि हुन्छ त उताबाट
उस कति हाम्रो वाच उस हुनलाई स्टार्ट
45 मा हो के ओके गाइज डोन्ट फर्गेट टु लाइक है सबैजनाले लाइक हान्दिनु न 51 छ 50 भन्दा धेरै पुरा लाइक ओके म ऋतिकको हेर्दैछु गाइज ऋतिकको एक्सपी लेभल चाहिँ 238 छ अनि को लिडर अफ को रोयल नेपाल रहेछ अनि 1147 वार स्टार्स 1 पेक्का लिगमा छ टर्न 16 अनि ट्रुप्सहरू चाहिँ यस्तो छ है गाइज अहिलेसम्म हेरहन्डर मात्रै म्याक्स रहेछ अनि हिरोजहरू चाहिँ यस्तो छ म्याक्स हुन होला क्विन चाहिँ किङको चाहिँ अलिक धेरै रहेछ अनि यिनीहरू पनि अलिअलि हुँदैछ भनौँ न अनि यस्तो छ है स्किनहरू चाहिँ गाइज हाम्रो मिलियन प्रिन्सको बाइक सबैको स्किन छ है यो चाहिँ अहिलेको जिपीको स्किन भइहाल्यो अनि भिजिट हान्दिम ओके यस्तो छ है त टर्नहरू 15 उसको 16 पुरा म्याक्स हुँदै के म्याक्स हुँदैन अपग्रेड हुँदैछ है ल अब हाम्रो टाइममा चाहिँ 17 पुरा लाग्छ छ है केटोले ओके द्याट वाज ऋतिक ओके अब हामी कसको हेर्छौँ अर्को वाच पार्टी हुन अझै टाइम छ गाइज वाच पार्टी हुन अब कति मिनट छ 20 मिनट छ त्यही भएर एकछिन उस गरिदिएको हो 20 मिनट छ त्यही भएर एकछिन चाहिँ बेस भिजिट हानिदिएको ओके गेमिङ च्याम्प्सको हेरौँ गाइज है अनि त्यो अटेक फेरि हान्नु लाग्यो भने त्यहाँ रिप्ले फाइल हेरेर पनि त्यही हो अरे म त तपाईँ टमाटरहरू 10 हो है आज बेसी गरिदिनुहोस् बेसी हालिदिन्छु ल है म है मलाई म कसको उस गर्छु म गुरु गेमिङ च्याम्पको हेर्नु लाग्थेँ म गेमिङ च्याम्पको हेर्छु नि म हेर्छु ल ओके गेमिङ च्याम्पको एक्सपी लेभल चाहिँ 260 छ ऱ्यान्डी ओल्टन रहेछ नाम चाहिँ अनि मेम्बर अफ विड एकाडेमी रे है अनि 2000 वार स्टार्स हुन्छ ठ्याक्कै लाएर अनि इलेक्ट्रो लिगमा छ 17 ट्रुप्सहरू चाहिँ सबै म्याक्स छ यो ढुङ्गेर यो उस बाइक अनि हिरोजहरू सबै म्याक्स स्पेसहरू चाहिँ अलिअलि बाँकी रहेछ अनि यस्तो यस्तो छ है यसहरू चाहिँ सिज मसिन्सहरू चाहिँ अनि स्किन चाहिँ यस्तो छ गाई सबै डिफ्रेन्ट थिमको छ तर छ नि त छ है स्किनहरू मिनियन प्रिन्सको बाइक ओ नो तिम्रो नहेर भनेर चाहिँ कस्तो किन यता थिच्चिने हो र गाई चाहिँ यस्तो झन् बल्ल बल्ल लेखेछु र है हाई कम्पा
आज कुन कुन टिम रहे
आज हिजोको सबै टिमहरू जितेकोहरूको जित्यो आज फेरि हिजो क्वार्टर फाइनल अब सेमी फाइनल जस्तो हो नि त फेरि
सेमी फाइनल भोलि चाहिँ फाइनल
आज अर्को टिम नि इलिमिनेट हुन्छ है लगाए जस्तो छ है बेस 17को चाहिँ राम्रै बेस छ है म्याक्स बेस नै रहेछ क्या है ऱ्यान्डी ओटनको ल यो थियो हाम्रो गेमिङ च्याम्प फ्रम द च्याट अब म चेक गर्छु कसको ओनो धेरै आहा है गाइज अब म एउटाको छानेर गर्छु है त उमङ्गको गर्छु उमङ्गले अघिबाट भने नुब आइडी छ अरे त्यो नुब पनि चेक गरिदिउँ न है नि त बिल्ला नखान भनेर बिल्लै हान्ने यहाँ तिम्रो हामी ओ हो कि 00 Day-2 लाइक हान्न चाहिँ बिर्सिनु नबिर्सौँ लाइक हान्न एकदम इम्पोर्टेन्ट छ छिटो 100 लाइक पुऱ्याउन आज 1 घन्टा नहुँदै 100 लाइक पुऱ्याइदिउँ त ओ गाइज उमङ्ग फ्रम द च्याट उमङ्ग चाहिँ एल्डर अफ नेपाल भन्ने क्लानको रहेछ 249 एक्सपी लेभल ओहो टाउनहल 10 भनेर 17को पढा छ है गाइज नुबले अनि इलेक्ट्रो लिगमा छ है यस्तो छ 17को म्याक्स छ है ब्रोको त बाबा म्याक्स आइडी पठाएर नुब हो भनेर के गर्न अटेन्सन सिकर रहेछ कि ब्रो उसलाई खुब के भन्छ बिल्ला नहान पनि अझै बिल्ला नहान नुब आइडी हेऱ्यो अझै टाउनहल 10को ल यस्तो छ है गाइज स्किनहरू चाहिँ सबै बिचरा के भन्छ एकुन्टा मागेर राखेर लाए जस्तो छ है स्किनहरू चाहिँ ल भित्र जामै त म पाल्दै हेर्छु ल के भयो यो सबैको छैन त मेरो पनि छैन ओके उमङ्गको लेजेन्डरी स्किन छ है धनी रहेछ है के भन्छ अरे नागेर लागेको नरहेछ ल यस्तो छ है उसको म्याक्स रहेछ सबै कुरा म्याक्स रहेछ ल बबाल छ है बबाल छ ओके म अब अर्को चेक गर्छु ओनो धेरै मान्छेको आयो क्या अब म कसको चाहिँ गर्छु ल सुपर च्याट हान्यो भने चाहिँ म सुपर च्याट हान्यो भने चाहिँ प्रिफरेन्स हुन्छ है ए प्रिफरेन्स के भन्छ त्यसलाई प्रायोरिटी सरी माई ब्याड इङ्ग्लिस पनि बिर्सिसक्छु मैले नेपाल आएर ल अब अर्को कसको चेक गरौँ है त ए ओके गाइस तपाईँहरूले माथि पठाउनु भयो फेरि माथि गइसक्यो त्यही भएर के भन्छ पठाइ स्प्याम चाहिँ नहाल्नु तर ठ्याक्कै पठाइराख्नु न ठ्याक्कै टाइमिङ मिलाएर पठाउनु कि मैले भ्याउन लाग्ने बित्तिकै पठाइहाल्नु अनि म त्यो गर्छु कि बुझ्यो नि ओके यहाँ चाहिँ म चेक गर्छु कस्तो पठायो धेरै माथि त नेपाली सुपरको लिङ्क दिउँ न त बनाएर म नेपालीको सुपर च्याट भोलि आउँछ होला है मैले बनाएन कि नेपालीको त्यही भएर म भोलि बनाउँछु है त ओके हाम्रो कसको 7 जना राईको चेक गर्छु है त म ओके हाम्रो 7 जन ब्रो चाहिँ 250 एक्सपी लेभल रहेछ अनि रोड साइड रोमियो रे बाबा नाम त खतरा छ त यार को लिडर अफ नेपाली क्लासर अनि 2609 वार स्टार 1 लेजेन्डमा रहेछ तर हाम्रो ट्रुप्सहरू चाहिँ म्याक्स हुन धेरै बाँकी रहेछ है धेरै भन्दा नि अलिकति थोरै अनि सबै हिरोजहरू म्याक्स छ स्किनहरू यस्तो छ है गाइस स्किनहरू चाहिँ सबैको स्किनहरू चाहिँ जे होस् हाम्रो भूतवाला यो क्विनको त्यो स्योर तिमीलाई उसमा परेको होला लेजेन्ड्री उसमा परेको लेजेन्ड चेसमा डार्क लाइन त्यसले परेको त्यही भएर ओके गाइस खतरा रहेछ यो चाहिँ यो लोगो हो कि के होला गाइस यो सायद ल दामी छ है अनि यो नि म्याक्स रहेछ है गाइस सबै म्याक्स वाला मात्रै आएको छ त अहिले त ओके ल धम्सको चाहिँ गर्नु पर्यो धम्सले हेला भयो भने यति हेला गरेँ होइन मैले के भन्छ सबैको मिस भइरह धेरैजनाको मिस भइरह या तर म ट्राई गरिरहेको छु गाइस हाम्रो अब यो चाहिँ हाम्रो धाम्स केबीको है गाइस अनि त्यसले चाहिँ कुन आइबोर्डले दिएको अरे ओनो धेरै ओके गाइस हाम्रो यो चाहिँ जय श्रीराम कोन रे है 232 एक्सपी लेभल एल्डर अफ किङ अफ नेपाल 2125 स्टार्स 1 रहेछ अनि लेजेन्डरी रहेछ यो ऊ पनि लेजेन्ड नै रहेछ अनि यस्तो छ है गाइस ट्रुपहरू चाहिँ अलिकति बाँकी छ अनि मिनियन प्रिन्स नै बाँकी रहेछ म्याक्स हुन अनि स्किनहरू चाहिँ यस्तो छ है रकस्टार किङ रकस्टार क्विन अनि यो पण्डित बाजे अनि एनिमेवाला यो अनि यो चाहिँ जिपीको मिनियन प्रिन्स आज त के हो सब लेजेन्डवाला आइडी मात्रै छानेर हेरेको छु त मैले यार ल है बब्बाल छ योवाला चाहिँ दामी छैन तर है
यता $17 आउँदो रहेछ नि लेजेन्डरी
$17
हाम्रो पनि $50
यता यार ओके गाइस अब म कसको चेक गर्छु हालिदिए सुपर मैले हल्का गरेको छु ए हो त्यो हाम्रो उसकोमा चेक गर त सुपर धन्यवाद मैले त्यो हामीले त्यो मतलबै गरेन मैले तर धेरै धन्यवाद है म अहिले चेक गर्छु ओके हामी कसको चेक गर्छु म अब ओके म अब अर्जुनको चेक गर्छु अर्जुन सारुको ओर्नु माथि गयो कता गयो चेक गर्छु भनेको त कता गयो यार चेक गर्छु भने नि हरायो भने म फेरि अर्को चेक गरिदिन्छु है फेरि माथि जान्छ हेर न ओके गाइस यो चाहिँ अर्जुन सारू मगर फ्रम द च्याट उसको चाहिँ 245 एक्सपी लेभल छ मेम्बर अफ युक्रेनको क्लानमा हो तिमी अनि 2544 वार स्टार्स 4 ड्रागन लिगमा छ अनि टर्न 17 रहेछ है ऊ पनि सबै कुरा म्याक्स छ एक्सेप्ट फर दिज थ्रीवटा म्याक्समा रहेछ अनि हिरो म्याक्स छ सबै सिज म्यासिनहरू सब म्याक्स रहेछ धेरै कुराहरू म्याक्स छ है अनि स्किन चाहिँ यस्तो छ है गाइज हाम्रो वार्डेनको चाहिँ स्नोवाला अनि भूतवाला क्विन र आरसी अनि यो चाहिँ फ्रीको किङ हो स्योर मलाई थाहा यो चाहिँ ओके माथि जाम गाइज त्यो पिद्दीवाला किङ त जोसँग हुन्छ क्या हो अनि यस्तो छ गाइज अर्जुनको बेस चाहिँ यस्तो छ वाल बाइक अरू चाहिँ डिफेन्सहरू सबै म्याक्सले छ जस्तो छ तर वाल चाहिँ 16 को छ है ओके द्याट वाज अर्जुन फ्रम द च्याट अब म चेक गर्छु कसको ओके देवेन्द्रको चेक गर्छु देवेन्द्र मगरको C2L L8 हाम्रो अब वर्ल्ड च्याम्पियनसिप सुरु हुन 15 मिनट बाँकी छ 15 मिनटसम्म अझै भिजिट गर्न सकिन्छ अनि हामी फेरि वर्ल्ड च्याम्पियनसिप हेर्न जान्छौँ आज चाहिँ ओके गाइस आज चाहिँ हामीले फर्स्ट टाइम टाउन 14 को हेर्न पायौँ है बेस देवेन्द्र मगरको हो यो बेस चाहिँ अनि 206 एक्सपी लेभलमा छ एल्डर अफ 2077 6/11 कसको बर्थ डेट हो यो अनि 950 वर्ष सोच्दै क्लानको नामै आफ्नो बर्थडे राख्दै क्या कसले हो यार ओके विच लिगमा छ त 14 है अनि यस्तो छ है के भन्छ अरे हिरोज लेभल अनि ट्रुप्स लेभल चाहिँ राम्रै लेभल छ है ओ नो मेरो क्यामेरा किन बन्द हो गयो यार बिहानमा आउन अनि यस्तो छ स्किनहरू चाहिँ हाम्रो किङको र वारेनको मात्रै स्किनहरू चाहिँ अरूहरूलाई चाहिँ उसले हेप्यो है केटीहरूलाई हेप्यो है गाइस केटाहरूलाई मात्रै स्किनमा लगाइदियो केटीहरूलाई हेप्यो है आर्ट्स र क्विनलाई ओके यस्तो छ के हो यो दे बब्बा बल तरिकाले मिलाएर बनाएर त बेस्ट त तर राम्रो देखेछ यो चाहिँ 14 को म्याक्स नै होला सायद ल द्याट वाज देवेन्द्र मगर फ्रम द च्याट अब म चेक गर्छु कसको ओके म चेक गर्छु बासुको है बासुको गाइज मैले चाहिँ पहिलेबाट जसको देखेर याद गरेको थिएँ नि तिनीहरूको पहिलाबाट चेक गर्यो है गाइज म अरूहरूको पनि गर्छु है गाइज यो चाहिँ हाम्रो बासु फ्रम द च्याट टु एक्सपेक्टेबल छ पापी एलिन है ओइ तिम्रो नाम एलिन हो एलिन एन्ड एलिना त कस्तो मिलेको है तिम्रो मेरो नाम मिल्दो रहेछ यार ओके मेम्बर अफ पापी ग्याङ्स्टर चाहिँ पापी ग्याङ्स्टर अस्ति नै थियो आएको थियो होइन हाम्रो मैले अस्ति नै हेरेको थिएँ यो क्लानमा चाहिँ अनि 1772 वार स्टार्स वान छ विच लिगमा छ अनि 14 अनि यस्तो छ गाइज हाम्रो हिरोजहरूको लेभल चाहिँ अघिको भन्दा थोरै रहेछ है यो चाहिँ अघिको उसको भन्दा अनि स्किन चाहिँ यस्तो छ है गाइज हाम्रो किङ अनि क्विन अनि किङ र क्विनको मात्रै रहेछ अरूहरूको चाहिँ छैन स्किन चाहिँ ओके अनि यस्तो छ गाइस 13 आधा आधा टाइपको छ है तर 14 अलिअलि 14 को हुँदैछ भनौँ न 13 र 14 पुगेर चाहिँ क्या बल्ल बल्ल ओके द्याट वाज हाम्रो बासु एलिन एके एलिन है अब म चाहिँ गर्छु विवेकको है विवेक यादवको चेक गर्दैछु उहाँ अब Q2 CY UQ Okay, guys, this is Vivek Yadav from the chat. 256 XP level, JV, co-leader of Nepali Brothers. 3450 war stars won रहेछ अनि ड्रागन लिगमा छ 17 मोस्ट अफ द ट्रुप्स आर म्याक्स अलिअलि बाँकी छ अनि हिरोजमा चाहिँ क्विन एन्ड मिनियन प्रिन्स बाँकी रहेछ है अनि स्किन चाहिँ यस्तो छ है गाइज हाम्रो नयाँ स्किन हो मिनियन प्रिन्सको अनि क्विनको जीपीको क्विन अनि किङ भयो यो अनि वार्डेन हटवाला वार्डेन अनि हाम्रो कुलवाला आरसी अनि यस्तो छ है गाइज बबाल देख्यो है ल यो पनि म्याक्स बेस हो है नाइस वान स्क्रिन आउने बनाउनु पर्यो त्यो बनाउँछ हामी त्यो पहिला त थियो अहिले हाम्रो त्यो उस भयो कि अहिले हाम्रो पहिला उताको सेटअपमा थियो अहिले त हाम्रो नयाँ यता नेपालबाट अलिक मिलाएनौँ कि त्यही भएर हामी मिलाउँछौँ भोलि भोलि म इसेवाले लिएर आउँछु हाम्रो उताको त्यो हाम्रो अहिले भएको चाहिँ अहिले त्यति मान्छेले युज नगर्दो रहेछ क्या हो त्यही भएर इसेवा ल्याउँछौँ अनि त्यो स्क्रिनमा आउने नि बनाउँछौँ म भोलि हामी त्यही बनाएर आउँछौँ है त ओके म चाहिँ गर्छु अब दिपिन मल्लको है ओके वेयर इज दिपिन कता गयो ए यता गाइज अनि लाइक हान्न चाहिँ नबिर्सौँ ल लाइकमा चाहिँ लाइक 100 पुऱ्याइदिउँ न आज 1 घन्टाभन्दा अगाडि कस्तो हुँदो रहेछ मलाई त्यस्तो फिल गर्न मन लाग्यो छिटो धेरै लाइक आउने बुझ्यौ नि ओके गाइज हाम्रो दिपिनको है यो दिपिनको चाहिँ 225 एक्सपी लेभल छ लिडर अफ ग्रेट गोर्खाली रहेछ है ऊ चाहिँ लिडरै रहेछ गाइज डी मल्ल 3 रहेछ भन्छ उसको डी मल्ल 2 1 4 5 छ होला है ओके इलेक्ट्रो लिगमा छ अनि 17 उसको चाहिँ धेरै ट्रुप चाहिँ म्याक्स गर्नु रहेछ है भनौँ न अनि क्विन र आरसी मात्रै रहेछ म्याक्स ओ नो किङलाई त के साह्रो हेरेको त तिमीले किङ त 64 त द्याट किङ 64 क्विन 100 छ हेर न यहाँ हेर न यस्तो धेरै डिफ्रेन्स बिचारा यार किङलाई हेरिदिनु तिमीले त्यही त अनि स्किन चाहिँ यस्तो छ गाइज किङको स्किन अनि क्विन मिनियन प्रिन्स यो वार्डेन अनि आरसी ओके डिफेन्स यस्तो छ है गाइज उसको चाहिँ वाल चाहिँ 14 र 15 को रहेछ तर डिफेन्सहरू चाहिँ म्याक्स नै छ क्या है यतातिर 16 ए उसले चाहिँ छुट्याएर राखेर चाहिँ यता चाहिँ म्याक्स भएको यता चाहिँ हुँदै गरेको टाइपको रहेछ है ल त्यस्तो छ है उसको चाहिँ ल ओके द्याट वाज डी मल्ल है दिपिन मल्ल ओके म चाहिँ अब चाहिँ गर्छु वाइटी म्यान अनि कम्ब्याक गर्छु ल देवेन्द्र त्यो सेकेन्ड आइडी त अहिले फर्स्ट आइदिने हेर सबैको धेरै मान्छेको मिस भइरहेको त्यही भएर सबैको अलिअलि कभर गरिदिनु ट्राई गर्छु है सबैको त गर्न सक्दिनँ होला तर कसको लाइक मोस्टको गर्न ट्राई गर्छु है त ओके वाइटी म्यानको गर्दैछु है त मैले अब ओके वाइटी म्यान चाहिँ 212 एसपी लेभल छ दीपक रहेछ नाम चाहिँ लिडर अफ एभेन्जर्स क्ल्यान रहेछ नयाँ क्ल्यान रहेछ गाइस 4 लेभलको छ अनि 2260 वार स्टार्स फोन विच लिगमा छ टनल 14 अनि यस्तो छ है हिरोजहरूको लेभल चाहिँ अनि स्किनहरू चाहिँ क्विनको मात्रै रहेछ उसको उसले स्योर जेमले किनेको होला स्योर जेमले किनेको कि परेको होइन तिमीलाई मलाई थाहा टनल 14 है ल टनल 14 को चाहिँ राम्रो बेस्ट छ है गाइस ओके द्याट वाज Deepak Whitey man from the chat अब म चेक गर्छु कसको अब म चेक गर्छु वाइटी म्यान तिम्रो चेक भइसक्यो है ए डाक्टरको सुपर च्याटको उस खोल त आइप्याडमा त्यो हाम्रो सुपर च्याटको वेबसाइट के
मैला मैला भयो
मलाई भने जता भने खोल त यहाँ हाम्रो स्क्रिन एउटा मात्रै मेरो यस्तो छ कि स्क्रिन एउटा मात्रै छ मेन त मैले ल्यापटपबाट गरिरहेको छु अनि मैले मोबाइलबाट चाहिँ च्याट पढिरहेको छु त्यही भएर अलिकति गाह्रो भएर क्या गाइज र मैले डाकिले हेरेर भनेको ल भोलि चाहिँ म अलिकति मिलाएर आउँछु अनि स्क्रिनमा आउने बनाएर आउँछु है भोलि चाहिँ म
भोलिबाट चाहिँ त्यो स्क्रिनमा देखिन्छ के अरे आज चाहिँ हामी त्यो सेटिङ चाहिँ हालेको छैन कि कति भयो मैले हाल्दै हाल्दैनौँ त्यही भएर हामीले हालेको पनि छैन कि देखिने स्क्रिनमा
ओके हामीले अनि अर्को भनेको अनि हाम्रो उता क्यानाडामा हुँदाखेरि चाहिँ उस थियो त्यही सेटअप थियो नि त यहाँ चाहिँ अलिकति उस छ के हाम्रो यो ल्यापटप भर्खरै लाग्यो अनि ओबिएस मात्रै सेटअप गरेको थियौँ कि त्यही भएर रोक ल रोक ल हाम्रो हाम्रो के भन्छ उमङ्गको सुपर च्याट चेक गरिहाल्थ्यौँ है यतातिरबाट रोक
उमङ्गले हामीलाई करोडौँ पठाएको छ है
करोडै पठायो कि करोडै पठायो मलाई आज करोडपति बनाइदियो अरे कि उसले ऊ हाम्रो नेपालको बिस्टर के गाइस के थाहा है बल हुन्थ्यो त्यस्तो भयो त गाइस सपनै हो त्यस्तो यार अनि हाम्रो वर्ल्ड च्याम्पियनसिप चाहिँ सुरु हुन अब धेरै टाइम छैन है 5-7 मिनट छ है भोलि सुबेरबाट बेस भिजा हाल्नुपर्छ है ओके ओके भोलि चाहिँ म मिलाएर आउँछु है त भोलि म जसरी मिलाउँछु के हो यस्तो के मिलेन फेरि यार म पनि गरिब नै हो रे केही हुन्न धनी हुने नि त भोलि पर्सि हामी नै गरिबै हो सबैजना गरिब मिलेर धनी भयो धनी एउटा छ नि के भन्छ एउटा टिकटकहरूमा आउँछ नि त्यो $1 दिएर यो ल त तिम्रो उसले $1 सबैले यो कतिजना मान्छे छ यो उसमा सबैले $1 दियो भने धनी हुन्छ नि तर त्यो कस्तो डम कुरा हो कि सबैलाई $1 रुपियाँ दियो भने त कति उस हुन्छ होला सबैलाई दिनु पर्यो नि त फेरि
आफूले 8 बिलियन पाउन
हामीले 8 बिलियन दिनु पर्यो
जति अब त्यो जानिए भयो कि हजुर
स्टार भयो गाइस ओर्नु ल गाइस हाम्रो यो के भन्छ अरे स्ट्रिम पनि सुरु भएछ मैले यहाँ खोलेर राखेको छु के यतातिर रोकाइ गाइस मैले एउटा बेस चाहिँ गरिदिन्छु कि तर गरिदिन्छु होला रोक है
तर हैन अब मोल पेमेन्टै गरेर उसो हुन्छ अरे तिम्रो होम डेलिभरी आए
डेलिभरी आए ओके गाइज म सुस्त बोल्न एकदमै ट्राई गर्छु है मेरो चाहिँ यस्तो छ कि मेरो चाहिँ एकदमै पहिलाबाट लास्टै फास्ट बोल्ने बानी छ त्यही भएर यहाँ पनि फास्ट नै बोल्छु त्यो चाहिँ मलाई पनि रियलाइज गर्छु होइन तर गाह्रो हुन्छ कि बिस्तारै बोल्न ट्राई गरे पनि फास्ट नै निस्किन्छ अनि गाह्रो हुन्छ कि तर सक्दो चाहिँ ट्राई गर्छु ल म अब स्ट्रिम गरी एकदमै सुस्त बोल्ने हुन्छु क्या हो
ओके तिमीलाई धेरैले कम्प्लेन गरे है
ओके जिएफ दिएको बाबा कस्तो मागेर जिएफ हुँदैन तिम्रो यो चाहिँ नहेर है एकछिन यतै हेरौँ यार ल गाइस म एउटा डुडेको बेस भिडियो हाल्छु एउटा अझै 5 मिनट बाँकी छ क्या त्यही भएर गाइस म एउटा डुडेको बेस हान्ने हेरिदिन्छु है त उनको धेरै गएको हो फेरि ए स्नो ल्याक्सको हेरिदिन्छु है रोको है मैले खोल्दैछु ओके यो चाहिँ हाम्रो स्नो ल्याक्स फ्रम द च्याट है 237 एक्सपी लेभल छ मदारा रहेछ नाम कोलिडर अफ ढाका टोपी बबाल नाम अनि 2162 वार स्टार्स 1 छ इलेक्ट्रो लिगमा छ अनि टाउन 17 म्याक्स हुन चाहिँ धेरै नै छ ट्रुप्सहरू बाँकी अलिअलि मात्रै भएर चाहिँ म्याक्स अनि हिरोजमा चाहिँ मिनियन प्रिन्स मात्रै भएछ है ए भएको छैन सरी अनि स्किनमा चाहिँ हाम्रो किङ किङको स्किन छ, क्वीनको छ अनि मिनियन प्रिन्सको छ है।
ल
अनि यस्तो रहेछ गाइज हाम्रो अलिअलि 16 को छ तर धेरै जस्तो चाहिँ 17 कै देखिरहेको छु है मैले बेस चाहिँ खोल्यौ।
मासबाट ल महँगो
ओके गाइज हाम्रो ल उबङ्गको यस्तो आएछ ल है त सुपर च्याट अब नेपालीमा लिनु पर्यो मेरो नुब आइडी 10 त 10 को अरे अझै 17 को लिन्छ मैले तिम्रो म्याक्स आइडी लिएर आए भने चाहिँ लिन्छु म। ओके धन्यवाद है धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद है। अब भोलि चाहिँ हाम्रो के अरे च्याट स्क्रिनमै आउनु गराउँछु है म। ओके अब म कस्तो चेक गर्छु ओके समिनेको चेक गर्छु है 2YU LRGO8 GO8 ओके
सब उसा खान्दा
हाँ ओके समिने चाहिँ 257 एक्सपी लेभल छ। आसु ओपिएन नाम रहेछ लिडर अफ एब्सोल्युट गोड्स है गाइस भर्खरै बनाएको क्लान रहेछ है त। अनि इलेक्ट्रोलिगमा चाहिँ टाउन 17 एभ्रिथिङ म्याक्स है सबै म्याक्स छ गाइस हेर त बवाल म्याक्स है नाइस नाइस नाइस। अनि ओहो किङ हेर न किङ मलाई फर्टन त क्यारी किङ हेर न खतरा खतरा गरे बवाल 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 स्किनहरु यस्तो छ गाइस भिजिट हान्दिम गाइज। अब हाम्रो म यो पछि एउटा लास्ट बेस हेर्छु अनि आजको लागि यति हुन्छ है बेस भिजिट चाहिँ अहिलेको लागि। ओके यस्तो चाहिँ गाइज उसको चाहिँ म्याक्स नै हो है हो क्या है म्याक्स नै हो सबै ट्रुप चाहिँ म्याक्स छ। उसको प्लेयर क्लान हेरमा के रहेछ उसको नयाँ क्लान रहेछ कि सब 17वटा 17 भर्खरै बनाएको क्लान रहेछ क्या उयो
अब टाउन 18 आउँदा चाहिँ 18वटा हुन्छ के हो
आसु वेयर आर फ्रम नेपाली हुनु जस्तो लागिरहेको मलाई इन्डिया होला सायद। ओके द्याट वाज आसु है गाइज। ओके आल चेक अर्जुन श्रेष्ठको है अर्जुन श्रेष्ठको अहिले लागि यही लास्ट गरिदिउँ होला है गाइज किनभने धेरै आहा है मैले मेरोको धेरै नै मिस नै भयो मलाई थाहा एकदमै धेरै मिस यस्तो हुँदा त आएको मान्छे आएको नि कता कता जस्तो हुने के BUCJYU ओके गाइज हाम्रो अर्जुन श्रेष्ठको चेक गर्दैछु मैले 212 एक्सपी लेभल छ कोलिडर अफ नेपाली बोय 1458 वार स्टार्स फोन अनि इलेक्ट्रोलिगमा चाहिँ टाउन हल 17 रहेछ फेरि पनि। अनि धेरै कुराहरू धेरै ट्रुप्सहरू म्याक्स गर्नु छ है अनि हिरोजहरू कुनै पनि म्याक्स भएको रहेन छ है अहिलेसम्म म जस्तो पारा रहेछ है उसको पनि। हामी यस्तै त हो नि ब्रो होइन त। ओके अनि स्किनहरू चाहिँ यस्तो छ है हाम्रो आरसीको स्किन छ अनि क्वीनको स्किन छ उसले चाहिँ खिचेहोस् केटीहरूलाई माया गर्दो रहेछ गाइस केटीहरूलाई बुझ्यौ नि अघि कसले हो केटीहरूलाई स्किन दिएको थिएन उसले चाहिँ केटीहरूलाई मात्रै दिएछ है बुझ्यौ नि यस्तो हुनुपर्छ कि बुझ्यौ नि। ओके भिजिट गरिदिउँ त लगाए यस्तो छ है हाम्रो अर्जुन श्रेष्ठको बेस चाहिँ यस्तो छ टाउन 17 को अब म्याक्स हो कि नै मैले त्यस्तो धेरै मेक्स त पाउन तर के अरे तर डिफेन्सहरू त टाउन 17 को देखेछु कि त्यही भएर म्याक्स नै भनिदिन्छु है ल। गाइस आजको लागि यो यति नै हुन्छ बेस भिडियो चाहिँ अब म भयो भने अहिले पछि बिचतिर 15 मिनटको ब्रेकहरू हुँदाखेरि चाहिँ आएर गर्छु बेस भिजिट। अहिलेको लागि चाहिँ हामी के भन्छ अरे अब वर्ल्ड च्याम्पियनसिप हेर्न जाऊँ है त आजको के अरे सुपर सेलबाट चाहिँ हेरेको तर प्रेडिक्ट गर्ने मिल्दो रहेछ यहाँबाट होला यो त डे 1 गाइस अहिले हामी सबैको टिमहरुको स्टार्ट हुँदा खेरि
We've got the Queen ability still intact. A couple enemies left. This is actually not looking bad.
Let's hope आज पनि बवाल मजा आउने वाला छ आज चाहिँ राम्रो बेस्ट टिमहरु हुन्छ अब
victory.
ए क्यामेरा क्यामेरा चाहिँ म साइडतिर राखिदिहाल्छु है त
Things were going south, and he's got it! General X putting them even further in the lead.
उहाँलाई भोलि हेरिदिन्छु ल कि अहिले पछि हेरिदिन्छु म पिक्चरतिर म अहिले पिक्चरतिर हेरिदिन्छु
It's a 3-star!
He's trying to hold his breath. Is it enough? The Queen's not going for the ricochet kick.
No,
But the boys there, he's celebrating! He's gonna get the third
Thank you
star for
भनेर हेरिदिउँ न नि त
सुपर च्याटको भएकोमा
Carry Esports might have just thrown this away. What?
यसको रिक्याप चलिरहेको थियो
ल गाइस लोगन छ त नाम तिम्रै हो यो तिम्रो हैन होला यो त 2 फिट तिम्रो कति राइट तिम्रो आइडी हो यो उमंग त खतिवटा आइडी हो कि नै थाहा छैन गाइस तर पनि म के छ भनिदिन्छु है 240 एक्सपेलेबल लिडर अफ वारियर फाइटर कति आइडी छ तिम्रो यो पनि 17 नै छ त अनि ड्रागन लिगमा छ है त 17 छ
सेकेन्ड प्लेस माथि यो
अल टाइम बेस्ट के ड्रागनमा अनि यस्तो छ गाइस यो पनि बगलै छ त ट्रुप्सहरु त म्याक्स छ त 2-3 मात्र बाँकी रहेछ मिनियन प्रिन्स तिम्रो कति आइडी छ त यस्तो टन 17 को दुईटा आइडी त टन 17 कै रहेछ है के किनेको हो सबै लगाइ यस्तो छ है म्याक्स छ त तिम्रो त यार भन्छ त कति आइडी छ अरु अझै छ टन 17 को लोगन पल त्यो चाहिँ हाम्रो उसबको थियो है गाइस सबै त 17 छ जस्तो छ उसँग क्लैन में खाइ ठाउँ छ अर्जुन ज्यू हाम्रो के भन्छ रे
As the smoke clears after our first day of competition, 2 teams have already been shown the door.
Hello Kancha.
You know what? Yesterday was a stark reminder that even the smallest mistakes can cost you the war, and today will be no different. My name is Barney Banks, and I am your host, and welcome to Clash Fest, live from DreamHack Atlanta. What an experience it has been. Just 6 teams remain in the fight to be crowned World Championship. And you know what? It's going to be absolutely unbelievable, and I cannot wait to see what happens here on the main stage, because the world is watching. And so, without any further ado, it's time to see some more familiar faces. It is, of course, Itsu and Judo Sloth.
Thank you so much, Banks. We are here for day number 2 of the Clash of Clans World Championship Finals. I am Judo Sloth, joined by Itsu. Yesterday was so incredible. I cannot wait for today's matches.
I'm super excited. We have seen a lot of Clash action today.
Hello, Mr. Tarai. Khana bachena.
Of those highlights, because we have seen incredible,
guys, don't forget to
emotions from
like,
ups
don't forget
downs,
to like and subscribe
upsets. Everything was part of this.
We really did have everything yesterday.
Okay, yesterday
you can see some of those upsets and some of the heartbreaking moments, but also the exciting ones as well. General X getting that 3-star there for Reported Gaming. They are coming up first against Elevate. But Tribe Gaming, they'll be coming up pretty soon as well. They have electric energy every single time that they are on the big stage. And well, today's matches are just going to be even more close because the teams are getting into their groove. They know who they're playing today. They've been able to reset overnight. So it's going to be really exciting these first couple.
That's right. But let's take a look at the format for this overall weekend, because we had 8 teams enter into a double elimination bracket, with the first 2 teams dropping already out on the first day yesterday, which means 6 teams remain. They're going to fight in 5 versus 5 clan wars, and they're going to fight in esports mode. For everyone who does not know what this means, it means that those defenses are dealing 20% more damage. The defending heroes are as well 20% stronger, but the attacking heroes are 10% weaker. And to make this even more challenging, you have the equipment in the level reduced, which means the common ones are on level 15, while the epic ones are capped at level 21. The true challenge for the best of the best, and that is exactly what we're looking for right here.
Absolutely. Well, I think it's time to go to the bracket to update everybody at home. So yesterday, we've already mentioned 2 teams unfortunately got eliminated. That was Carry Esports and Navi. However, our first matches today are up in the semi-finals. We've got Elevate versus Reported Gaming. Following that, Dizzy Stamina and Tribe Gaming. They are the first 2 matches. The losers of those matches will move down to the lower bracket to face off against Milliseem MG and Shiba.
And that is not going to be easy. Those 2 teams waiting in the low bracket, this is not easy for those 2 teams who are dropping down below.
Okay,
let's take a look at our predictions for the upcoming matches. We have overall discussed a little bit of like what each other thinks, but I feel like in the end everyone had really strong opinions about what they feel about those first 2 matches, because after that we still have like other things than like the matchups has been decided. But the first match, really all on page, except
आजको
Colin. He
prediction
was
भइसक्यो चाहिँ guys
really, really strong for reported here.
के भन्छ
For us,
reported र
Elevate, they have
Elevate
only got 10 stars, but
Yeah.
एउटाले मात्र reported predict गरे है अरू सबैले
This
Elevate
is the
predict गरे
toughest matchup, and I need to keep my perfect streak going. I'll keep rubbing that in since I finally got there. But I just feel like Elevate was so close on each of their attacks. The consistency, even though they didn't get a 3-star, was so high level.
5वटा हैन 4वटा होला
It was really
5वटा होला
tough,
4वटा होला
I'll
आज
be honest,
म्याच
because
दुईटा चाहिँ
Reported
म्याचमा छ अनि
spaces,
दुईटा
I
चाहिँ
feel like
तलको
that is what could tip over the edge in their favor, but it's really whether they can pull it off in the moment. So just really difficult matchup to pick, I would think.
आज चाहिँ सबैभन्दा को सपोर्टमा गाइज आज चाहिँ
I mean, if you want to make your predictions, you can do that as well.
Yes, event.supercell.com/clash-of-clans. Get your predictions in. You can win some free rewards the more that you get correct, and see whether you can beat us as casters as well.
That's going to be the challenge. Make sure that you are getting those rewards in, because of that, you can really upgrade those equipments a little bit quicker, making sure that your attack is even stronger, because we all know how important those heroes really are.
Yes, we've seen it here on the big stage, but we're just about ready for the first match. Elevate versus Reported Gaming.
Okay guys, first match, Elevate versus Reported Gaming.
The phrase "a clash of titans" gets thrown around a lot in esports. I'm guilty of it as well. But when I tell you that this first match up here on the main stage for Day-2 is a clash of titans, I mean it. So all I'll say about this next match is sit back, relax, and enjoy the fireworks. Your first team to step out onto the main stage are arguably the best team in the world right now. They are Elevate!
Best team रे बाबा हेरौँला है त जित्छ कि जित्दैन वर्ल्ड च्याम्पियनशिप जित्नु पर्यो नि हैन त ब्राजिल देखाछ ए हो मनोज स्टार भिडियो गर्दै आउनु ल ठाउँ खाली छ टन्नै नेले 3 स्टार ल्याएको थियो हिजो खन्नेदेखि नि 3 स्टार त ल्याउँदो रहेछ जे होस्
They are Bernal, Celinio, Leo, Pato, and Max. High energy, I love it. And with the crowd at their backs, this could be magical this weekend for this team in particular. Ladies and gentlemen, next up, their opponents stepping out onto the main stage are your reigning world champions. They are Reported Gaming.
भनेको सबैमा म पोल पनि हालिदिन्छु अब एकछिनमा ल आरपीजी है त ल जेनरल एक्स फिलिप आइन्स्टाइन यसको नाम चाहिँ फिलिप हो मलाई याद छ यसको नाम काशी तले त्यो गयो एकछिन त मलाई याद पोल हालिदिनु पर्यो युट्युबमा खेल्दै थिए छ्या के भएको त्यसले फन्नी छ हुन्छ समिले हुन्छ
They are Einstein, Philip, Emeka, Leo,
मैले क्लान ट्याग किन हाल्ने हो त्यसमा आउनु न त्यही हो हाम्रो क्लान ट्याग अर्को क्लान त क्लोज नै छ अहिले त यार
Yesterday we talked about how experience can be a defining factor up here on the main stage, but both of these teams have that in spades. So if I'm being totally honest, I think that predicting this match is kind of out of my jurisdiction. We're going to need some bigger brains for this one. So why don't we head over to Itsu and Judo Sloth to break this one down.
Well, we shared our predictions. Let's see whether it happens. I love watching the players moving out onto the stage now that we're live in person for the finals. And it's also great just to see how the different teams preparate, whether they come out just nice and solid, focused, high energy, try and get into your opponent's head. Different teams have different ways of dealing with things, but we are going to be getting into this match momentarily.
Yeah, and I cannot wait. I mean, thanks a lot. This is the clash of titans. Because those two teams have done incredible, not just over this year, but over the years, because they have a ton of veterans on the lineup. We're starting things off with the lineup of Elevate. I mean, they were the most dominant team over this year. qualifier after qualifier, dominating the scene. The question is,
हिजो
can
कसले
they
हो
now
भनिरहेको छ
do
हिजो
it?
कसले हो
Because
भनेर कि
yesterday
एलिमिनेटेड
they
जस्तो
have
लाग्छ भनिरहेको थियो
without a
च्याटमा
single
लेट्स सी है त
3-star.
लाइक
That
वर्ल्ड
was one of the
च्याम्पियनशिप
matches we could have
एलिमिनेटेड
seen
जस्तो
easily 13 stars from them.
तर हेरौँ है त
But they
के
were
हुन्छ
always so little, like so short. But on this one, I think Reporter is not going to let them give away any other of those opportunities.
Yeah, I mean, we both picked Elevate, but I feel like they have to convert those triples. If they fall short the way that they did, Reported are not going to slip up, and they are going to be able to get a couple of triples on the board, I would say. Leo, Einstein, General X, Phillips, American, they are all stacked
don't
with
forget to like
experience.
if you haven't yet,
Leo being the
and
member
if you haven't
joining the
subscribed yet,
lineup
please,
from last year's
please do,
Synchronic team that won the
Dhanyavad.
World Finals, but he's came in
We're
and
getting
you can
for
see from the
getting ready
stats,
for
he has
Elevate
been
versus Reported
crippling
Gaming
a
अहिले
lot.
चाहिँ अब
He's got that
हाम्रो
high performance,
जुन
which really
स्टकले चाहिँ
added to
यहाँ
this team
सबैको
as well.
एकदमै भित्री कुराहरू
That's right.
खोताल्दै छ है
And
यहाँ
they
कम्पेयर
are as well
गर्दैछ
one of
दुईटा
those
टिमलाई
teams who
अब
like to
हेर्न
bring
कसले
in the
जित्छ
fireball.
भनेर
Surge, which we have seen yesterday, really
सुरुमै टाउकोमा हात
pushing up
राख्यो
those
रिपोर्टेड
3-star
गेमिङले
rates.
त्यस्तो
Because
नगरेर
if you
आलोचना
pick
लाउँछ
the
भाइ
right base, you
है
have really good chances. And
Yes,
everything is
this
coming
was
down
there.
to the Flame Flinger. That Siege dominated the first day of this competition.
Absolutely, and we alluded to it earlier, and I feel like with Reported, we always mention their bases, but when you do have teams that have that caliber, it's always great to highlight. That is something that they will not be giving up weaknesses, and they really do need to make sure that they've built for the Flame Flinger value. But Itsu, you were looking at the results there. All of our viewers are looking at it. What do you think?
I mean, him looking at the results now, I feel like maybe it's not as as even as we were thinking. But no, but all seriousness, if you can really prepare for your opponent, like those two teams, and play their strength like Reported with their base building, I think this match for sure is going to be close. But something, a trend which we have seen as well, Reported really heavily focused on their defense. Because on offense, they usually maybe get 10 to 12 stars. Well, Elevate has this explosive potential where they can get those 13 stars, and this, I think, is needed in this matchup.
Yeah, I think they're just going to have to be creative to get those different methods. Going back to the Flame Flinger value, just making sure that there's not going to be an easy Flame Flinger pickup, you know, like sniping a mortar and then you've got great Flame Flinger value. It's going to have to be tanking the expos. We seen yesterday players overgrowthing areas so they could get the rocket loons deep in to take out those expos that are covering the range of the Flame Flinger. So they will have to be a bit creative if they want to use that technique. We've seen a lot of Super Yetis from Elevate yesterday. That's where they just were missing short. It's something we haven't seen from them a lot in the qualifiers. And maybe they've had time overnight to reflect on those attacks, analyze, and see those little adjustments that they can make today.
Yeah, that is for sure something, because most of their attacks yesterday, 99, 98, 97, I think twice. So they had so many close attacks, and the question is, were they able to really get rid of those nerfs, make sure that they're concentrated, and get ready into this matchup, because we are. So let's go to the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our vibe check today. How are we feeling, DreamHack Atlanta? We good? That's what I like to hear. We'll like a little bit of audience. Clash bashing. Joining me here on the main stage, Bash. It's day 2. How you feeling?
Oh, absolutely excited. I mean, we got two absolute powerhouse teams to kick us off.
I feel like with a match like this, let's be quite frank, okay? You can throw all the marbles in with this match, because the lower bracket is that buffer that both of them have. They're not quite out of the competition, whoever loses this match. But who have you got your money on?
Well, I mean, it's a real coin flip here, but I mean, obviously, I'm over here with my guys, Reported Gaming, the defending world champions here.
We'll take split sides then. I'll go over to Elevate over here.
Oh, I see how it is, Banks.
Yeah, we'll catch the vibes, won't we? All right, how are we feeling about Elevate?
Oh, no, come on, guys. These are defending world champions. Make some noise.
Defending world champions.
People are feeling hyped about this, okay? We can talk about this. Reigning world champions 2023. How you feeling?
Reigning world champions right now, Banks.
He's got me. He's got me on that one. He's got me on that one. Okay. As always, we've done your audience predictions for you guys here, and of course a lot of you at home as well. Let's find out the prediction for this match from the community. It's
61% elevate
And it's
right?
elevate.
49 RPG.
I mean, I feel like that's fair. This is a little bit of a coin flip, but you know, I won't lie. It was hard for me to pick this matchup.
Yes, of course. You know what? We've all said it already. Two powerhouses on the main stage. It's all going to come down to those little micro elements. It could be, it's a minefield out there, let's be honest. One misplaced, and it could be curtains, Bash.
Tornado trap into some spring traps, and that RC gets thrown off.
L guys,
You
अब
never know.
सुरु हुँदैछ
these two teams are really great base builders. I think this could be a
हाम्रो
defensive
च्याटमा चाहिँ कसको धेरै
matchup.
भोटा
I'm
छ
excited
अहिलेसम्म
for it.
I love it. Well, without any further ado, it is time for your first match for Day 2 of the Clash of Clans World Finals. It's so Judo Sloth, take us in.
We are so ready, the same as those players, because we
Hola,
are
Diwan.
right about
हिजो त
heading
हेर्दै
into the
थिएँ,
first
हिजो धेरै मान्छे हेर्दै
attack
थिएँ,
of
guys,
this
सम्झि हिजो
epic
2 बजे लाइभ बन्द भएको
matchup.
थियो.
We have Leo starting things off with some Root Riders and as
Guys,
well
तर
with
यस्तो
that
तर
Royal
रिपोर्ट
Champion
टिमको
charge.
एउटा
It seems
प्लेयरले
like
लास्ट हग्यो थियो
Rocket
के
wants to make sure that
एउटा प्लेयरले है
events
त
really are not as
हिजो
effective.
Absolutely, you can use those
But I
rocket
think he
loops
got right,
so
though.
flexibly to set up the pathing of the Royal Champion. Does have to turn a couple of defenses invisible to push her right into the Expo and Ricochet Cannon. But like we were talking about before, you can use the rocket loons to set up Flame Flinger value as well.
What? That defending Archer Queen is for sure a paid actor, luring that Royal Champion into that compartment without any redirect needed whatsoever. And this now means there can't be any traps. He's even avoiding the Giga Bomb. Oh,
no.
Not getting that merge cannon. The
Root
question is,
Riders,
how
like
important
that.
is that?
7%
Because
मात्रै
the funneling, the ring is interrupted.
He's got that interrupted, like you said. It's you never want to leave your Royal Champion too long and then take too much damage, lose the Fox. You do want to recall. He's thankfully able to pick that Ricochet Cannon up without too much issue. And you notice the Overgrowth then pushing the Root Riders around the Town Hall, but that should wear off in a pretty good time depending on how he gets through these Ice Golems.
The troops are the
Healers are stuck on the heroes, which means the Root Riders at this point have mostly went down. The King and the Queen on the top, they're trying their best. The Overgrowth, as you said, woke up again, which means the Town Hall is the next target.
Royal Champion is right there. She's about to take it down, but like you said, the healers are on the Royal Champion, and now the healers are getting battered by the Town Hall defense. They will be going down pretty soon, and then he's only got the hero abilities to try and push through the back end of this base.
Redmine taking down another healer, which means he is only relying on the last 1 to 2 healers in this army composition. More wall breaks are coming in, but they're targeting the outside. The last healer going down. At this point, it's all about this back end, which is looking stacked with another poison tower and the defending minion prince.
कति पर्सेन्ट आउला गाइस यसको कति पर्सेन्ट आउला
There it goes, just to slow everything down as well. We've got the defensive hero monolith and that of the minion prince, and the monolith right behind both of those dealing such high damage. So things will fizzle out in the center here. It's really how much value you can get with the barbarian king on the outside of the base. Not a lot of non-defensive buildings down there to drive the percentage. Yesterday we seen around about 90% was the mark to hit, and it looks like Leo is going to fall short of that.
Yeah, it is a little bit tricky here, using the spiky ball early, and this means only one of those other back-end buildings are going down, with the Rocket Loons taking another few buildings, but he just got above the 80% mark. Pushing it now to 85, but that monolith is having different plans, which means he's going to stay on that percentage. The first defense for Elevators in, and if we remember their average destruction yesterday, this is something which they can be for sure happy about if they can again bring their offense into this matchup.
Absolutely, they had a very similar start yesterday, and that was following a 3-star from their opponent as well. And yet they switched it around, they kept their head in the game, and they managed to get that victory. So I'm sure General X team captain will be giving that prep talk to all of the players. And they have put a lot of work in behind the scenes. We always talk about their base building, but now we have to see whether that can pay off as it's Elevate to attack next.
Guys, Leo is in bad mood अहिले चाहिँ हेर्दा बिचारा sad छ है लियो चाहिँ only 2 star has 86 ल्यायो तर ठिकै छ अब के गर्न सकिन्छ है जे हुनु थियो भइसक्यो लियो don't worry अब
always some little errors here and there, and in the esports mode this
अब
can
हामी यताबाट
really
को हो
make a
यो
big
त first
difference.
attacker
Were they able to really fix this over the night and can get back to form, because we know them as such an offensive powerhouse.
Okay,
Yeah, I was
Pato,
looking at the lineup there. Normally we see Max going first, who is such a high hit rate player for them. He didn't quite look ready when I was looking at the cameras there, and that is the case. It is Pato to attack first. Royal Champion dive from 9 o'clock. We've got a couple of Yetis at the top to snipe off some of those defenses. And let's see what the base has in store in terms of traps.
Except that skeleton trap, which is not the most efficient trap versus the electro boots of that Royal Champion. Keep charging for it, trying to redirect now into the point tower compartment, which he's successfully doing, taking a lot of damage, and that Fox is not having a great time.
It is not, but like you said, he's mitigating traps in this area because you only have so many to spread around the base, and what we typically see is all of them stacked in one area to make sure you do have enough damage. Get rid of that RC early. Meaning, if you can identify where the traps are not, that's what Pato has done. Gets his RC recalled, and now he can start with those root riders.
Yeah, the opening looks really great. The core, perfect, because you have two of those key defenses over there.
पढेर भन्नुपर्ला रिपोर्टर जित्ला त अरे सुरुमा रिपोर्टरको बिग्रिसक्यो गाइस तिनीहरू तिनीहरू अलिकति होपलेस त भइसक्यो है पक्का नि तिनीहरूको अरूहरू ट्रुपहरू पनि ला त भइसक्यो अलिअलि तर लेट्स होप तिनीहरू काम बसेर अब अलि राम्रो गर्छ भन्ने तर वी डोन्ट नो येट प्याटोले कस्तो गर्छ है त्यसमा फरक पर्छ अब त लेट्स सी
has to get some of those defenses down quick as we do have a little bit of a split. Some troops going in towards the monolith and that Tesla in the center. Others getting thrown around the outside of the town hall here. Queen looks to be following the pack in the middle. But a little bit of a split on the healers as well, which is not the end of the world there for him.
तर ट्रुप्सहरु अलिकति छुट्टिएको छ है छुट्टियो भने त मलाई अलिक मन पर्दैन यार
too many powerful troops to take care of that defense, and as for the minion prince is trying to join in as well. The minion prince now is getting chased by those clones from the archer queen, but the minion prince is going to win. He should win.
Defending Minion Prince OP. Remember, in esports mode, all of the stats are amplified on defense. Defending heroes having 20% more hit points and dealing 20% more damage. Moving to this last compartment, a lot left here. Barbarian King stuck over at 3 o'clock. Remember, the percentage from Leo was 86%. So he is going to climb above that. But as we mentioned, Elevate need to be putting some 3 stars on the board if they want to win this, because Reported do tend to have that consistent 10 to 12 star score lines.
That's right, the percentage is pushing higher and higher though with 20 seconds left until the spike ball. This should get for sure over the 90% mark as the King is keep going. We have 12 more seconds, so he has to use the spiky ball ability any second now to not waste any of them. There we go, okay. Going to the outside and further back in, but 93% is giving them the percentage lead.
Not bad,
the first set of attacks.
7 percentage points in the lead after this first round of attacks. And after a round of attacks, you will take the lead. It doesn't matter whether it's stars, percentage, whatever. You'd always want to be in the lead. I guess depending on how your lineup of attackers go, have you used all of your strong attackers? And
guys,
Pato is a 93% level, so that's a good thing for Elimination. Even though all of these players are top level, we do have those superstars in each of the lineups as well.
Yeah, that's right for sure. Some of those players performing
यहाँ पनि pause भएर नि फेरि
Trying to use them as...
Oh no. When that one's waking up again, that is then bad news for him.
Certainly is. Oh, the healer's just moved across to the Royal Champion. That is pivotal because with the Valkyries being down, he loses a lot of DPS behind the Riders, so he needs the Royal Champion, he needs the Archer Queen to stay alive and provide that damage. Slowly moving through the base, we've got the Barbarian King at the top, distracting the minion prince, but that multi-tier cannon deals a lot of damage. Now he gets that down, but the Crusher Mortar then steps into play.
1 minute बाँकी छ 1 minute बाँकी छ अनि 2-7 छ हिरो 2 छ है बाँकी चाहिँ यो भेन्यु यार
And he gets some more percentage points because at this stage we all see it is going to be another defense. We have talked about it. This match could be really a defensive showcase for those two teams. Which means the percentage points are even more important. Right now, below the 80% mark, can he pick up any more buildings to get in the higher percentage range?
Well, he's got a couple of troops that he don't really think he can snipe anything off, to be honest, at the moment, using those 2 rocket moves, trying to set up a gold mine snipe as well. But we mentioned the 90% mark being the benchmark. Elevate able to hit that with 93%, but the 2 opening attacks from Reported falling short at the moment. General X normally attacks about the mid part, and he is certainly one of their superstars. Getting that 3-star yesterday, maybe they can pick things up. It's back across to Elevate, see if they can convert to a 3-star.
Yeah, I feel like we have seen that yesterday. What we said every single time, Elevate has a lot of good attackers. Like,
अहिले चाहिँ अब हाम्रो लियो चाहिँ नराम्रो भएन लियोको अम्रिकनले अझ नराम्रो हाने है त 80% 81%ले.
The question really is, can they push the extra mile today? 1, 2, sometimes 3 buildings were left on the battlefield, and this is the difference between a 2 and a 3-star.
Absolutely, and you know, Reported Gaming, they're getting 2 stars. That's absolutely fine as long as they can defend and get 1 3-star. They win this matchup. Just keep yourselves in it. Keep your head cool. We've seen fair share of 1 stars yesterday, so they do not want to be falling into that position where they're having to get 3 stars just to catch back.
Yeah, that is why we seem to see a Max getting ready for his attack. We will see that in just a second, confirmed if he actually is the second attacker for Elevate. And maybe he can really showcase his class on the stage and gets the first place in this match. Gets the first 3-star for his team, because that in this position would be so crucial. They have the percentage lead so far, and if they would get and convert that into even 1-star lead, that would be a game changer. We see him back to the Root Riders, and we see the approach with the Angry Jelly Warden charge.
Oh no, फेरि घुमे यार ल नो घुमे गाइस अब ओके वार्डन हाने है यसले चाहिँ सुरुमा
We've seen him using this
गाइस जीपी को चाहिँ हामी भयो भने हामी हेर्दै छौं हामीले भयो भने हामीले गरिदिन्छौँ भनेर तर हामीलाई थाहा नै कुरा गर्दैन र भयो भने
so many times. Let's see whether he can get that to work this time. We've got the Grand Warden funneling by itself. Normally we do see the Archer Queen alongside that. Now we see the Queen coming in just to make sure that the Angry Jelly and the timing of that can get a little bit extra value.
Queen and Warden को opening गरे है यसले Warden बाट.
Going into the compartment, she should go in there. No test up popping. Right now, this Archer Queen is dropping lower and lower in points. If that ability goes off, that would be a nightmare for him because the Giant is getting spawned and the recall is going to become quite tricky. Another Invis is getting invested to get the entire compartment out and make sure that he's keeping his abilities.
Yeah, I really like how preserved he was with the Invis. Not using them initially when there wasn't as much damage from the defenses on the perimeter, but once he got that little bit deeper, using them to make sure he didn't lose the ability, like you said. Now we've got them recalled coming in alongside the Root Riders and a battle blimp for this one. It's aiming to just get the core seemingly and take out the Crusher Mortar, which is pivotal against those Root Riders.
He's getting even more Yetis in there. The core slowly disappears. One of those Yeti might go, and then front tower is going down.
He takes out all of that damage, and he creates the defensive pathing for his Root Riders to move all of the way around the base now, leaving the Town Hall until the end of the attack. But Max keeping his cool. This is looking great so far, and he still has hero abilities left to adjust on the fly.
That is looking so good. 3 hero abilities, you said it right. At this point, he needs to really make sure that those troops are staying together. He has some supportive troops as well. A wall break to get his king later on into the base. And quite some root riders are still alive.
Finally using the Royal Champion ability. We've still got the King and the Queen ability. I'm keeping an eye on time because he has to get across to that back area of the base as well. Once the Town Hall is down though, he can loop around the bottom side and he's got the wall breaker. He can reach all of the buildings on the other side of that bottom compartment as well.
But time is ticking. There was spring traps going down, but the Royal Champion is most likely going to survive. The question though is, does he have enough time? Because with 20 seconds left, I am not sure if this is going to be enough or just yet again another high percentage.
Just that little bit short, isn't it? He's going to use the King ability to blast through a couple of these buildings, push that percentage so close. Max got 90% yesterday. Is it
धन्दै भयो त धन्दै है धन्दै टाइम फेल भयो टाइम फेल भएन गाइस लास्टमा हान्यो वाह यसलाई त ठुलो आनन्दको साथ आएर गुजबम्स आयो यार मलाई पनि
percentage lead. They have as well the 1-star lead.
यसलाई मुटु त
could be the game deciding moment for this matchup because the pressure on Report at this point is immense. They have to get their first 3-star in to somehow stay close, and even with the 3-star, they are still behind because of the percentage game.
26 percentage points behind they are, and that star. Oh my goodness, that was so clutch for Elevate. That's what we expected from Max, given his performance across the qualifiers. The heartbreak he had yesterday with that 99, surely it wasn't going to happen again. But Reported Gaming, current world champions, they've had their backs up against the wall time and time again. They need to keep their head in the game, focus on their own attacks. And let's see who they have up next. Like you said, they do have a lot of diversity in their attacking skills. Some fireball attackers, Einstein. I love all of these player videos as well. And let's see what he can do on response.
It is going to be the fireball, and yes, it is. 3 earthquakes in the mix. The rocket loons are set up, and 2 yetis to make sure that you can set up that siege machine.
Okay,
we have the fireball, we have the test at the bottom side to really trigger traps, make sure that this opening is as safe as possible. And so far, he's just investing those rocket loons, but he has not used the warden just yet, and we have seen so many times. Time is an important factor. There goes the fireball, right on the monolith, catching those Mars defense right next to it. And this means, wait, where's the warden going?
He moved right on it. I didn't quite see what happened there. I was focused on the fireball. Presumably you were as well. But he reacted with the invisibility spell super quick there. Now sending in rocket loons, but it looks like the healers did take a little bit of damage because of that as well.
Yeah, and there are 2 expos now on this warden. And if out of counter 2 heroes, there is the invis spell. The king though is getting turned invisible as well, which means he's going to redirect. The scan spell is here to keep him safe. We have the headhunters coming in, but can they stay safe? Because they have to support that warden. The defending minion prince is about to go down, and the king as well. Headhunter timing flawless.
Alongside that skeleton spell as well, immensely dealt with there by Einstein. Such a beautiful job. We've got the furnace helping out, but defending headhunter on the wall. Keeps it alive, gets that defending headhunter. Woo! My heart is pumping right now. How is Einstein dealing with this?
All the stress in the beginning, it seems like he's not bothering with that flame flinger. Instead, he's going in with that lock launcher, trying to have an as strong as possible hero dive with the support as well in here. and having the town hall as pretty much one of the last buildings. The multitasking now is going to be so crucial. Hero dive on the far right side, Warden on the left, and then as well, later on adding the king and even the Royal Champion to take down another compartment.
Incredible timing with that log launcher to get the poison tower before it reactivated. Einstein going full send, risking it all because they're behind on the stars and percentage. He's got to get that 3-star, but with the town hall on the opposite side of the base, it certainly looks scary. He's got the Royal Champion to try and help reinforce. There goes the King ability, trying to wipe out some of these defenses. Got the Archer Queen ability as well to try and help out, and still holding on to that Royal Champion as long as he can.
35 seconds. Time is ticking. The Royal Champion for the town hall and as well for the Crusher mod at the top side. Going down. Second star is going to follow right after. But with 25 seconds and still nearly 20% of the base left, I am not sure if the time is enough.
20 seconds.
Kind of got enough power
90
as well, safe right here. Going to get the Crown
15
Castle.
seconds. 15 seconds. 90 to the left. Nice. 100 down to Ala. 100 down to Ala. 9 seconds. 9 seconds.
Everything that happened.
I
think it's going to just be, is it? Don't tell me it's a 99. Oh, 98% for Einstein. I mean, he could have flipped out of the way between the attack of Max and the attack of Einstein. But that's esports, the smallest margins. Heartbreak for RPG, but maybe they can use that as a bit of a boost that they were so close. How do you deal with an attack like that, given the position they are? What do you think's going through their mind?
It is a heartbreaker for
sure.
It just feels like, especially with the close place that they've just received, it just feels like that nothing is going your way. And getting out of that headspace, it is not easy. And now it's again back to Alyy. And they have a lot of power in their hands, because if they follow up yet with another 3-star, this match is looking darker and darker for Reported Gaming. Well, getting ready with their next attacker. That's the opportunity to really put his mark onto this match.
Play it safe as well. Make sure you're not doing too many risks at this point. Leo, it is, like you said, a 3-star here. We've seen it throughout the entire Elevate lineup. They have such powerhouses, and a 3-star here really does put them in that commanding position. And then they'd be done for the day. They'd move on to the finals for tomorrow.
That's right, winning this match and as well saving then bases, because you don't have to play until tomorrow. But right now the charge is going strong, using rocket dunes to really push that Royal Champion into the right direction, and so far not triggering any traps, it seems like. Redirecting the Royal Champion into that core, or near the core with the multi-front tower, and setting up incredible pathing.
Incredible indeed. RC diving through to this area with the Clan Castle. And he's going to recall. Thought he was going to try and get sneaky and take out those troops alongside the Electro Boots as well.
It is always a risk of delaying, like recalling late, delaying the recall, because that Fox can always go down, and it's so nice to have that as a defensive tool for your Royal Champion as the attack is progressing further.
The Queen on the outside, helping with that funnel a little bit. Look at the giant bomb there, trying to snipe out Headhunters on the outside, managing to get that in to take the defending Archer Queen though, but this is a little bit tricky. Ice Golem timing to get through where all of his troops are going to be frozen.
All the troops are frozen, but they're still moving slowly, and that is the crucial part here with the Rage Gem on that Warden. Moving slowly, but having the recovery of those healers, which are dealing or healing even more with the Rage Gem of the Warden. Right now, moving towards the Town Hall, we have the Fire Spitter start firing, and one overkill.
He's going to use that on the backside Fire Spitter. There it is alongside the Crusher Mortar and the Scatter Shot. Obviously wanting to make sure he locks down that Town Hall before moving to the outside compartments. Royal Champion still looking good, still has ability. King still has his, holding on to the Archer Queen one as well, so still enough power here and enough time if he can play his cards right.
He just needs to get out of this core with his troops. He has Yeti in there, he has the Warden there, and so many healers. If he can get out of this compartment, he's looking good, but unfortunately the Queen is going for the wrong wall, which means she's not getting the quick access towards the Mortar Crusher, and that defense, we have seen it already, has the chance of shutting down attacks completely. But still the King ability not even used yet.
Now punching through that wall, pressing the Queen ability, will get that Kushimoto down, and then the Minion Prince goes for the Minion Prince first, which means he takes a little bit extra damage. But here we go with the spiky ball, sniping out some of those defenses. Still got 2 Super Barbarians to use on the outside of the base. He is cool, calm, collected, wanting to get that next 3-star for Elevate, putting them 2 stars in the lead and 28 percentage points. It is said and done here.
This is the Elevate everyone were expecting to come into this competition. The dominant team going through the qualifiers like it's nothing. Really strong showing yesterday. They just had to arrive. They still made it. But today they're here to play and report it. I mean, they feel the power.
Absolutely. I mean, at this point, Reported have to 3-star their next attacks, and they need 2 huge defenses to keep up or catch up on the percentage points as well. So they really do have the pressure. Normally, yesterday in the lineup, we've seen General X attack, and then Philip. Looks like Philip is prepping a little bit more than General X here, though, unless General X is just not feeling that pressure.
We have seen some players really being resistant to the pressure, and General X seems to be one of them. Can he do the first part which needs to happen for the miracle run? We have seen crazy comebacks yesterday. We have seen matches where hope was gone. But we have seen matches which getting turned around. This needs to be the start. And Super Yetis are his choice to take down this base.
Using the Yeti instantly, wait to get that Flame Flinger in. You mentioned it in the last attack of Einstein, where he then changed his mind. And that's because if you're using the Flame Flinger, you need to actually let it have the time to work and get you that value. If it doesn't have the time, it's not going to be able to. But look at his Warden on the right side. Oh my goodness! I thought he was going to be safe there.
This is always the issue with doing multiple things at the same time. You saw, he deployed the archers at the top side, which means he was concentrating on where can I already place cleanup for this Flame Finger, and he did not pay attention to the Warden in this esports mode. Already one of those merge defenses can be really deadly to the Warden, and with losing that eternal ability, that is going to be a big power loss for the core of this base.
I mean, the issue is, does he even, I mean, he has to, right? He has to follow the plan, but his plan was to go all of the way through the base to the town hall. Now he doesn't have the Eternal Taunt for in the middle of the base. That's risky to get all of the way through the town hall now. Does he rotate the plan? Does he continue to go full send? They have to get the 3-star, so I guess he has to. This could be devastating, but let's see if he can hold it together.
He has to take the risk, and he has to approach from the far side. The top side was perfectly funneled, really nicely done there. Losing the tone, though, might be what is the big difference maker in this attack. So far, though, the attack looks beautiful. Can he overpower this? The Giga Bomb going off. We have the defensive Clan Castle coming in. The Rocket Dudes are getting overpowered quickly. The jump leading into the back end, but the Crusher Mortar is firing. And those Super Yetis, they are suffering, or are they alive? They are alive.
They are alive. They're moving. If General X does this, he is just, he's on another level as it is. But oh my goodness. Using the King ability, he will get the Town Hall. And look at the Royal Champion charging down the far side of the base. He's still got the Ultra Queen ability. And Breeze. What is this madness? What are you doing to us? How to keep the suspense? What a Clash of Clans player he is. Offense, defense, when things go wrong, it doesn't matter. Cool, calm, collected, 3 stars. General X really is on another level.
He really is dragging his team back into this match. He doesn't want to give up. It doesn't matter if he's wagging the Eternal Tome or something. He is just staying calm and as well trying to turn off the attack. What an impressive showing by him. Getting his team back into this match, and now it's back to Elevate. I mean, they are on a roll, and they have the potential now of getting one out of those next attacks being 3 stars, and the match will be over. But we have seen 1-star crazy upsets. Is this going to happen again?
Wow, I mean, Elevate cannot take any risks here. They are still in the driving seat. Get those comfortable high percentages. Even if the 3-stars don't convert, they are so far in the lead on percentage points. But usually whenever Max 3-stars, he gets the MVP. Usually whenever General X 3-stars, he gets the MVP. Like, who would you even opt for here? Even if Robotic don't make the miracle comeback, that was just probably the most impressive attack I've seen in Clash of Clans. To hold your head together and get that done. Wow.
I mean, funny enough, that's what Max is doing in qualifier as well. Losing his eternal jump during World War and still 3-starring, and even more funny enough, doing it with Super Yetis. I mean, those two players have a lot in common, getting MVPs like nothing, and as well, still 3-starring even though losing the Warden ability. But we're back to the next attack with another Root Rider and World Champion charge into this base from Philip, and Bernal is looking set because so far the opening looks flawless with the Yeti, making sure the Royal Champ stays on track and getting yet another building out of the space.
Yeah, Royal Champion here is actually going to track down through the defensive buildings essentially, which means, oh, maybe not. He's redirecting her to this location. However, there's still no major room for traps over by the Town Hall.
Yeah, another nice invisibility spell to really get her into that tunnel compartment. We have that ability now getting used with the haste vial to make sure that this Royal Champion is having no issue whatsoever versus that tunnel. More spring traps are popping up, but this is way too late because this Royal Champion has gotten a ton of value. Can he get even more? He wants to have the Crushing Mortar next, and with 4 more invisibility spells, he is looking good for that.
That looks amazing. He can just keep the RC safe here. Don't get too worried about the timings. Make sure you use these invisibility spells. Don't lose her. We don't typically see large RC charges moving into Root Rider attacks, but just look at the value he got there.
Yeah, now letting the Royal Champion go down because the value is there. At this point, it is all about time management because he has invested a big part of this time of his attack into this Royal Champion. And Root Riders are not the quickest troop overall, so he needs to make sure that he's getting the time on his side as the Queen is funneling. And the Root Riders are pushing in. I think the King is as well already deployed to start the cleanup process.
Absolutely. Root Riders will temporarily move up to take out those couple of defenses. Does mean he doesn't have any tanking for the Archer Queen by the Monolith, so he does have to use that ability to get through it. But again, up to the top side, we've got the multitasking to try and split things up. They're going down pretty quick though.
Yeah, you had the Siege Barracks on the far right side to make the time even less of a factor as the Warden ability is still not used. 56 seconds. Is this going to be enough? The Rocket that was sniping that fire splitter, a genius play here. But I see one big, really dangerous dragon inside that core. And that one can be an issue. If he's getting close, that's the issue. He's far away from everything. Can he get close to make an impact?
Yeah, he might be able to just dodge that altogether, but either way, he snuck the headhunter in there, and alongside the boogers, takes down the minion prince, so he doesn't have to worry about that. The issue is time. Can he get up towards the multi-inferno and the mortars? Like you said, Root Riders are slow, that's his main thing. But even if not, percentage is where Elevate needs it to be. Bernal with the drum roll himself, 15 seconds, is it enough?
Let's go, let's go, let's go, 10 seconds, let's go,
Tower
let's
is
go,
still
let's
having a lot of hit points. 6 seconds, 5, 4, he is masterclass right there.
That is the Elevate we expected yesterday. They converted those attacks that fell just short.
Thank you so much,
3 stars out of their 4 attacks so far. This is where they have that explosive capability on offense, and especially against arguably the best base builders in the world in that of Reported Gaming.
I mean, this Elevate team is going to be scary. It doesn't matter who has to face them next. It's not going to be a fun one for them for sure. Defending this team feels impossible. They are up here. We're on the other side, Reported. They have again had their 1 3-star, which they usually have, like 11, 12 stars. This is where they are usually getting their stars in. but the defense this time around has completely let them down. Can they get another 3-star though? Because Philip is in with the Root Riders, and we have another Flamefinger, which is right now getting set up for him.
That looks so cool, just pinging the rocket loon across like that to test for the Tesla in that little gap. Finds one of them, but well out of range of Flamefinger, so he can set that up. Forget about the archers, Philip, and move to the top area of the base with a giant arrow pinging through, looking to set the funnel at either side of the base.
And what a cool way with the giant arrow and the lightning combination to set up a nice pathing later on. The Tesla, though, might lure the Queen to the outside. She has to come back, but I'm not sure. Maybe those Dolomites can take on the Expo, and that's exactly what is going to happen. The Queen staying on the outside is completely fine.
Yeah, she can still reach that multi-archer tower, which now falls, means he can actually take out a couple of other buildings down this way. Loon does help and actually recalls them out at this point as they were taking a lot of damage. He cannot lose the Archer Queen this early.
You want to have her alive, and especially want to really make sure that she's supporting your attack later on. As we have the Klein Castle release, we have Furnace in there, there's the poison, the rocket loons are not doing too much as he's having the healers on his troops. And the bottom side already cleared out is such a nice way, because this means the pathing for the Root Riders is set up really nicely.
Yeah, he does only have one overgrowth. Sometimes we see two, so it does mean that he can't rely on the overgrowth for pathing as well. So that's where that extra care in setting it up is needed. With the Barbarian King at the top of the base though as well, it's just trying to make sure that since he doesn't need that defensive pathing, he can use the King to try and help with time.
Yeah, trying to set up the time issue, like trying to remove that time issue and send the King into that compartment. The spiky ball though goes to the outside, but with the earthquake boots. Oh, is he going to get the Multi Crusher? The heroes are distracting his King.
The Phoenix, the splash of the Phoenix actually, was it attacking the Crusher Motor? Either way, Crusher Motor goes down. Then the Phoenix trying to get the King will fall short, but the Archer Queen under immense damage here as the Root Riders on the outside. He's got an invisibility spell to help. Rocket Spear goes off from the Royal Champion. It is looking good here for Philip if he can get through this final little bit of defenses. The Spirit Fox turns his RC invisible, and he will push through these final few defenses. Bittersweet attack for Philip, getting that 3-star, but knowing that Elevate have this war in full control. Reported Gaming doing what we expected, getting those 12 stars on the board. But unfortunately, it doesn't look like it's going to be enough.
No, it doesn't look like that, but at the same time, I feel like we had a similar situation yesterday. I felt like, well, the safe 2-star is enough, but that did not happen. So at this point, I hope and make, somehow Elevate make sure that they are getting those safest 2-stars of their life in, because this is all they need at this point.
Absolutely. I think they could even win on a 1-star if they got the percentage of it, but 2 stars, get it done. Don't go crazy attacking from the opposite side of the Town Hall or something like that. Take the victory, move on. And I think I said they wouldn't be playing later on today, but they would actually be playing later on today, wouldn't they? Versus the winner of our next matchup of Tribe Gaming and Dizzy Stamina. However, let's focus in on this final attack to make sure that we give it the attention it needs. Selino looking to finish things off and win this war.
Selino is getting ready, and what is going to be his choice for the strategies? It is Dragons. It is one of the safest approaches there is, because the World Championship charge typically is going for the Town Hall, which is going to guarantee the first star. Then the Dragons typically get those 50%, so he is indeed doing that. We have those charge going into the Fire Spitter, the Tesla in front of the Town Hall, right there to mess things up, but the Dragons are already triggered.
Yeah, going with the Battle Blimp as well. Just send that in. Just like the Yetis alongside that range. Get the Town Hall down. That secures the first star. Then it's just percentage points, and with Dragons, can spread them around the base. But wait a second. Oh, turn the Town Hall invisible, Itsu. Yetis have ran away.
What's just, I think that was supposed to be a poison, and he dropped the invisibility spell. I'm not sure if he's just trying to get us excited.
Just building up the excitement.
But well, the town hall is staying left alive, at least for a moment. So let's hope that some dragons or something are going to come back. The first dragon working on the cleanup on the far right side as the Royal Champion going down. No more spells at this stage of the attack. And he still needs around 25%.
I would maybe funnel the buildings across 4 o'clock here and send the Archer Queen into the town hall. Just use the dragons across the bottom side of the base or something. Let's see what he chooses to do, because if you push the dragons into the town hall, well, you got to make sure you get enough percentage flying into that area. Dragons in from the top.
Yes.
Should be safe on the 50%. He's still got the Minion Prince as well, so maybe he just solos the Minion Prince on the Town Hall. What are you thinking?
Yeah, the Minion Prince for Town Hall for sure is an option. I think he already scouted with the Black Mines because of the Bloom, right? So there can't be any other traps. And the Minion Prince for sure should get that Town Hall. Maybe even the Dragons themselves, because some of them are splitting towards that building. The 50% mark is getting reached within the next couple of seconds, and the Town Hall should go down as well. And this would confirm the victory for Elevate in this upper bracket match.
Absolutely, and I love how safe he's being here as well. Not worrying about the 3-star. There is the 2 that he needed. Relief on Celinio's face, making sure that they get that victory. Moving to the next matchup, the upper bracket final. Archer Queen on the outside of the base, helping with that percentage alongside the Minion Prince. Doesn't want to damage his stats too much, but humble enough to make sure that he gets the job done, and it's Elevate winning this matchup.
And it's always impressive to me, because I feel like a lot of pros would always just say, I still got that with the 3-star plan, right? But really, all he had to do is get the safe 2-star for his team, and really showcasing that he is that team player, getting the safe 2-star. Made it interesting for us again with the 1 invis, but come on. We love him for that, that's for sure. Celinio confirming that victory, and this means Reported Gaming is dropping into the lower bracket.
Incredible by Elevate. That is what we expected. I think there was a few nerves around that performance yesterday. Could they actually come out today and do what we expected? They certainly did. Elevate, your winners over current world champions Reported Gaming. Super impressive performance.
Really impressive, that's for sure. So far, there was only one other team with those 13 stars. That was Shibai in the lower bracket yesterday versus Navi. So they're now the second team to really get across this star amount. And, well, that is really important, because I feel like later on in the competition, those 30 stars are going to be the deciding mark of stars need to catch to get those victories in. But I think we should send to the stage and hear it here from the MVP, voted for many, Max.
Thank you so much, Itsu. Of course, I got Max here from the Elevate. Max, what an incredible match. You know, and I've got to say that it was a really formidable opponent you were going up against straight away on the dance floor up here. What does this win mean to you guys, especially against
this win means so much. I mean, yeah, being in the upper bracket finals is so huge.
Champion got eliminated.
Reported Gaming, they're an excellent opponent, the former world champions, and I
really
really respect them basically. They had some great attacks in some of our toughest spaces. I respect them a lot, but I'm just so glad we won.
Now, I wanted to talk to you after this match in particular, because we've got to talk about yesterday, the 99%, you were so close. Today, a triple on the 0-second mark. What was going through your head at that point? When the crowd went wild, then they went quiet, then they went wild, then they went quiet, and everyone was like, is he going to make it? And we couldn't see in your face, because obviously you're facing your screen, of course. Tell me what was going through your head, and how was the experience up there when they finally secured the triple?
I mean, the start of the attack went well, but as I was getting close to the end, I thought I was going to run out of time. But the King ability, it damaged the defenses, and the Barbarian was able to take down the storage, and the Queen finished everything off. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it.
You're going to be competing again later on today, right? You're going to be competing in that upper bracket final. One more victory, and you've got a spot in the grand finals tomorrow. Who's been kind of, we've already spoken a little bit about, you know, there's some language barriers a little bit between you and the rest of the team, but you've been trying to learn some Portuguese.
already got eliminated
yesterday. Who's been the motivator, or who's been like the emotional backbone for the team? When you guys are like backstage preparing to come out to the stage?
I'd say we're all pretty calm. we're all just focused on our attacks and getting ready for the matches.
नेपालले हारेछ 4 विकेटले
I'd say
मलाई त
Pato, like,
केही
he
थाहा
helps me a
छैन
little bit. He
फेरि
speaks a little bit of English. Leo as well, so we communicate a little bit more there. But we all
Okay,
do well together.
guys.
Max, you've been incredible so far. Thank you so much
Up
for joining me
next
on the
to
main
DG
stage. Everyone here
versus
for Max
Tribe
and
Gaming,
the
eh?
Elevate going through
DG
to the
versus
upper
Tribe.
bracket final. Don't go anywhere because we're going to be breaking down that war in a little bit more detail over back with Itsu and Judo Sloth.
I always love hearing Max with the interviews. Great to get that insight. But we are joined up here on the desk by Clash Bashing. You were hyping up the war beforehand there. What did you make of that matchup?
I mean, that was a crazy, intense matchup, like just fireworks right
Did
up.
you
You gotta
guys
love a
pull
matchup
out?
of
Let's go, everybody-
juggernauts like that. I
everybody
mean,
predict
former
gonna win,
world
though.
champions, current world champions. Just such a good match. I think it lived up to the hype.
That's for sure. I mean, the back and forth at the beginning, the close
Shout out
attacks
to,
in the beginning,
what's the name of
but
the
then
team there?
Alyy started to delivering.
Shout out to
I mean, it was just so
E990, eh?
impressive to watch. To see
It's
them
not even
go
a
the
main change for
extra
lower
mile
bracket.
compared to yesterday.
No,
We
no,
had
they
them
already got
almost falling
eliminated
short of
yesterday.
one,
उनीहरूको अब they don't have
2
any
mark.
chance.
But today, it worked out for them.
Which team are you
You
supporting?
could see
I am right now
they're
supporting
getting those
DZ.
conversions in. And it
Never
could have very
mind,
easily
no,
been 13 stars
you
for
Yeti
them
Force हो,
yesterday.
Yeti Force
But they
हो,
managed to
Mr.
do
Winner.
what they needed to do.
नेपालीमा चाहिँ हामीले
Republic
Yeti
Gaming, I mean,
Forceबाट
they put up a
लान्छौँ.
great performance, to be honest with you. That's kind of what we expected from them. Just again, those opening attacks, letting them down that little bit. And I guess
Guys, look
the
at
defenses
the
overall, but
percentage के
great
सुरु सुरुको
performance
लियो
by
अमेरिकन
both teams.
को अट्याक हेर न
Obviously,
यहाँहरूले
especially
गर्दा
Elevate
बिग्रेको
getting
सुरुमै
that
स्थान
victory.
दिएर
Yeah, I wouldn't want to have to face either of these tournaments a little bit, or either of these teams rather later on in the tournament. But obviously, Elevate will move forward in that upper bracket and Repotted. They'll go down and play for their tournament life a little bit later as well.
That's right. They still are going to play later today, which means
Okay, I'm
they
excited
have
for
to
the
really
next
get
match.
back
DZ
then
र
on track, I
Tribe
want
को
to
छ.
say. But at the same
बवाल
time,
हुन्छ यो
12
म्याच
stars,
पनि.
they did perform solid. The only bad news for them was they had the match versus Elevate, the team which is really so good over this year and is one of the teams, one of the few teams, to be honest, which is able to consistently get those 13-star results.
Yeah, they've got that consistency and caliber across the board to be able to do that. So in order to beat them, you have to be defending and putting up those stars yourself. However, I think you alluded to the bracket there. We should take a little bit of a look at that so we can update everyone as to what the matches are going to be today. That was our first matchup. First of all, though, I'm hearing MVP. Let's take a look at that. Who else?
Max
It is,
was
of course,
MVP.
Max. So I feel like whichever team would have won, it would have been Max or General X. Props to all of the players, but yeah, I mean, Max getting that initial 3-star for Elevate, getting the momentum going for them is essentially where they were able to put their foot down, keep the gas going, and get that victory.
It was a huge momentum moment. I was sitting down there in the crowd, and the crowd went insane.
Okay,
at that moment.
Elevate
But let's go
अब
ahead
यो
and
upper
let's
bracket
look
को
at that
final नि
updated
हुँदो रहेछ
bracket.
आज.
In our upper
Next time
bracket,
to DZ
Elevate
X
now move
Tribe
on to
अब
that upper bracket final.
अर्को
They'll play
चाहिँ
the winner of our
reported
next
versus
match.
Shibai रहेछ
Dizzy
है
X
lower
Stamina
bracket
versus
को चाहिँ
Tribe
अब
Gaming. That'll be
Mind
coming
Time
up
सँग
next.
को हुन्छ र
But
Tribe
moving down
चाहिँ
to the
DZ
lower
हुन्छ.
bracket, the loser of that next matchup will play against Milliseem MG in an elimination matchup, and then we'll have Repotted playing against Shibai in an elimination matchup.
And I will be honest, I'm a little bit concerned for Repotted. I feel like Shibai yesterday, they did started slow with as well with 1-star in their match, but they were so far as well the only other team now to get those 13 stars within one of their matches. So I feel like they have woken up, they are here to play, and Repotted really needs to make sure that they're going to get at least 12 stars because
सपोर्ट गरेछ त्यो मात्र हारेछ अरे तिमीले अर्को सपोर्ट गर है हारेको हार्यो भने
Absolutely, it is going to be a nail biter for sure for either of those teams because in the lower bracket it is elimination time as well. However, as you said, our next matchup is going to be back up to the top to figure out who progresses to face off against Elevate. That next matchup is going to be Tribe Gaming and Dizzy Stamina.
तर यस्तो गाइस तर त्यसले जित्छ भने त नभनौँ जे पनि हुन्छ होइन बाजी पलट हुन्छ कहिलेकाहीँ तर हिजोको चाहिँ बवाल भएको थियो म्याक्सले हेर न म्याक्स त बवाल खुसी भयो आज
Ladies and gentlemen, we are truly underway right here for Day 2 of the Clash of Clans World Finals live from DreamHack Atlanta. As you can see, I'm right here. I'm in the mix. We're having a good time. I wanted to get into the audience. I also wanted to see the view. This is way better. I'm about to say something very British. If I had a chocolate biscuit and a cup of tea right now, watching this is like an S-tier weekend, isn't it, Carbon Finn? How you doing, Carbon?
I'm doing great. So excited for day number 2.
I'm excited to see you get up there in that caster booth and see you work. I've also got a very special guest next to me, the man who is at front and center every time I'm on the stage. What a dude. Beats, how you doing?
Hi, man. I'm so good.
Okay, where have you traveled from and who are you supporting apart from Itsu?
I'm traveling from Germany with a couple of friends.
It
was a tough opener, wasn't it, for Opposite Gaming? We knew that they were going to be going up against a powerhouse team in Elevate, but they did well. But, you know, they're going to have to bounce back later, aren't they? They're in the lower bracket. Do you feel like they can do it?
It was a little bit unlucky against Elevate, but I think
next match the
bracket reset as well. That's going to be a tough feat. Have we seen it done before, Carbon? I hate to put you on the spot right now, but have we seen it?
Well, we've definitely seen it in qualifiers before, and Repoted's done it themselves.
Well, there you go, see? I didn't put him on the spot at all. This man is an encyclopedia of Clash of Clans esports knowledge. Now, Beats, up next, we're going to have Dizzy Stamina. We're going to have Tribe Gaming. Talk to me about this match. You said that you're a fan of Tribe as well. Do you feel like the boys can do it?
Obviously, they will do it. They made it to the finals last year.
Last
they can do it this year again.
Lower bracket finals
short and simple. I know Tribe were the runners-up last year as well. Dizzy Stamina, though, looking very dominant on stage yesterday, right, Carbon?
Yeah, they were very impressive, and that's why I actually picked them because of the 3 stars, but really it could go either way.
You went against Tribe, did you? Dizzy Stamina, Carbon Finn. Okay, you had the spicy takes yesterday, so I feel like people should listen to you. But right now, we are ready to introduce your next 2 teams onto the main stage. First up, a team that defied the odds and the expectations of the community vote coming into yesterday's match. Can they do it again? Once they get on the roll, they show no signs of slowing down. Please welcome to the stage, Dizzy Stamina.
Okay, अब DG versus Tribe Gaming सुरु हुँदैछ DG को प्लेयर यस्तो छ गाइस तर कस्तो फन तरिकाले गर्ने हो किन त्यो पोजहरु एक्सनहरु अलि फन्नी भयो यार अलि नेक्स्ट टाइम अलि बवाल गरौ यार हेर न गरे एउटाले फेरि के गर्ने अहिले फेरि उस्तो गर्ने आइजा नआइजा हेर के गर्ने अहिले ओ माय गॉड एक्सन
They are Doxa, Hawk,
and
something.
support
they were collected yesterday, opening up their war with back-to-back triples. A dangerous roster, to say the least. Their opponents, if you give them any momentum, they are going to go ahead and it will just be over. Let's be honest, the team's so passionate that Kronos briefly changed nationalities on stage with me yesterday because he started chanting USA. And that's what you love to see, the passion. It is, of course, Tribe Gaming!
That is the Dark Star Racer. Dark King. This man Dark Star Racer. Guys, Tribe Gaming Tribe Gaming Yeah, के यो किन आको चाहिँ प्राइस आइजा नआइजा रेन्दै गरे फेरि यो त ठिकै छ क्रोनोस भने चाहिँ अलिकति फेमस प्लेयर हो क्या है छक्की गर्नु दिन अहिले चाहिँ पाइया छ्यासको नाम फोलो रहेछ यार यस्तो गरे नभएको मुच मैले सिकाइदिन्छु guys if you want to learn Guys, Travis Kronos भन्ने फेमस प्लेयर हो के हो त्यो युट्युबर हो कि के हो Kronos भन्ने के हो त्यो
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Nabrax said yesterday that mind games can be the most effective tool going into these matches. So let's see who has the most tricks up their sleeves.
Okay, सुरु हुँदैछ अब अर्को power match for the day.
To take us into this one.
Tribe versus DG. अहिले सबैले DG को भोट दिइरहेको छ हाम्रो chat मा चाहिँ DG को भोट दिइरहेको पोलमा चाहिँ.
An electric team, so we can expect that from them. Dizzy Stamina seem to be a little bit more cool, calm, and collected. So. Bit of a clash in personalities and how they like to play. But at the end of the day, it's all about who gets the 3 stars and gets the victory.
Yeah, a little bit of an aggressive intro there from Dizzy. They're kicking over the cameras and stuff. Oh, I'm so excited for this matchup. I think that these 2 upper bracket matchups we had to start our day are just incredible matchups. And again, like, whoever loses this has to go down and face MMG. Like, who wants to play any of these teams? All these teams are so good in our tournament.
They certainly are. It's just that little bit extra that puts them over the edge. Dizzy X Stamina, remember, they were the first team to win a golden ticket. And their stats do not disappoint because they were in the qualifier finals again and again. Fluxy, Darkstar, Hawk, Mask, and Sante. In the English community, we've always pronounced it Sinte, but we've spoke to him, it is Sante. So there we go.
Dante.
That's his name. Don't wear it out. I still look back to those good old Skelly Donut days from him.
Man, yeah. 67%
but he still gets it done.
100%
After all these years, he's still able to perform at the highest level.
Yeah, one of the originator of creative attacks for sure. But I mean, look at the stats. You see Fluxy's hit rate a little bit lower, maybe. But we got to remember, Fluxy's always in that 5 spot.
Yeah.
So a lot of times, like, he's just going for that safe 2-star to secure that victory. This team is so solid. You mentioned they qualified first, but they were in every single monthly qualifier. We saw them time and time again, making it hard for their opponents, but also racking up that sweet prize money.
Absolutely, and one thing I think is really cool about this matchup, Fluxy was in the Tribe Gaming roster when they finished second a few years ago. Now he's team captain of Dizzy Stamina. Can he, you know, make the upset, put his former teammates down into the lower bracket? Castro. You've got to say, yesterday, the electricity from Nebrax was on another level, so I can't wait to see if he can replicate that again.
Yeah, these Tribe guys, I mean, they are so solid. And then you add a former world champion like P. Castro.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen P. Castro smile because he's always business. He's always
dialed
focused.
in.
He's a world champion. He's a world champion MVP. He knows what it takes to get it done. And when you bring that kind of pedigree to a team like Tribe, it might be that extra piece they were missing.
Absolutely, and I mean, you could say Tribe Gaming are kind of on home turf here as well. They've got a lot of supporters here in the crowd. It's actually great to see how many people have turned up for all of the different teams. But check this out, we can look at previous matchups of these teams. Tribe Gaming actually getting the victory on each of those.
Okay, I wasn't expecting if you had to ask me how they did throughout the season, I'd say probably more of a coin flip. More in there last season, 2024.
I feel like now in esports mode, things are just that little bit different. I know we did have hard mode back then, but it certainly wasn't as critical as it is now. Esports mode is brutal. One mistake, as we've seen in that last matchup with General X, your Warden ability can go off when you're not looking for a split second.
Yeah, I mean, the esports mode, the spring trap changes were now that World Champions taking that additional damage on those charges. It is just so much risky to set up any attack. But man, I'm so excited for this matchup. Barney, how's everyone feeling down there?
I'll tell you how everyone's feeling down here with the whole front row of the arena right now at DreamHack Atlanta have got red jerseys on. It's a Tribe Fiesta right here. I've got Kano right here from Tribe Gaming. I'm joined, of course, by Carbon Fin once again. Look, let's lay the groundwork right here. Okay, let's get the vibes. Just so you guys know, yesterday, Dizzy Stamina set a 94% average damage, okay, with 2 triples on the board. Tribe Gaming, a 92% average with 1 triple on the board. However, that's data from 1 match each. But you know, data is data. Carbon thin. Where do you see this one swinging? Don't be worried that he might hit you with one of these if you say the other team.
Well, it's going to come down to whoever's able to get those 3 stars. We saw from Dizzy Stamina, they were able to get multiple. Tribe, can they continue that? Can they get at least 2? We saw from the first match. That's what it's going to take.
Tribe are a momentum team, I think. Kana, any final words of wisdom for your team?
They've done this.
Audience prediction time. We are going to know right now what you guys think in terms of percentage, which way it's going to swing. Right now, everyone, it is exactly 50-50 on the percentage from the community vote for this match. It's going to be a spicy one, so I'm just going to throw you guys straight in. It's Bash and Judo Sloth. Let's do it.
Have we ever had an exact 50-50? I mean, talk about fan favorites. It's split right down the middle, Judo.
Yeah, I mean, you can see it as well because the matches are so difficult to predict. I think as casters, we all went for Dizzy Stamina on this one, but I feel like that was very much slanted on yesterday's performances. Hawk is on defense. It is P. Castro, as you mentioned, the player that brings that extra pedigree to Tribe Gaming. Can he kick things off with a 3-star for them? Diving to the Town Hall straight away with a battle blitz.
Interesting play here. P. Castro went to the skies with the dragon attack yesterday. Now taking it back to the ground and pound of the Root Riders. Gonna go ahead and just safely get that Town Hall out of the way. And I think this is a big war where you get that only 3-star and you put that pressure over to the other squad. Remember, Dizzy put up 12 yesterday. Tribe put up 11. So who's gonna get that first strike? Who's gonna get that first 3-star on the board?
I really like that because not only does it help with the defensive pathing, the Spirit Fox can also take a lot of damage from the Town Hall because it attacks so fast. So just wiping that out straight away means he can be a little bit more efficient with his invisibility cycling here. With the redirect, gets her to the core, and he is tearing it up right now.
That is crazy, crazy values. That overgrowth over there on the right side helped out a lot. But you're right, that if that Town Hall hits the Spirit Fox does not survive much longer. Has not really found too many traps here. And this World Champion is just on a tear, going all the way to the back of the base and then getting recalled. Did she take any damage?
I don't think she did. I think that's what the invisibility spells are for, if you can avoid all of those traps. I don't think Dizzy Stamina were expecting the approach that we've seen, and that's where to avoid some of the traps and the bait, you do have to get that little bit extra creative. Now we see the Root Riders diving into this compartment, using the Archer Queen to try and set that funnel on the outside of the base, as they will swoop all of the way around now because the core is completely gone.
Exactly. You can see it right there in the middle. No need for an overgrowth because there's nothing to shut down in there. As long as you keep your healers up here and keep that pack of Root Riders tight, he's going to have a good time throughout this base. Big crucial portion of the base coming up with the Ice Golem coming out. Monolith is there. King's protecting Minion Prince. If he can navigate that, get through the Crusher Mortar, things are looking good. But look at that. The King down there on the bottom side soloing.
Yeah, it's time that we've seen with this extended Royal Champion charge into Root Riders, but he's doing a great job. I love the use of the miner at the bottom to sneak under the walls and get the gold storage. King stripping out that right side of the base. Time is ticking, but he is looking good here. I feel like the storages in the center could be a little bit of an issue, but let's see if we can push through this in the last 40 seconds.
Good call there, Judo. Keeping an eye on all those buildings that might hold things up. Royal Champion is still pretty healthy. He has the queens, but those clone queens are starting to fade. That miner gets taken out on that storage. That storage could be a crucial building, you're right.
Yeah, we've got the Phoenix trying to pick away on that scatter shot. 20 seconds. His Aussie is still alive. He's got the Electro Boots as well. Let's ramp it up here. Tribe Gaming opening up. 3 stars. Take that, Dizzy Stamina. Wow. They only got 1 3-star yesterday. We mentioned it. Now they start out with a 3. What an attack from P. Castro.
Switching strategies, but the same dominant force throughout the base. and exactly how you need to start a war against this Dizzy X Stamina squad. Remember, Dizzy came out with back-to-back 3 stars yesterday, so you know that they're going to be coming out swinging early, getting Peak Crasher on the board. That's exactly what this Tribe team needed to do right now.
Yeah, they came out with back-to-back 3 stars, but I feel like you just have that little bit different story when you know that your opponent has already 3-starred against you. Can they hold it together? Hawk attacked things off yesterday for Dizzy Stamina. See whether he is going to be doing that today. And if he can get that 3-star, like you said, exciting stuff.
Yeah, they did go second against Na'Vi yesterday, but remember, Na'Vi missed their first attack. This is a whole different situation.
Yep.
With Pete Castro tripling, it almost feels like you have to keep pace, and then if you do miss, it feels like you're behind, and then that pressure just starts to mount. Hawk feeling a little bit chilly, going up against Kono's base, ready for the noise. And it's going to be another Super Yeti smash for Hawk.
3-star हान्दिसकेको छ अब यिनीहरुकोमा च्यालेन्ज छ यिनीहरुलाई मलाई
side of Alyy base. Just going to be a little bit slow here, setting things up. You've got to get that pathing for the Super Yetis, making sure, as was perfectly demonstrated in the attack by General X in that last wall, you've got the funnel on the left and right corners, so your Super Yetis can drive straight through the center of the base.
It's a lot of setup, it's a big commitment, but it is so worth it, especially if you get that healer swap over right on time. Those Super Yetis are just so beefy, and they deal some really solid DPS. Now setting up that Flame Flinger, I think he's going to try to go ahead and get maybe to that Expo. I guess he could pull into the next compartment because the Expo is locked onto the Warden, but it feels like he wants this Expo, so there's no threat to that Flame Flinger.
Yeah, absolutely. You just then have to go down the bottom area. Might have to snipe off that Tesla to get to the mortar itself. But this is what I was talking about before in terms of having to get that little bit extra creative tanking defenses beforehand to get that Flame Flinger value. He's got the funnel set on this left side. Is going to mean that sometimes we see the Flinger to set the funnel on the opposite side. This time it's the Barbarian King, the Super Yetis moving in, and he's overgrowthing the Town Hall to loop around it.
Ooh, this is a little bit scary. See if the Royal Champion joins the King there on that top side. We see the Queen in the middle there, but he is going to have to path around and then circle back for the Town Hall, so maybe Royal Champion comes in late for the Town Hall. We do see the Ice Golem, Furnace out of the Clan Castle. Gotta get that all dealt with. There's a Yeti down there tanking that multi-mortar. Everything looks like it's going well so far.
Yeah, everything looks good. He did just lose one Super Yeti. Pressed that Grand Warden ability maybe a smidge too late. So one of those is down, but not the end of the world when you're pushing towards the end of the attack. We've still got plenty of spells and hero abilities. There's the King's Spiky Ball going off. Lots of spells to help reinforce this Royal Champion down the bottom area of the base. 1 minute bash. He's still picking up value with that Flame Flinger.
That Yeti Royal Champion skin fits the Super Yeti attack, but look at this danger zone he's coming into. Crusher Mortar, Scattershot, Expos, Ricochet Cannon, and don't forget the Queen's right there waiting on defense. It's definitely going to be a tough area, but look at the spell support, and the Royal Champion still has ability.
There is the Royal Champion ability. Uses it alongside the Rage, so he can pick up even more value alongside those spears, trying to make sure that when he pushes to this bottom compartment, we can freeze the Archer Queen. Decides to use that now, so that the minions get that little bit extra value. RC steps up. Can he get good in this timing? He does for the Ricochet Cannon, and it's looking good for the return 3-star for Dizzy X Stamina.
Hawk does it again with another Super Yeti. Carrying this attack, and we are all squared. 100% all around.
What a beast. I love the celebration there as well. You could see the relief in that as well. Just getting that response, putting the ball back in Tribe Gaming's court, and making sure that they have to continue their 3-star streak.
We saw the teams earlier very animated on stage. We know Tribe can get animated. Dizzy started to play to the crowd as well. You saw Hawk just get a little bit amped up there. I think if this was any indicator of how it's gone so far, this is going to be very, very intense coming down to those final attacks. But so far, all square, all even playing for going into the second volley of attacks here. We will have the response for Tribe Gaming.
Indeed. Stars, percentage, time.
Let's go.
We have Nebrax going in for Tribe Gaming, who did get that 3-star for them yesterday with the extensive RC charge into Dragons. He did like to play that throughout the qualifiers as well. It felt like he just stuck with that moving into the finals, and that is what he's going with. Play safe, go into your strengths, and let's hope he can get this RC charge to work, because I always get that little bit worried when you're doing extensive RC charges with the amount of fate you could run into.
He's very, very good at navigating that world champion. I remember one time he popped that world champion ability in that haze spell, and she was just sprinting around the base, but he's invis. He's so great at managing these long RCs charges. It's such a tough skill, but she's under a lot of fire early.
Wow.
Giant bombs going off. Already lost the Spirit Fox. Let's see what Nebrax, the Dragon Whisperer, can do against Sante's base.
That's what we talk about in terms of you can turn her invisible, but the traps will still deal that damage. Now the Spring Trap pushing her up. That means she's losing damage because the Spring Trap deals that damage as well. One little fraction away. He has to press the ability, but she's running all over the place now. She's not going to go to the town hall.
And she is not going to be able to pick up that building.
Ooh, this is going to throw a little damper in his plan. I think he's got amazing pathing towards the town hall, so I think he's still going to be fine. But he definitely was trying to redirect that royal champion to take that town hall.
And just the damage that provides onto all of the dragons as well, firing across, is going to be pretty scary to get through. We've got the Archer Queen up to the top. Dragons having to fly straight in towards this Giga Bomb. Can he get a good split here to make sure he doesn't take too much damage? And can he use the abilities effectively? Because he's going to kind of have to use the Warden ability early here. Decides to save onto it. He needs to make sure he's got enough power for the town hall as well.
Especially with this town hall starting to fire onto the dragons. Here comes some rocket balloons. We finally got those defending rocket balloons down, but look at this. Those dragons are starting to fade. He's got a pop warden ability. There it is.
That's what I was saying. You can't lose too many dragons and hold on to it for too long. So he's popped that, but where does the Minion Prince go? He has to hope the Minion Prince heals off here to the town hall. He's got super minions there, so maybe he can snipe that off as it's distracted on the dragons.
Good shot there, Judo. The super minions will come and take that town hall down. And Nebrax has secured the 2-star, but now it is a long haul through the back end of this base with the defending king, defending Minion Prince there. It is going to be very tough for this to convert to a 3-star.
They just go down so fast in esports with that extra damage. You've got the defending Minion Prince, the multi-gear cannon shooting up at those air troops as well. He's managed to push the percentage very respectively up to the 90s here, but the damage just that little bit too much here at the end. But very, very close.
You see that Minion Prince on defense? He just shredded the remainder of the army. That paired with the multi-gear tower and the air defense, those dragons stood no chance. But very good percentage here. 94, maybe 95. No. 94 on a miss.
94% by Nebrax.
That's where you want to be. Obviously, we all want 3 stars, but if you're going to miss, you want it as high as percent as possible.
Well, you've got to say he did very well to recover there, because the RC was darting all over. She was on a fraction of health, missing the town hall. It could easily go pear-shaped. Underneath the lights, the cameras, when you have your opponent just coming out of the 3-star as well, you could see how you need that resilience to keep yourself together and make sure to finish off the attack as strong as you can. Even if the 3 stars goes out the window, get that high percent, get that 2-star, and that's exactly what he did.
I don't know how these players keep their composure, because we're just up here, casting it, and I'm like, my heart starts racing, I start getting nervous. They're just cool, calm, collect, like, okay, that's what I gotta do, just to play. I think it was a great job. I do believe the RC was intended to take the town hall, but a great job of composing himself and making that plan work to still get that town hall and get a 94%. Super, super respectable attack. We will see Dark Star, the next attacker for Dizzy. He did use those rockets yesterday, and he's going to use them again. He came out with a 3-star. 3-star here would be massive.
Yeah, Dark Star is such a good player. He is on another level when it comes to creativity and just picking apart bases in ways that the defender truly could not have predicted. Notice sniping off the Expo to the far right side, just looking to set up the flinger, even a wall breaker to get in a little bit deeper and test for that area. Then we will see the flinger, but he's got to just make sure he doesn't lose focus of his warden, especially as he was going into those defending CC troops.
Yeah, that's a big thing. It's one of the hardest things to manage, especially in esports mode. You got to remember, those defending heroes, they have 20% more HP and deal 20% more damage. Not to mention, all the defenses hit 20% harder, and then his heroes are hitting a little bit less. That Warden Walk, 10% less damage on that Warden Walk. Not to mention 10% less health here in the esports. Not to mention the equipment, and it gets nerfed as well. There's so many modifiers that make esports such a difficult task for these pro players to go through and get 3 stars.
A little bit unfortunate that the Ricochet cannon turned to his ward in there, because he had a nice use of skeletons distracting that area, so he did have to rage. The Warden will help with time as well, because with all those modifiers you're talking about, one thing you've got to be careful of is you don't run out of time, because your Warden takes longer to take out those buildings. But you see the Flinger has set up great pathing whereby the Warden can be controlled into these defenses, and we've got the hero push from the north now.
And look at that incredible timing. Now the Warden is in range of that ground bow. Remember, those Expos are one of those few defenses that outrange the Flinger, but now with the Warden tanking that Expo, that Flinger is free to get its full 2-minute value and just throw those Fire Spirits all throughout the base. You have the hero charge on the top of the base. Queen didn't have to go to ability to deal with that mini punch, but so far, it looks cool, calm, collect. It looks like everything's under control.
1 minute back, 1 minute.
Yeah, time is his biggest factor here. He's trying to hold on to the Royal Champion, probably swiping her in alongside the top as well. But let's see, he's still got 1 Druid he's holding on to, interestingly enough. He has a couple of uplands at the bottom. The Royal Champion actually swiping in from the bottom since the Warden is moving into the center of the base, but he's got to be careful on the Town Hall here. 47 seconds, trying his best to get that down at the Yetis that came out of the Flame Flinger. And they get it.
Oh, this is a big moment!
Oh, no!
Oh, wait, how is he going to get this Town Hall? He's got Invisis, he's got a couple regular balloons. RC might... Yeah, I think RC could make a way over there. With ability, he's got Invisis, so I think he can save it. But man, he was definitely counting on those Yetis to get the Town Hall down.
Moving back over, she will get the Town Hall, but I'm more just thinking in time.
20 seconds, guys. 3 star he's going to push
for the 3-star here because he's still got to push through.
90%
He's getting there, though. That's all of the defense is down. 10 seconds. Storages have high hit points.
Go, go, go!
Out to 3, out to 3.
One more building remains.
Nice.
3-star for Dizzy. They push into the lead.
Wow, Dizzy starting off exactly like they did yesterday. Back-to-back 3 stars. You called it. And what a war we have on our hands to think that out of these 4 attacks, 2-star 94% is the difference maker is wild. That is how good these teams are. But it's back across to Tribe because after only 2 rounds of attacks, still a lot of war to catch up.
You can definitely tell that our upper bracket is developing just by the quality of wars we're getting. Each and every war better than the last, as it looks like Rakira's will be our next attacker for Tribe. It appears he's setting up here. This is a huge attack. Rakira's just narrowly missed yesterday with a Root Rider attack, striking at 94%. Rakira's wake up! You gotta attack, brother!
He is again one of those players that has so much experience, and so much experience on the big stage as well. And he always doesn't seem to look phased. Using rocket balloons to just snipe a couple of those defenses initially here. Then we've got the RC charge, which actually goes right in towards the monolith now.
Great use of those balloons. It's one of those tricky things though, because for me, when using an RC charge, I have to rely on the clock to get my timing right. These pros are so good. They can send in a couple rocket balloons and then throw her in at that 50-second mark and just kind of pick right off where they left off. With the RC! Ooh, she's barely hanging on. Good invisibility. Fox looks undamaged, and the RC cannot take a spring trap here or a giant bomb.
She was inside the poison of the Town Hall. That was the dangerous part. And let's see what he decides to do. Ability, with that hairstyle, he gets that health recovery, gets it to the Town Hall. That's where these are. How on earth can you recover that from that situation in the moment that he is on the big stage? Gets the Town Hall, gets that pathing exactly what needed. No sweat.
9 times out of
तर
10,
यो प्रो
us
प्लेयरहरुले
average
चाहिँ
players
प्रोहरुले
are
त के
broken.
भन्छ
Dead there, we're like, oh,
सबै
come on,
त त्यो
average.
भिडियोज क्यामेराहरु लास्ट तिर राख्नु रहेछ है
Okay, us
हामी त
non-pros,
सोच्नुमै हिँड्दैन।
let's go that way. You know,
हामी
we're here
नगर्ने
at the
के।
desk. But Rakira's an absolute pros pro, keeping that royal champion going through here. Now it's just that long trounce through the rest of the base. Keep an eye on that bottom compartment. You always see it. That Crusher Mortar, the King, the Minion Prince. It's such a difficult area to navigate. But if you can get through that area, you have a great shot at 3-starring this base.
Clan Castle troops racing towards those Root Riders. Did use that Lava Hound earlier on in order to get the Poison Tower out of the way. Now we come to this dangerous area at the bottom with the Crusher Mortar, multiple heroes, and the Giga Bomb. He's got to use his hero abilities to push through this area fast. As the Giga Bomb going off, holding onto that Warden ability for as long as possible.
DG त्यही त हिजो नि पवन हान्दिएको थियो हामीले आज नि त्यो दुईटा ब्याक टु ब्याक
I was wondering if he held it maybe a little bit too long. I mean, there's still a few troops up in there, but
यहाँको ट्रुपहरु यस्तो ट्रुप त हराइसक्यो त्यत्रो धेरै डिफेन्स भयो अझै बाँकी क्वीनको मात्रै एबिट बाँकी छ अब अनि क्लीनअपमा सुपर वायरन रहेछ दुई पिस तर
and some of those troops coming out of the troop launcher there. I mean, it's hard to say how much of a difference that would have made, but now it's going to be all onto the heroes to do the heavy lifting through the back end of this base.
क्वीन कार्ड युज भएछ अब यसलाई टेन्सन भइसक्यो गाइस रिसाउनहरु थाहा पाइसक्यो यसले अब
just slowing down his queen. She couldn't get through the wall enough and had to use the ability early, essentially. Royal Champion only just going down though, so he's done incredibly well to keep her alive. It is going to fall short here for Rakira. What percentage can he drive it up to? A couple of troops on the left-hand side. Super Giant as well, or the Giant. Actually, with the healers, means he might not get raged up here. Pushing towards the 90%, but it's not what Tribe need when Dizzy X Stamina are continuing to 3-star.
Yeah, now they're still down by stars, but now they also look to fall even further behind in the percentage game. Rakira's had a really nice attack there with 90%. But with the way that Dizzy is playing, it is so tough to catch up. Now, obviously it was yesterday. But the back end of this lineup, obviously Fluxy just had to get a 2-star to win it. But the middle part of the lineup with Max and Sante, they kind of struggled a little bit. They didn't get those 3-stars. So maybe that could be the story here today, and Tribe can play a little bit of catch-up here in rounds 3 and 4.
Yeah, Mask's attack certainly didn't go to plan, losing that RC, did he? But let's see what he's got, because Mask is again a player that he's got a lot of experience. He's got a lot of fantastic consistency, but he does tend to have those slip-ups as well, and unfortunately, those tend to happen on the big stage. Let's see what happens. It's not going to be Mask. It is Sante attacking versus Timpa's base. It is the Rocket Loons here, Bash. Let's go. I always love to see this.
Sticking to the skies, but he was with Dragons yesterday, but we've seen him use these rockets throughout, and I think that's one of those kind of like risky things you're just kind of talking about there. When you use an attack like these Rocket Loons, it is such a good attack. It's such a quality attack. But the margin for error is so slim. So let's see what Sante can do here as he is setting up this Warden, working through here. Look at the Minion Prince has that Angry Jelly, so we'll see a Minion Prince charge a little bit later in the attack.
Yeah, ooh, look at that multi-archer tower. He's actually managed to split the damage from it with a couple of the archers. That's the benefit of having the furnace here as well, slowing down some of those defenses and making sure that you can split the multi-archer tower. He did have to use one of his spells, but not the end of the world. Managing to negotiate through this area of the base well. But yes, as you mentioned, the Minion Prince charge, I love that alongside the Rocket Loons, because you can use them to reinforce and also test for traps in front of the Minion Prince. Here we go with the Fireball though.
Looks everything's smooth so far here. Very diligent there, didn't want to fireball this. And that giant arrow from the Queen to finish that town hall off. Beautiful play there from Sante, as it looks like he's on pace. Gotta be careful with this Warden getting too close to the Queen. If he gets too close, he'll get pulled, and that's not the intention, but Queen is actually gonna go down here, so it's fine.
Yeah, I feel like he just used the Queen for that giant arrow and to snipe off some of this damage. Like the Minion Prince is very dangerous when you're doing a Warden charge, so all looks good here. Look at the Ice Hound tanking for the Stone Slammer, still managing to keep that Warden alive, but this is where the multitasking starts to get to another level. 1 minute 30, he has to start deploying the other portions of his attack. But so far, this is looking beautifully controlled.
This is where we were talking about the creativity from Dizzy X Stamina. All of them can come out with the most creative attacks, and it's so hard to plan for them. Warden goes down right towards that multi-gear tower. The multi-infernos, that's a big blow to this attack. If he's able to keep that Warden up, it's obviously going to be great. Both those fire spitters firing, all those defenses there, Warden going down. That's a big blow to his 3-star possibilities.
Yeah, I mean, with time, he had to start the Minion Prince, but with the multi-gear cannon, it fires so hard, so you have to have those spells in early. I mean, he's not going to be able to get through that central area of the base, so that's where, forget about the damage in the middle. If you're going to miss a couple of percentage points, make sure that they are key defenses. Pick up all of the non-defenses on the outside. But even now, the Royal Champion struggling at the top of the base. This is exactly what Tribe Gaming needed. He's only got 30 seconds. RC, manages to get through that. This is a low percentage, which is why we don't see the Fireball Rocket Loons too often.
You're right. All it takes is one little mistake, and that's exactly what we saw. He started the rest of the attack because you have to start the rest of the attack, but then that Warden just got in range of all those deadly defenses, and it is going to be a low percent. Now, Tribe are still going to be trailing on stars, but I believe the percentage is going to shift over to Tribe. Actually, it's going to be really, really close. It might be all square as far as percent goes, with that being 75%. Well, no, I think it's going to be 10% over to Tribe.
Yeah, it's 9% actually to Tribe, which is a good thing for Tribe, but like you said, they trail on these stars, which is the most important factor. However, is that the momentum shift that Tribe needed? That little pick-me-up, getting that big defense, opening the door, and they finish. Is it normally Kronos that attacks next for Tribe Gaming, I think?
Kronos was second last time, but Kronos should be here, as Temper is usually that closer. But now, here's the scenario. Remember, Tribe attacks first, and they have the lead, so if they can put up 2 3-stars and get 1 defense, they can easily win this war. This is still anyone's ball game, as it does look like Kronos is setting up. Did go with that Rocket Loon attack yesterday. Let's see what he's bringing to the field against Foxy's base.
Here we go then. Kronos, 3 stars, ties up the stars for them, and keeps them ahead on percentage points. 3 overgrowth spells for this one in terms of the Root Riders. We don't often see that many. Diving straight in with the Archer Queen and the Grand Warden. We're seeing this approach a lot more recently, trying to make sure you can dodge those traps from the Royal Champion. Just got to make sure that you keep your queen safe. But I do like this approach because you don't have to use the invis spell straight away because you have the healing from your healers.
Exactly. You can kind of just like stagger those invis a bit. It's like a little bit of a safer approach if there's enough value on the outside. You gotta pull them out. You can't let those healers take damage from that scatter shot. So great recognition at getting those healers out of harm's way.
Yeah, beautiful job just to get those super quick out of the area. He even got the defenses he wanted. Now pushing right into this area. Overgrowthing the town hall because you can notice how much space is around those defenses. Is this reverse psychology? There's not many trapped there, or is it absolutely littered with them? Barbarian King diving in, so far so good with the Snake Bracelet. Tanking for all of these troops. Healers look like they are really low on hit points now.
Yes.
So should a red air mine hit them, this could be a big rip for this attack.
He's got those balloons coming out of the troop launcher to provide the support. There's 3 Seeking Air Mines soaked up by 1 balloon. That is massive, but all it would take is 1 red air bomb, and I believe those healers will go down, but 2, 3 red air bombs chase another balloon. Balloons out of that troop launcher just providing all the tanking that Kronos needs.
Yeah, and he used his freeze spells beautifully there to make sure he wasn't taking damage from the town hall. Continuing to use the overgrowth spells to loop the Root Riders around the outside and make sure he can keep them together. Sometimes you can use the RC dive to get in there and take out the defenses. Other times, use the overgrowth. Continue to do that pathing. Now that he's trying to take down the center of the base, it gets a little bit dangerous, but to be honest, he's got the King ability bash. He's got the RC ability. He's looking good here.
Insane use of 3 overgrowths here. It's so hard, like, just figuring out where you're going to use those overgrowths. And he's just progressively dropping them to the next stage of the attack, the next area that all of his troops are getting in, and that overgrowth completely. And this crowd is gone crazy. Back Atlanta, making the noise.
Game name AlyyOn.
Kronos, the hype man himself. I love that. Just knows he's got it done, just has to tap that hero ability here and there.
हैन इभेन्ट
Set
गर्नु तर
up
आउँछ
the
कि
headset,
भनेर
let's make
मेन्सन
some
गरिरहेको
noise.
किनभने एकदमै
3
उस
stars
लास्ट
it
एउटा
is,
स्टार
and as you
चाहिरहेको थियो
said,
मेन्सन
due
गरिरहेको
to
थियो आउँछ
that
कि
one
भनेर
attack
जस्टिन
from
केही छैन
Sintei,
तर केही
dropping the
साह्रो हाइसकेको केही
percentage.
छैन
Tribe Gaming
ओके
with 9% in the lead. Now they're tied things up on stars. So Dizzy X Stamina do not 3-star. They fall even further behind on that percentage.
Exactly. Tribe will gain more percent, but then if Dizzy don't 3-star here, that means if Tribe triple, they will win the war. So this is a super important attack as we're coming in. Most likely we're going to see Mask here. Oh wait, it looks like Fluxy might be setting up. Normally Fluxy is the 5 spot, but we have seen them flip-flop sometimes throughout the season. Fluxy normally that anchor, but moving his position maybe to 4, it definitely looks like he's the one getting ready to attack right now.
Yeah, he definitely shaking things up, hyping himself ready for this attack. No, maybe he's just getting in the zone ready. Why not? Make sure that you're good to go. Mask did have that unfortunate turn of events yesterday. Let's see whether he can make it happen today when his team really needs him. It is the Super Yeti Splash.
Super Yetis becoming more and more prevalent here in our Clash Clans World Championship meta. This queen is going to charge in here with that Angry Jelly. Remember, the Angry Jelly will allow her to charge only defenses for 35 seconds. So she's just going to go right into this section, especially with those healers. We talked about how she's able to pick up all that healing, all that support. If she can get in here and get this Crusher Mortar, get this enemy kill, oh my goodness, this is so much value. If the queen can make it through here, Juno, she is looking incredible.
Gets a little bit low on health, but he is good, and I like the approach of diving in to get the Crusher Mortar, because that is so pivotal versus any ground smash attack. So being able to get that out of the way is crucial.
Tornado.
Does hit the tornado trap, so he has to use the invisibility spell early to make sure does not take too much damage. In a fraction of a second, you can lose your heroes in this esports mode.
Yeah, could have maybe even made that storage there, but maybe once the storage out for pathing, because remember the Super Yetis, they're going to attack everybody. This Crusher Mortar just will not go down. He cannot get the Crusher Mortar down. Now he's on the Ice Globe. Oh no!
He's got to just get it out of there. I mean, you got to say as well, looking at the base, Tribe Gaming, they had the heroes right around it. They've got the clan castle where you have that awful timing to make sure that the ice golems just going to freeze, and he committed a lot of spells there as well. So is that going to be the difference maker?
That was a huge spell commitment, and it looked like she was going to get it. It looked like she was going to get it, and then she did. I think if he made that storage invisible with one of those 2 invises, he gets that Crusher Mortar down. But look at this, now that Crusher Mortar is raining down. Obviously he's got the healers, but look how all these Yetis already are there, Juno.
Oh my goodness, right into the Giganomics! He's got to use the Warden ability. One of them went down. How much force does he have through the base? Look at the Town Hall on the opposite side. Come on, Mask. Hold it together, my friend.
This is a long round through the base.
This is difficult. The RC doesn't have easy backup plan pathing here.
Yeah, what would be the backup plan here? Okay, he's going to throw RC in here. But it looks like he's trying to get that Wizard Tower out to throw the RC right at the Town Hall.
Yeah, I mean, he's got it at this stage. This is a really low percentage. This is nightmare situation for Dizzy X Stamina. Royal Champion will be able to get to that Town Hall and pick it off. But in terms of percentage, they are so far behind that they need a defense from Tribe Gaming and a 3-star on their next attack, because realistically they're not catching up on defense.
Not at all. That little bit of a bait there with the traps and just not getting it. He just committed so much to getting that Crusher Mortar. And then we saw why he wanted that Crusher Mortar, because the Crusher Mortar single-handedly shut down this attack. He walked in, had to pop the Warden's ability, and that other Yeti didn't get topped back off to full health, and it immediately went down after the Warden's Eternal Tome as well. Panic set in, but he was able to keep his composure and maintain the 2-star. So here's the situation. If you're Dizzy, you need a defense. If you're Tribe, you 3-star, you win the war.
And they have Teamper up next, who is such a talent. He does like the 5-ball rocket loons from time to time. Are we going to see that? I don't know. I mean, they're ahead on percentage. So he can take the risk in some degree to make sure that if he gets that 3-star, they've won it, right? So I feel like it is a good possibility we see that from him. But think about this as well. Fluxy, ex-teammate of Tribe Gaming. Should they defend here? The war is in your hands.
Going back with the Root Riders. The advantage is approximately 44%. I think that's the number. So pretty much any 2-star makes it so Fluxy has to 3-star. But you know, Temper, he's going to look to close this war out with a triple right now. This is your moment, Temper. Can you put your team into the upper bracket final?
A couple of balloons to test initially there, alongside the Lava Hound, pulling a couple of those air mines. Then we've got the Battle Blimp diving in alongside these Super Wizards here, Bash. I love it.
Okay, a little Blizzard Blimp action. We haven't seen that in a little bit. Now these Wizards are just going to go ahead and crush all these defenses. They've done their job. They're even pulling out that Clan Castle. A little bit of an old school technique there, Judo.
Yeah, sometimes, you know, people forget about different methods. I still love to see the bowler bounce from here every so often, the invisible bowler bounce, but hey, sometimes those old school methods can come into play when the base bowlers aren't building against it. Back to the attack though, that Blizzard means he's able to throw out the Clan Castle very effectively, take it out at the top so the ice golems aren't going to give him any of that tricky timing that we've seen in the last time.
And remember, his teammate Kronos went with those 3 overgrowths. It almost feels like that blimp right there. He's one overgrowth because look, he's just cut out that whole section of the base. And he's going to cut off the bottom of the king, push everything in, and he can just shut down the segments as those roots make their approach.
Into a lot of traps here. Healers keeping those Root Riders well topped up though. Really liking the approach here. He's got every hero ability still to go. Another overgrowth as well. And slowly approaching the town hall. This bottom area of the base might be dangerous. Barbarian King with plenty of spells to reinforce.
He's got to deal with that Royal Champion. All the heroes kind of coming up here. Minion Princess next, then the King. Here comes the Warden's Eternal Tome. This is a big moment on this attack. He uses the next overgrowth to shut down the Ricochet Cannon, shut down all those hard-hitting defenses. Roots are on the top. Queen is right there for support. Royal Champion's in behind, taking out that Minion Prince. This is a big strike. Looking really good.
Looks good. He's got abilities. Everything going to plan so far. Can he keep these Root Riders alive to move through the walls and open up pathing for his heroes? That is the main factor here with 50 seconds left. He cannot get stuck on walls. Defending Archer Queen goes down. He does have to use the Queen ability to try and get through the Fire Spitter. He's got a dangerous multi-inferno compartment in the center, but otherwise, he's getting there, Bash. It's very, very close.
He's looking really good. Judo still has a free start. Royal Champion needs to maintain her health, but that multi-arch tower is so lethal. Expo firing away. Royal Champion's gonna go down. Queen is gonna go down. Here comes the King's spiky ball.
Is it gonna be enough? The multi-inferno!
King, go get it!
King's gonna get it! He's got Phoenix!
He's gonna get it! He's gonna get it!
Tribe DG हार्यो guys. DG हार्यो. Good night for Tribe DG guys.
Tribe Gaming. Dizzy X Stamina cannot catch up on the percentage game, even if Fluxy 3 stars. They are way too far behind. Tribe Gaming accelerating to that 44% advantage. What a performance from them. Any doubt you had about this Tribe Gaming team is just thrown right out of the window.
I remember talking about Legends League yesterday. We're talking about using those multiple overgrowths, whether it's 2 or 3. It's like, I don't know where to use my second overgrowth. I tried to use 2 overgrowths, use 3 overgrowths. If you need any kind of help, this is a masterclass on how to use those overgrowths to 3-star your opponent's base.
They messed up my perfect predictions. Fluxy is wanting to go out with a 3-star because they will be facing off against Melaseem MG later today. So they want to try and get that confidence. If they can put up 3 stars in this war, 13 stars. That gives them good confidence moving down to that attack. Beautiful fireball there from Fluxy. 2 invisibility spells, setting up that fireball super quick, recalling the warden out of there.
Fluxy, inspired by his teammates with a little creativity early on here. When you think of Fluxy, you think of just straight on, like, I'm going in here, getting that 3-star, throwing everything I got at the base, but I love the creative fireball there, recalling that warden out, so a beautiful charge. But look at the Expo and the Flinger. That Flinger is not going to get the value he's hoping for.
Yeah, you can see the frustration there because that is a big miss, meaning that he doesn't get any of that value. That's meant to pick off not just the damage, but the pathing as well, which we talk about so much. So now he has to just focus on the warden at the top of the base, see how he can set up these heroes to move into the town hall.
It seemed like he was trying to like split those expos, so maybe get that Flinger to go right up the middle and get that multi-inferno. But that is like such a precision play right there. Continue with the warden charge up top. Let's see if Fluxy can get a 3-star and keep a little bit of momentum, keep a little bit of positivity within the team. I know they're not going to get down, go backstage, and get down on themselves, but you definitely want to feel as good as possible going into that elimination matchup a little bit later today.
Absolutely. Raging the warden now, you've got to be careful with these spells, making sure that you've got that warden topped up before he deals into damage. Spring Trap, Tornado Trap, we've got a defending Headhunter as well, but he does manage to pop that out. Because sometimes
guys, don't forget to like if you haven't liked the like yet.
This warden is just having a struggle here. There's another Spring Trap. I mean, you could see if there was an RC going through there, how that would just mess up an RC charge. Luckily, the warden has the healers on him, so he can maintain a little bit. But that warden's just going to take a pounding from the Crusher Mortar for a little bit. And here comes a Minion Prince charge on the left side.
Yeah, a couple of rocket runes to test, but also take down that air defense. We've got the King ability stripping apart the top left side of the base, and it looks like the RC will then now be responsible for this town hall if the Minion Prince doesn't quite get there in time.
That's a big thing, though. We haven't dealt with the Town Hall. It's still standing strong in the middle, protected by 4 storages, plus that Clan Castle, which is a heavy HP building as well. There goes the Minion Prince's abilities. Got those pants on.
Now.
Yeah, it's tough.
I think from the left side, he's just waiting at the defensive pathing, but he had the Minion Prince ability used as well. There's the RC. Oh, yeah, she just got from there.
Good call there, definitely looks sketchy. The Minion Prince was able to do enough to set that pathing, set that Royal Champion up for that Town Hall takedown. It is going to be a 2-star. Even if he did 3-star here, we already knew the result of this war. But again, go out with your head held high here. Fluxy and the guys are going to have to go back, regroup, and get ready as they'll be playing in an elimination matchup here in our World Championships.
No. It is all about Tribe Gaming.
Okay guys, Tribe Gaming ले
no attack was under the 90% mark, so they had that consistency throughout. They've really stepped things up from their match yesterday, and that is why they have beaten the first golden ticket team that we had this year in Dizzy X Stamina.
And I think like Tribe played really well to the crowd. I think Tribe and Elevate are our two
guys, you
are
team.
They really know how to feed off the energy of the crowd and really use that to their advantage. And we see Tribe time and time again fist pumping, amping up the crowd, getting the crowd on their sides, and that's what they're so good with. Well, let's go ahead and throw with Banks. It looks like he's ready for an interview.
Kronos, come on, we've got a face front and center. Congratulations. I've got to say, our players are definitely starting to look a bit more comfortable up here on the main stage. I tell you what was going through your mind? You know, a door kind of cracked open after Synthe's unfortunate attack, and then you kind of had an opportunity, you grabbed it with both hands, you managed to secure a triple. That was the turning point, right?
Yeah, they started 2 for 2. The nerves kicked in, I have to say. But in Dima and Stefan we trust. I shouted them out yesterday, I shout them out today. They're my goals.
The momentum kind of sticks with you now. You're going to be playing obviously again later on in that upper bracket for a spot potentially in the grand final already. It seems like it's gone so quickly, doesn't it? You've got to maintain composure backstage. So obviously you guys can be super happy right now, but what's the plan? You've not got a huge amount of time until you're back here on the main stage.
Yeah, I think just getting some food, getting some water, getting some
final upper bracket final के Tribe versus Elevate भयो. अब DG versus CY अनि
emotions first out. The first thing I said is boys. It's been one attack, there's 4 more. Let's slow down. But yeah, just keep a cool collected mind.
Keep it cool. I've got to also say, we had a lot of chatter from the casters as well during this moment, but Nabrax, right? Something went wrong early on in the attack, but he maintained such amazing composure. We know that it was just a high percentage 2-star at the end of the day. That's not always what wins wars, but that level of composure is what you look for, and I guess that comes with experience for you guys on the main stage, right?
Yeah, I mean, the good thing with us, and especially with the way the game is going, is it's very, well, like one player usually has one army, and you do the army so much in practice and wars and whatever, that you understand it fully, and he knew, like it got really close in my opinion, he knew that the way it was shaping up was still fine, essentially, yeah.
Still fine. Well, take a look at it. You are already going into the upper bracket final. You got the Tribe Gaming Sea of Red at the front of the stage. Congratulations, Kronos. Thank you so much for joining me here on the main stage. Let's Kronos, give it up for Tribe Gaming one more time, guys. We got to break down that war in a lot more detail because that was an incredible one. It's had its ups and downs. It was phenomenal. So let's head back over to the desk where they can break it down.
Phenomenal is an understatement. Tribe Gaming's celebrations all around. What a performance from them. And we are joined up here at the desk with Carbon Finn. You spoke to Banks prior to the war. A little bit about how you expected things to shape up.
An impressive performance that came in from Tribe Gaming. And they're going to be going up to the upper bracket finals and cannot wait to see those matches. But just because you got sent to the lower bracket doesn't mean that you have the opportunity to still make it back. But of course, it's going to be difficult forcing that bracket reset.
It's one of the toughest things to do in Clash Esports, especially when you have those teams in the lower bracket that are so good. But if we take a look here at the stats, Dizzy Stamina, they started off so good, but you kind of mentioned it throughout the war, that middle of the lineup was a little bit of a problem spot yesterday, and that remains to be the case here today.
Yeah, just not able to get it done, but you got to give props to Tribe Gaming. They took that opening and they jumped on it. They made sure to finish off strong, and that's where I was alluding to earlier that you have those good starts, but it also does depend on who you've got left in your lineup as well, because you do have people that are better going off last and maybe save some of your better attackers until the end. Each team has their own different dynamic, and that's what makes it so interesting here.
Absolutely, and of course, sending in some of your top players first and tripling can set the tone and intimidate the other team. But such an impressive performance that we saw from Tribe Gaming, and the MVP coming in from the captain, Kronos,
Thank you so much,
who we were able to speak to there, but a well-deserved MVP. And of course, we also had P. Castro kicking off a 3-star at the start. It was a great job from them, and what a match we're going to have with Elevate Tribe Gaming. One of them is going to be in the grand finals.
There's already been years rivalry with these two squads, let's be honest with ourselves. I mean, this is a big rivalry, and now P. Castro over on Tribe. That matchup is going to be absolutely electric. But we do have to wait a little bit for that, as we are going to go down to the lower bracket. We're going to have Dizzy Stamina, Milliseam MG. That will be an elimination matchup. We'll also have Rapata Gaming versus Shibai, another elimination matchup. And like, look at these teams still remaining.
Absolutely. Well, that second one, Rapata Gaming and Shibai, is what we will move to first, so that we don't have any downtime. Dizzy Stamina have a little bit of time to reset. But yeah, that's tough to come out of that defeat and then go against Milliseam MG, who, they have just that really stacked lineup. They have that solid end to their squad as well in Nes4X, so that is a tough matchup for Dizzy Stamina. However, let's see how things happen. Like, some teams thrive in the pressure down there. Maybe they can go backstage and think about things, analyze it, and just ready for that next match.
Yeah, those small things are going to make all the difference in the match, but with the team coming up next, we have Rapata Gaming. They are the defending world champions, and they have experience from making the lower bracket run. They're definitely capable of doing it. They have the 2 players on this stage. We're going to have to try to increase their hit rate to be able to give them that opportunity.
Yeah, it's tough matchups all around. And with Milliseam, it feels like they almost got that second life, let's be honest. They were pretty much on the brink of elimination, so hopefully they'll be settled in a little bit more today. But we'll find all that out very soon. We're going to check out some highlights from this last matchup that was so electric. We'll be back with more Clash action.
Okay guys, हाम्रो अब यो त यो रिप्ले होइन ट्राइब त लास्टमा त त्यो उनीहरूले गर्दाखेरि नि त होपलेस भयो तिनीहरू नि सुरुको दुईटा प्लेयरले मात्रै 3 हाने के ओके रोलेक्स Actually, के भन्यो यार सबले इमोजी मात्रै बनाउँदैछ यार हामीले आउनु त आछ तिम्रो सिरियल ल्याएको हो अझ सिबाइले नि अन्डरस्ट्यान्ड गर्ने होइन के होइन यति फ्री छ हाल्नु तिमी हाल नि तिमी ऱ्यापर यो रिपोर्ट आएको अघि रिपोर्ट अघि गाउँमा थियो अनि सरी भने गाउँमा थियो अनि डिस्कल चल्दैन भनेर भन्थ्यो अनि च्याटमा चाहिँ आएको अघि एकछिन हामीले रिपोर्टरमा आइसक्यो 65% भोट आएको छ है
From now on, guys, please call me him. That's my new name.
Might take it. कोरोस त उसको बित्तिकै नाचेको थियो के अरे मैले नाच भनेको नाचेर राम्रो काम गरेछ यसले जे होस् यसलाई जित्छ भनेर थाहा रहेछ अब त्यसले 3 हानेसी यही नाचे त हेर न हेर न त्यसको पारा यस्तो गर्दाखेरि मलाई त हार्छ जस्तो लाग्यो यस्तो गयो भने हार्छ नि त यस्तो है एउटा तर जित्यो ओइ त्यो गीत गर्दै पक्रेर ढन्छ र कचुमाको फायरबल काजुमाको फायरबल त अब
is once again locked in
दुईटा एउटा पनि हैन दुईटै अझै एउटा जग्गाले फेला
where the sharks are swimming and the fight for survival continues. And so, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to bring out your first team to the main stage. This is going to be a true test of mental strength because this team suffered a loss literally less than an hour ago. So can they reset? Can they recalibrate? Come out here and put on the performance of a lifetime to stay in this competition. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise. Gaming!
सिबाईमा मेरो दाजुभाइ छ है गाइस सिबाईमा बुझ्यौ नि सिबाईमा मेरो दाजुभाइहरु छ भने म सिबाईलाई सपोर्ट गर्छु है आज तर म सपोर्ट गरेको टिम हार्छ यार गाइस म सपोर्ट गरेको टिम हार्छ यार के गर्ने होला गाइस यिनीहरुको यहाँ ग्यास त यार भएन के हो यस्तो के गरेको यो यस्तो गरे यार सुत्यो खाबे के फेरि आँखा दे आँखा खतरा
Leo, American, Einstein, General X, and Philip. You're going over there. You're going over there. Can they keep a cool head ahead of this match? Only time will tell. Your next team to step out here onto the main stage eliminated a champion caliber team yesterday, but they're going to have to do it all over again to stay in this competition. They are Shibai!
Shibai! Shibai! Guys, मेरो दाइ हो है मेरो दाइ सुबिन दाइ मेरो दाइ हो है अ मेरो भाइ मेरो जुडबा भाइ मलाई दिइचार त्यो ला मेरो यो आइपड हैन कुरै भएन सुबिन दाइ Hi guys,
they are Wei, Nian, Meow, 7, and Suben.
हजुर पाउँदै हुनुहुँदै रहेछ त्यसो भए हैन सुबिन दाइ खतरा छ नि गाइस सुबिन दाइ मेरो दाइ हो गाइस सुबिन दाइ मेरो भाइ हो गाइस जुडुवा हो यताको
This is their moment to stay in the competition. Can Shibai capitalize on the loss that Robotic Gaming have suffered earlier, or has that just dialed in Robotic even more? Time will tell. They are reported, I promise you. Okay, it is time to throw into this match. So let's head over to our casters. It's Clash Bashing and Carbon.
No more room for mistake. We are down to a couple of eliminations matches here in the lower bracket. Our defending world champion going up against our Chinese qualifier team. This one should surely be intense, Carbon Fan.
It's gonna be intense. With elimination on the line, can Shibai take out the defending world champions? Having to make a lower bracket run is such a difficult task. But the thing you have to do is focus on this match and nothing else. One match at a time. One at a time. And right in the middle of this lineup is always the MVP, right? No matter what voting we have, General X, and what an impressive attack from his previous match where he swagged the Warden Eternal Tome and still pulled off the 3-star. To myself, I would say, okay, at that point, once that happens, go for the same 2-star, send the Super Yetis to the complete opposite side where the Town Hall is, but no, he went around the base and still pulled it off. And they are capable of doing just that. But on the other side, Shibai, they took out one of the fan favorites, Navi.
Right, and it seemed like once Shibai kind of got settled in here, they were that team that all the other teams were talking about. Is like they're kind of like that sleeper, really good team. I mean, we've seen them playing under Boom Academy as well. Obviously, they qualified through the Chinese qualifier. These guys are no joke, especially if they've calmed their nerves and they're feeling good. Former World's MVP Way leading this team. If these guys are playing hot, our defending world champions could be in trouble here.
Way getting 2 triples and just continuing his domination. Like you mentioned, a World's MVP. When was that? 2019.
Yeah.
So long ago.
The first.
Exactly. And he's still here competing at the top of the game. It's just an impressive performance by him, and he's still bringing amazing attacks, and he's going to look to probably close off these matches. He's the one that likes to come in towards the end, so we'll have to keep our eye on that. But this is going to be an incredible match here in the lower bracket. We got so many amazing teams still left. But can the defending world champs continue to try to fight for that trophy and be crowned a 2-time champion? Because no player in Clash of Clans has ever won 2 world championships before. It's possible here because there's many players that are still alive that can try to pull that off.
Many players among many teams that can still get that first double champion. I mean, for Rapata Gaming, they're looking to go back-to-back. Remember in 2013?
Guys, getting ready. Ready
Clash came on their way in 2013. So many rivalries that can develop here today. But Barney Banks is ready with the vibe check. Let's see how everyone's feeling.
We are front and center for this match, a survival match that couldn't be between 2 teams who have been more impressive up to this point. Gum, Barney, Itsu, and Cheppa over here on the main stage. Gum, talk to me. Where have you been? Where have you come from to come and support your favorite teams?
I've come all the way from Germany, flown here for a long time to support, of course, all the German players, in company, of course, also Rapata Gaming. Really looking forward to this match. Unfortunately, they're never in the lower bracket, but I'm feeling confident they will knock out Shibai and make their way all the way through the lower bracket to the grand final and maybe even be able to make an upset once again and win it all.
It seems like a lot of people in the crowd agree with you as well. Rapata Gaming, they've been here before. They're champion caliber team. Itsu, you know, you are so dialed into this game, it's not even funny, okay? Shibai, you've been kind of singing their praises a little bit over the past few days. They have been incredibly impressive. So where do you see this one swinging?
I mean, it really depends. If Shibai can play their game and is getting like 12, 13 stars, it's going to get scary for Rapata because I see them on like 11 to 12 stars, and I think it's up to Shibai to decide what type of performance they're going to show us.
Okay, so if they play their game, either of them could really win this. Cheppa, talk to me. I want to get some insight from you. Who's been more impressive up to this point for you?
Actually, up to this point, I would say Rapata Gaming was more impressive. Shibai yesterday couldn't really show their level, what they are able to do, in my opinion. But maybe we see some crazy combinations today, so Reported needs to be careful, to be honest. So let's see, it's going to be a nice match.
Crazy combinations indeed. You like to see the casters get nice and surprised when it's an attack that nobody expects. So I'm excited to see what these guys pull out of the bag. But for now, we have our audience predictions, guys. You know what? What do you think the audience prediction is going to be?
I'm expecting a 12-1 or 13-1 for RPG.
Okay, we need the percentage though. I mean, I'm thinking people are going to go 70% reported gaming, but let's just find out.
Guys, prediction like this is difference
56% in favor of reported gaming. That's pretty even. I'm not gonna lie, I thought it would swing harder their way because, you know, previous world champions, etc., etc. But it is said that the best athletes in the world, they find comfort in chaos. So who can survive within the chaos? People are going to be talking to you, they're going to be chattering about their plans in your ears, but all you're going to be able to hear is your own heartbeat up here because these guys get super nervous. But who can remain calm? Only time will tell. Let's head back over to the casters. Let's take us in to our first attack. Let's do this!
As the first attack is getting ready, remember it's elimination on the line. And can it be a 3-star? The Root Riders to start with the giant arrow and 3 earthquakes, planning to try to snipe that town hall possibly with the giant arrow of that queen, but he's going with the royal champion to start with an invisibility outside to reroute that RC into the ricochet cannon and even into this poison spell tower.
Good value looking here for the world champion. Now led us off 2 times yesterday with Super Yetis, but both were failed, so deciding to change it up and go with those Root Riders, which we've seen having great success here today. Gonna go ahead and just actually weaken up the base and then go ahead and throw in a quake. Get some poison tower, which that's an amazing pickup. But one thing I've noticed is the Shibai team, they are so favored to this troop launcher instead of, or the log launcher instead of the troop launcher that we see a lot of times.
Wow, okay. This is the log launcher moving right on through. And a lot of times we typically see the log launcher trying to go towards the town hall, line up some defenses, but this trick is being used on the core of the base, taking out that value, poisoning the clan castle that's come out. Rocket is going through, and Yeti's trying to help assist to take out that Crusher mortar. The defensive minion prince is doing a lot of work there. The giant can't even tank or take it out, but the overgrowth through the town hall as the queen and some roots are continuing to try to pass eventually through this Gigabomb, which do quite a bit of damage, but he's got the Ward Eternal Taunt still.
Giant barely gets that Crusher mortar down. Now, Log Launcher did pick up a monolith, which allowed that Giant from the action figure to go ahead and get that Crusher mortar. He did actually commit quite a bit using the visibility spell, so he wanted to make sure to get that Crusher mortar out, so he doesn't have a remaining on the back end. Now everything can circle in here, get this town hall under control, and that right side of the base still pretty lethal, but if we can hold that minion friends, he's got a solid chance here.
Remember, you don't have to take out the defending heroes. They can stay up and you'll still be able to get a 3-star. Nothing around him, so I don't think you should be able to target with the king ability still intact. Usually it's going to be the spiky ball that can skip through the final remaining buildings and defenses. 2 rocket loons left. He's continuing to try to push through. The queen's eventually going to go for the walls that he was pulling some red air, but does decide to pop that king ability, but he does take out that storm through first.
But watch the queen. She's breaking through the wall down here. And now the king's going to circle around. Nice. Teams here work right up. Shibai can put up some 3-stars, put that pressure early, and Meow finally gets on the board with a 3-star. All the pressure goes over to RPG.
What is with these matches we're seeing today? 3-stars starting them off. Will we see an answer from Reported? Unfortunately, he's been struggling a little bit, and even getting the lower percentages into the 80s, low 80s. So he can start it off with a 3-star for them. That is going to be fantastic, because we know they're closing attackers, which we have Einstein, General X, and then even Philip have been able to be pulling off those triples. But American also hasn't gotten that done there with a lower percent in the previous match. So I believe Leo's going to be up first for them. So will he be able to pull off a triple to answer that call?
But we've seen a lot of adjustments from these leadoff hitters. I mean, Meow's a perfect example. He made the adjustments, got a 3-star. Pikachu made adjustments, got a 3-star. Let's see if Leo can make the adjustment and get the 3-star. Warden does have that angry jelly. Remember, that'll allow him to target only defenses for 35 seconds. Does have the recall. Let's see where he goes in. It's going to be, oh wait a second, that's Queen with the angry jelly, excuse me. Warden with the sneezy there. My mix up there, but same difference. Queen's gonna charge in here, target only defenses for 35 seconds. Recall, it's a safer approach from the RC charge.
Yeah, with some skeleton spells trying to provide that distraction. Has to go with the invis onto that Queen to help protect her. Another invis back to back. He eventually will push this Queen towards the clan castle and may even be able to lure it out. Can he pull out the full CC so he can deal? Okay, does not. So some of the clan castle does remain. One of the nice things is if you can pull the full CC out, you can take it out to the edge and not have to deal with all that damage and getting frozen in the core, typically with Ice Golem.
And here comes a log launcher trick for Rapata Gaming. Throwing that Earthquake onto the multi and the Fire Spitter will allow that log launcher to take him out. He's going to go ahead and create that pathing with the King on the inside. That'll push the roots down into the middle of the base. One Overgrowth should allow him to shut down a section. Yetis do pop out here. They'll finish off that multi-inferno, finish off that battle builder hut, and now everything is all in through here. Where does he use the Overgrowth? A little bit later, maybe towards that monolith?
We'll have to see. The log launcher did not open the town hall compartment, but it's okay. The RC pops the Warden. They path their way into the town hall. And there are some Ice Golems coming out of the defending clan castle. The Overgrowth was used to the bottom side, which does hit that monolith. So it won't be taking any of that damage while his King stays to the edge of this space and still has the RC ability. The Queen ability, a rage invis, and a handful of super barbs. It's all about the timing of these spells. He does decide to use on the RC, so that rocket spear shots can get raged up there.
Dealing even more damage, but look at that long range multi-gear tower. It's dealing so much damage into the base. Yeti's not going to get taken down. Those Yeti mites should pop over and deal some damage, but gets it down to about maybe a third health there. World Champion, look how healthy she is on the outside. Spiky ball, this is looking really good for Leo. He's making the adjustments, and Rapata Gaming get the response they've been looking for.
That is exactly what Rapata Gaming needed right there. A clutch answer, and again,
nice. Guys, next match, you match
this match is having back-to-back triples. The answers across the board. These teams are firing on all cylinders, and that was a fantastic attack. Way to go there, Leo. Now you can switch to try to help your teammates plan and get those spotter calls in. But an impressive answer. 3 stars are not an easy feat to do here in esports mode.
It's tough, but we're starting to see as those
okay guys,
all the next added, these teams are responding and just making the adjustments they need. We're seeing those scores just rise more and more throughout these wars. Shibai, can they upset the world champions? That's going to be a big storyline throughout this war. They had the same lineup throughout yesterday. 7 should be the next attacker. I didn't see them changing it up, and yes, 7 is their second attacker. But remember, he had that 1-star, responded with a 3-star. Let's see which 7 we get today. Is it going to be 6? Is it going to be 7? Let's find out, Carbon.
Well, with the 3 Super Yetis, the King has got the Earthquake boots on him as they're going to potentially... Oh, is it going to be a Warden Fireball? Usually, once that happens, yes, indeed, it is Earthquake paired in and create an initial funnel. The healers onto this Warden to move his way through with that jump so he can then place... Trying to potentially jump toward the town hall and then Earthquake through the core. Let's see, as he's taking his time towards the edge of this base, does not drop that furnace with that Warden or anything. The Queen will pull the Warden to the right side and up to the top side of this base. Does double wall break up there, so you'll have an easy access into that compartment, trying to set an additional funnel so we know exactly where these Super Yetis are going to come through.
I wonder if he switches to a log launcher. Almost every Super Yeti attack they ran yesterday went with a log launcher. Right now has that Siege Barrack selected, which will give the additional support of a couple P.E.K.K.A.s and some Wizards out of there, which is an additional force to add in is so nice. So far has not dropped it, and there goes that Siege Barrack, electing to get those P.E.K.K.A.s to support this World Champion charge.
With that jump now giving him access towards the top and nearly getting that Town Hall. Out comes the Furnace and some Ice Golems. So he pairs in that poison. The Kings jumped into the Town Hall compartment. Gonna get slowed down, unfortunately. There is the Earthquake Boots right through the core of this base. They won't have access to the backside, but this is where the Royal Champion can be clutch, moving her way through, but he's going to be patient. Nice Skeleton spell to distract quite a bit of the defenses to protect those Super Yetis.
He doesn't know which way.
1 minute 24 second बाँकी छ अब pause भयो
Down.
8 सेकेन्ड त्यो बाँकी छ अब अनि किन बाँकी छ डिफेन्सहरु त टर्ने बाँकी छ है अझै
Take out the multi-gear tower. Now the King gonna go over and
क्यान बाँकी छ
but everything is looking really good for 7 as he still has that Royal Champion's ability with the Hogs to come out.
Yes.
This is looking really, really solid. I'm worried about the Giga Bomb, but it's looking really good for 7.
Alyy triggered that tornado trap, so the Royal Champion wouldn't get slowed down. She continues to go invisible, and this Warden Ration is clutch, helping the Royal Champion out so much. Even the P.E.K.K.A.s are coming right through. Unfortunately, Warden does just go down. But that Ricochet cannon's going to big problem. We have the Giga Bomb.
3-star हुन्छ क्या another 3-star हुन्छ त
But is it enough? Luckily, the P.E.K.K.A. was taking just enough.
Here we go.
यति छ आरसी मोड्न लाग्छ आरसी मोड्न लाग्छ आरसी मोड्यो तर यति छ है सुपर यति छ है अनि मिनियन चाहिँ बाँकी छ है एउटा मिनियन गोब्लिन चाहिँ बाँकी छ है दुईटा तर गोब्लिन जस्तो 25 सेकेन्ड बाँकी छ
97 maybe might be able to pick up a little bit. Nah, probably not. 97%, so close to a 3-star, but sometimes those 3 buildings are all you need as a difference maker for the RPG.
And we've seen the 99s, 98s, 97s, and plenty of matches that are the difference in those wars, but still a great percentage if it comes down to a tie on stars. You can win on the percent as that tiebreaker. Since this is a lower bracket, you cannot afford mistakes. That in their mind, that would be a mistake because they want those 3 stars. But in the end, it's a great percentage so that you have the ability to try to win on that condition. And unfortunately, 7 only gets the 97% there 2-star. Now, are we going to see American come in for Repotted Gaming? He did get into the low 80s or into the 80% in his previous attack. But he's looking to try to turn that one around. And if he's going to fail, it's got to be above the 97 in order to keep that lead.
He's kind of struggling with this world, to be honest. I mean, I don't think he's broke 90% yet, so this is his moment. Hopefully his team, kind of prepped him for this war, kind of got him all psyched up, ready to go, because they need, if he misses this, it's got to be a high 90%. They can't afford to fall behind against Shibai, but realistically, they are aiming for a 3-star here. A 3-star is massive. Battle Bloom is selected right now. He's going to go and throw lightnings and earthquakes. Giant arrow to go and take out that Crusher Mortar. But did he clip that Town Hall? It didn't really look like it.
I think really he just wanted to create that initial funnel and he got it. We saw this attack earlier from Philip and it worked, but it can be tricky to line up that Queen's Arrow, but he already pulled that off, so that is fantastic so far. Looks like she may move her way towards this right side. Does have the recall, so he can pull this Queen out after the Spitter is taken out and could recall her and place her right where he just went. So that, okay, no, he decides to stay to the far left. One of the reasons to go over there is because the Spitter is not pointing in that direction. It's pointing the complete opposite way. So why go into the Spitter when you can go from behind it and save all that damage?
Exactly, negate all that damage on the base. We'll likely see that Battle Blimp if he stays with it, go right over the top and go to the Town Hall, and here comes that Battle Blimp nice and early on. That way the roots can just stick to the outside of the base. I'll tell you with these Root Rider attacks, it's all about bringing the padding around the exterior. You shut down in the middle, whether it's with a Battle Blimp, with an Overgrowth, and then these roots are just able to stick to the tight pack on the outside and deal so much damage, open up the base, and this is why we see successful roots.
And the nice thing about the Yetis here is they're keeping the Ice Golems at bay right next to him, so the poison is working. So these roots and the Queen and Royal Champion to the left won't get stalled up. So I really like the benefit of using the Yeti. And Castle is gone, but popping that RC ability, unfortunately, all the Root Riders are gone as well. So it's going to come down to the Overgrowth. Does just place that now, and it's up to the heroes. Can the Warden, with the Royal Champion and the King ability intact, still power through? Oh, the Queen is even actually sneaking behind, grabbing that Clan Castle. She's got the Unicorn, so she can slowly get healed up.
But look at all this damage in this compartment. There's the king, there's the queen, there's the multi-tiered tower, there's the ricochet cannon. So much defenses, not to mention the overgrowth is going to be wearing off any moment. There it is, and more defenses wake up.
And unfortunately, the queen took too much damage. The unicorn could not work, so it switches off to the warden with the healers there. And now here comes the king ability. Spiky ball moves through. Unfortunately, doesn't move in towards that scatter shot. The warden steps right into that range, and he went down. The king will try to move his way all the way around. Does not have the phoenix, so once he goes down, he won't come back to life. Remember, this is where the percentage game comes into play. The 97% from 7 is going to give them the advantage. So this one most likely won't get that high because there's going to be several walls the king would have to fight through and not enough time.
94% looks like the mark unless one of those defenses is low, but I don't think anything's been over there. I don't see a battle builder out. So those are all full health. 94% means that Shibai now have a 3% advantage moving forward in the war.
That little bit of percentage lead is all you need. They'll take it, but there's plenty of amazing attackers left for both sides. One is Einstein. He's an amazing fireball attacker, but that can also backfire, as we saw with Navi, where Kazuma had 2 unfortunate fireballs going to the edge of the base. So that is a risky attack. Then, of course, we have General X, who is such an amazing player. He's been coming in with triples, so Repati Gaming has plenty of firepower left in the tank, but can Shibai pull through and continue to try to add triples of their own as they are getting their final preparation in for this attack? And let's see what the attacker will do.
Okay guys, next
the defender for Repati is going to be Philip. Nian wants to get this triple for them, and the plan is going to involve the roots as well, but the double lava hounds. We've been seeing some players use single hounds, which can pull poison spell towers and try to test for those traps, but he's going with the 2-hound approach.
It's a really, really nice approach here. Nian did have some success with this attack yesterday. 1 3-star, 1 2-star. So we know that he can put up a triple in this spot. Here comes some rocket loons down there, just shut down some defenses. He's going to go ahead and just continue to charge forward with this royal champion. She's going great. So far, everything is to plan. Getting everything out, weakening those buildings up with the earthquake. But now she catches a tornado trap. They spin it around a little bit, but it looks like it's not too trapped there, actually.
Yeah, the RC's trying to continue her way through. Pops that ability, steps through. Does he want to grab the town hall? Maybe RC does path to the town hall next. Goes with it. There's no more. World Champions lost his spirit box. I don't think it's going to be enough to go to the town hall. Yes, the pull just back. And that is where the tornado trap played a huge role, slowed her down. He could have gone that town hall if the tornado trap was not placed right there for the Royal Champion.
One more visibility may have been enough to get the town hall, but unfortunately, as you mentioned, Carbon, the tornado, it wasn't really baited with traps, but it was just enough to hold up that Royal Champion charge, help take down that Spirit Fox, and there wasn't enough visibility for the Royal Champion. Now she'll go ahead and swing back through there and get that town hall down.
There's the hound from the top side to pull that poison spell tower, so it doesn't get locked to the bottom side of the base, popping the Warden Eternal Tome, continuing his way to the top. And maybe that next lava hound will come from the top where that wizard tower and bomb tower is, all the way to the top right to pull that poison spell tower, but he has to wait as their root riders are slowly making their approach.
One thing I really liked about that, not only do they pull that poison tower, but we saw those hounds soaking up so many traps yesterday, especially on this attack where you're trying to keep those healers up as long as possible. That is such a key thing. We'll see if the hound comes in, probably comes in right after this air defense goes down because he wants to path to that right air defense. But now that queen, she's under so much pressure right now. Here comes that hound. It's going to actually go right across the whole base.
Yeah, the hound's going to fly through towards the top right because maybe to test for the traps for the healers, but then also pulls that poison spell. And the hound pop pulling in some red air bombs, air skellies as well. But unfortunately, the multi in the core wipes those healers out, and we have a defense for Philip and Repotted Gaming, and the lowest percent so far here, 81. And unfortunately not able to get this They definitely needed to raise that percentage, but hey, they do have that 97% that did come in, and that is still going to be a high percent from them, but can RPG, can Nepali Gaming get their 3 stars? They have such amazing attackers left. I'm going to be worried about that Warden Fireball. You have to be super careful with where it's going to land and get that value.
Einstein, who has gone third a lot of the time, he has had those fireball attacks come in. It's such a risky play, but when it's done well, we've seen Einstein do some of the most beautiful fireball rocket loon attacks. We'll see if that's what he does. Electro, if he is next, but yeah, with the 83% leaves the door wide open for our world champions to walk right on through.
And when you're down on percent, and then if you're down by a star, it almost feels like you're down 2 because of that tie in terms of the percentage tiebreaker. So you really have to hope to get a defense against these next set of attacks. It looks like Einstein is next up for Repotted Gaming. And when it comes to the Warden Fireballs, it's all about multitasking. You don't want to lose that Warden. He's got to charge his way through, and sometimes what he likes to do is even use a handful of balloons. He's got 5 regular balloons over there, so keep your eye on how he wants to use it. Typically, you have the Warden Fireball come through to grab a section of the base, and then you can use those 5 balloons to then try to continue to pull the Warden further left to stay away from where your heroes are going, and that will ensure he stays on his own path and you won't run into a potential time issue.
That's a big issue with these rocket balloon fireball attacks. Time is always a thing. You have to be aware of it. Quick fireball gets that early strike. Now just setting the path. There is a golem in this army comp to help set up for those heroes. But what does he do? Where does he come in with the heroes? Looking at it, no minion prince charges. He's got a standard king and queen setup. A lot still to go on this one, but he's already setting the stage for that Flame Flinger to come in over on the right.
He did have to use an early freeze onto the defensive minion prince. Definitely did not want to do that. Oh, nice balloon there to test for a seeking air mine. Protects the healers there. Even has the sneezy, which is getting those boogers out in front, which can pull the red air bombs. Another rocket loon off to the top as he's slowly setting this up. But that Flame Flinger to the bottom side is going to get fantastic value. Nothing is threatening it other than the king, but a furnace does get lured out of the clan castle. Does he see it? He's not dropping the poison just yet, so maybe he doesn't see it. You do not want those furnace mice to jump to the healers, which the warden is taking a lot of damage. You can't afford that in an attack like this.
That is a big blow, but Carbon the Town Hall is not dealt with yet. And here come Clan Castle troops.
Yeah, the CC is coming out to defend this base as the Flame Flinger is still slowly working through the bottom side. But the World Champion can be used as insurance to grab the Town Hall at this point. Coin's ability goes off to the right. The King is getting slowed down as he did come back to life with the Phoenix. So now the Phoenix is trying to work through these skellies and the Ice Golem and Air Skellies, but it won't get much after that. But with 2 Rocket Loons, a Skelly, Invis, and a handful of spells, he's got to then save the 2-star and get that Town Hall because there's way too much stuff remaining, especially with no more Warden.
Flinger's still down there, dealing out tons of damage. He's got Yetis in there. He should have a direct path to the Town Hall, but the percentage is going to be super low. We saw 83% was the mark for Nian's attack. Einstein needs to get as close to that as possible, but he really does not have much force to make that happen, especially since the World Champion, she's going to have to essentially dive right at the Town Hall. Wait. Okay, he can use the Invis to redirect. Okay, I guess after the bow, she'll go right to the Town Hall. I thought he might use an Invis to redirect, but yeah, right after the bow, great use of that Royal Champion.
That was close. A little nerve-wracking there, but the RC steps into the multi. Gonna go to the poison spell tower, but he makes it invisible. Unfortunately, so for the hero, you don't want it to go for a hero because it won't increase the percentage at all. And the World Champion goes down, and it looks to be an answer of an 83. So we had 2 back-to-back. Oh, no, just a little bit more. So that means that they'll continue to raise that percentage and raise that lead as they both have 3 stars on each side. And unfortunately, Einstein, he's disappointed. He wanted that Warden to stay alive, and just with it being esports mode, the hardest in the hard mode modifiers, you lose concentration for a second, and those defenses team up onto any one of your heroes. They go down so quick.
A little bit of positive and negative there, Carbon, because they do gain some percent back on that exchange, but it's only 2%. They were trailing by 3%, which means Shibai still are winning by 1 building. 1% in this war is the lead. But now Shibai, they control their destiny. 2 triples, and they eliminate the world champion.
Eliminating a world champion just like that, and we would be crowning a new world champion. Well, can General X get the defense for Repotted Gaming, or can Subin get the triple for Shibai? Let's see what the plan of attack is with these Super Yetis as well, but only 2 of them, and notice Smash, 4 Ice Golems going to be used here in this attack.
This was kind of like their signature attack. They came in with they did have look at this, just trying to bait maybe a world champion charge early there to spin her around. But he's actually going to go ahead and just set the stage here for a quick fireball onto the get that pressure mortar out, even damage onto the Queen. Look at that, the Queen is almost down already.
I would have placed that warden right there without those Teslas, and he would have been spun around, and then my fireball would have went all the way to the wrong side of the base. But let's see as, oh no, if there's one right there, there might be more. Gotta drop a load on the second one.
It is very close. The Booger catches 1 red air bomb right out in front there. Here comes a wall break. It looks like he's intending to just walk right up in there and cut into this section of the base, which does make a ton of sense. He does have to cut that padding just a little bit. But the Queen and the Warden, they're walking right here. But look at this, Carbon. It's also going to be that long approach all the way across the base.
He does have that recall, so he can pull the Queen out of this compartment. So typically you'll get this scatter, get this value, and then pull her out and just send her right above. Yep.
Good
pretty close to where he was deploying, just so that he stays out of this compartment, because if this Queen is in here and he doesn't pull her back, then she's going to have to unfortunately get stuck on a wall. The minion prince and the other defenses will start to lock onto her, and it would be a huge problem.
Exactly. Great call there. Great play by Subin. But now it's a long trounce literally from the 12 o'clock side of the base. The Town Hall is at 6 o'clock section of the base. He's got to keep all these healers on these troops, on the heroes, keep everything alive. King and the Royal Champion will be in charge of keeping them in the middle of the base. But remember, we saw some issues with log launchers yesterday, and that log launcher already looks like it's a little bit low. It's going to open 1 more section of walls.
He needs those walls near the Town Hall to open up. Pops the Queen ability. The logs are still going 1 by 1. The final logs coming through, and yes! Opens towards this Town Hall, so he's going to have access to take that down. Royal Champion is making her way to the top, still has her ability. The King, unfortunately, is getting stuck on a wall because the defending Royal Champion is distracting him.
Subin is looking really strong through here. That multi-gear tower, always an intimidating foe. But look at this, he still has the Royal Champion's ability. Not much support aside from that, just a little bit of cleanup. There is a baby dragon. Here comes the Royal Champion ability with those hogs. He's got to get through this multi-gear tower right now.
There's no spare fox remaining onto this Royal Champion. The hogs are trying, but there's probably going to be giant bombs down here. The RC is still not targeted. She's still safe. Can he get through?
20 seconds, guys. 20 seconds. 20 seconds. Minions with the nice. Let's go.
Unfortunately, with an air defense still remaining, even the baby dragon got picked off before it. But it's percentage. It's still a decent percent at 94. But the attackers left for Repotted include General X, who got that triple. Also got a triple. So they have some amazing attackers left, and this is going to be a difficult spot for Shibai. They're hoping to try to stop Repotted.
1 more strike from that Royal Champion, and we could have been looking at a 3-star there, but not quite enough for Subin. Such a close attack, such a nail-biter for Shibai, who are ahead going into this 4th volley of attacks. Will it be General X up next? It looks to be the case. He is normally in that 4th spot, And it is the one and
खै
only
थाहा छैन है आफू जान तर मैले चाहिँ लाइक धेरैमा चाहिँ गर्दा गएको त मलाई त्यस्तो ठिक लाग्दैन लाइक अत्ति नै धेरै
and it looks like we're going to have rocket loons. Look at this invisible. Wait, it's dragons. Excuse me, it's going to be long RC charge and it's dragons.
With the angry jelly on the king, so he targets the defenses. There is the wall break. It's going to open up this compartment. Going to go straight into the queen, take him out, pop the ability with that giant gauntlet, which is going to set the funnel on the right side. He's setting the funnel on the left side, and notice the blimp actually soaked up that Giga Bomb, so the Yetis that came out did not get hit by it. Dealing the poison to help take that out, and it's going to directly try to path these Royal Champions towards the Town Hall. Hopefully she doesn't get pulled to the edge, goes to the left.
Oh, he's got to be on point on these business. He's got to be on point on these business. He's going to let go right for the Town Hall. Great call there. You don't want to dilly-dally and get taken out. Better to play it safe than sorry in this situation. Now this Royal Champion is going to continue charging to the left side of the base. He does have a ton of rocket loons on this one. He had 11 to begin, still has 10 remaining in his pocket. And it looks like Dragon's just going to deal with these rocket balloons down there in the bottom. And this Royal Champion picks up so much value.
Yeah, that Royal Champion was fantastic. We do have the poison spell tower on the right side. Does he try to sneak in one rocket loon over there to try to pull the poison away from the Dragons? As he goes with an early Warden Eternal Tome to the top. Those rocket loons to the top left are sniping that air defense to try to protect the Dragons, but he has the minion prince also moving through to the top. And yes, one rocket loon's coming into the poison, pulling it so it doesn't go to the Dragons to help protect them.
That's such a good play. We've seen that with Lava Hounds, but being able to use one rocket balloon, 8 housing space to negate that poison spell, that is so massive, and there's really no damage on it. Might actually even be able to get that building down, but in the meantime, his dragons up top are taking so much damage. Strike after strike, he needs to keep these dragons alive. Minion Prince is still in there with ability, and now that scatter shot locking onto the other package dragon.
All right, he's got to use these 3 balloons on the builder hut near that air defense. He's waiting until everything comes together. There you go, on the builder hut, it's moving into the air defense to snipe that, protecting the Dragons. He's moving through, he tested, and now the Minion Prince and Dragons are all coming together. He's liking it with the Warden Rage, really raging up this Minion Prince, powering through this backside. He's MVP Gaming stepping up yet again.
Look at that Dark Crown making that Minion Prince attack faster, attack harder, and that's what Repotted Gaming, you heard the crowd MVP. Because he is a former World's MVP. He knows what it takes to get the job done, and they are back to defend their title, and they are not rolling over for Skibai.
That is what we were expecting from the captain himself, and the pressure is going to Shibai here. They must answer the call, but of course we know who the final attacker is. The MVP from 2019, the man who has gone 2 triples so far. He's 2 for 2, the one and only way. So they get a triple. It's an answer, and then it's going to put the pressure right on back to Philip that he's going to have to get it. But let's focus on this attack now. He's been getting the triples with some Super Yetis. Will he continue with a Super Yeti attack, or is he going to switch it up and try to throw us off?
And it's been like that signature approach that Shibai kind of came to the table with, and I almost wonder if that's kind of like Way's go-to attack, and he's kind of taught the guys because he's so good with it. As you mentioned, 2 for 2 thus far with the Super Yetis, and here it is. There's the 2 Super Yetis. He's got this setup here. We'll have to see if there's the Fireball on the Warden. It actually looks like he's going to go with the Queen charge here with the Warden, and then pull them out with that recall, which we've seen them do time and time again here. Looking really good, setting up the pathing here with the Yeti. The crowd is asking for a defense, but let's see what Way has for him.
With that Queen to the top side, Ice Golem, Warden pushing their way through, and he finds a spring trap right off the bat, so the Monolith will not get frozen, but he does get through this Ricochet Cannon. And this queen is powering right on through towards the monolith. And look at what he saw. There is a hidden open wall up there. I believe that is right behind that storage, which means that the queen just stepped into this compartment. I would have completely missed that. Nice identification from Wei as he continues through. Doesn't grab the wizard tower, but he'll just probably redeploy the queen near, maybe to the left, because he does wall break into this compartment here. Baby Dragon further left. Ice Golems coming down. Super Yetis and the redeployment of the Warden and Queen.
Straight shot to the Town Hall from here. Here comes that signature log launcher to go right on through the middle, open everything up, and we should see the King and the Royal Champion on the flank to keep everything on track here. Looking like a very nice approach from Wei, and here it comes. Here comes the King, here comes the Royal Champion. This is the way they run this attack, and it's been working so well for them.
Yeah, with that Warden ability now going off to help protect these troops, leading towards this Town Hall, which also clips that log launcher, so it can ensure opening up to the Town Hall, giving you access to take that down, as we have, I believe, what was another Super Yeti that did come out of here.
Yes.
As he's trying to continue. I think I saw a Super Velk in there. Yes, a Super Velk went off and died, which means that it drops that rage spell. And the giant, as they're getting raged up from the spell, but doesn't have enough. And the Super Yetis all unfortunately went down. The Queen's continuing with this Warden, but does he have enough with the Royal Champion trying to move through the bottom while the King is trying to provide the tanking?
Einstein's base using the chemistry and melting Wei's troop in the core. This World Champion goes to ability, bringing those hogs out for some tanking support, but there's not much support left on the base. One freeze, one invis, and it looks like this is going to fall short. I mean, he's still got quite a bit of base here. King is on the outside with these snakes. But I don't think this World Champion, once these hogs go down, she's going to be targeted by the bow, the multi-arch tower. I don't think she's going to have enough to get through here.
Well, with one freeze and invis, you can never count anything out. He's trying his best.
Oh,
does
good
put
freeze.
a perfect freeze spell right there. Gotta go invis right as it goes off. Invis that Royal Champion. He does.
No.
But the Royal Champion goes down just by a few milliseconds late on the deployment of the invis. Wouldn't have been enough. I really don't know. It could have been close, but unfortunately, way falls short, and this is only a 2-star, putting them to a total of 11 stars, meaning Philip can completely switch up any of his plans and now go for a 2-star victory.
All he has to do is send right at the Town Hall. Now, the percent game is close, and we did see, I don't want to, bring it back up, but we did see this sketchy situation on a 10th attack where a 1-star did happen. We'll see if Philip is able to secure that 2-star. Any 2-star in Rapodic Gaming win this war. A lot of pressure on here. Wei should still be very proud of himself with 2 triples in this World's performance. I think if he's maybe just a split second early on that invis, I'm not saying it's enough, but it would have been super close, Carbon.
It would have been, and all comes down to the smallest of details. But Shibai is all done. They can't do anything but hope and cross their fingers that something goes wrong in Philip's attack. But Philip doesn't even need a certain percentage to think about. Just get those 2-stars. And that is easily enough to move on in the lower bracket. Because remember, lower bracket means you don't have a second opportunity. You lose a war down here, you are out of the competition. As we are going to see the Roots 7 Rocket Loons. The Town Hall, it is isolated into the core, so it can be a problem. You have to be a little bit careful, but look, he does have a blimp selected so far.
And we've seen that a few times throughout the Worlds here, where we just send that safe battle blimp through the middle of the base. And not only is this a safe attack, but it also creates the exact pathing you're looking for with the Roots. The Royal Champion's going to break out the defenses, break that chain of defenses along the exterior of the base, and then you send that battle blimp through the middle, and you don't really have to worry about overgrowthing that area. You can overgrowth and shut down some of those key defenses. I mean, if we know Rapodic Gaming, they know they need a 2-star, but this isn't a 3-star attempt.
I mean, absolutely. You always want to try to get a 3-star, but if he does somehow miss the Town Hall, they can still win on a star. But it must be an 89% 1-star for the victory. But of course, just a simple 2-star is enough. Nonetheless, the King is off to the right, trying to move his way through to help grab those defenses and kind of push the Root Riders in towards the geared up cannon as we have the Queen Royal Champion also moving through as he pulls the clan castle up, poisons it up, and there is the blimp. Get ready for this Warden ability, probably just to be safe, protect it, and protect all the other troops.
Here comes the takedown that we need. Battle Blimp is in the compartment. It is all looking safe. There's the Town Hall. 3 more percent, 2 more percent, and Philip will advance Repotted Gaming. There it is, second star. Repotted Gaming staying alive against Shibai.
The defending world champs are still in the competition. They are not going out without a fight. They want to push through that lower bracket and try to force a bracket reset to try to be crowned back-to-back champions. That is such a difficult thing to do. No one's ever done it. As look at the attack is still pushing through with a minute left. King's got his ability.
Look at him.
You know, he was
I told you, Carmen, he's going. I told you he's going for 3. This isn't a safe 2-star approach. This is Phil's plan all along. These guys want to make a statement here. Whoever they have to face next, hey, we're here. We're the world champions. Watch your back.
What a performance.
Look guys, I'm
putting
you
up
lower bracket
13 stars, pops that King's ability right to the end and taking this one down in style. Congratulations, Repotted Gaming stay alive in the lower bracket. We will continue to see them later on. But the pressure is going to continue to mount every single attack down in that lower bracket. One mistake, one missed Warden Fireball, and your hopes and dreams go awry. And we will soon be hearing from the captain himself. And you know, I just want to hear his thoughts from not only this match, but previous match. You know, like losing a Warden ability in that previous match and then still pulling it off. It's just an impressive performance, and let's go ahead and jump down to the stage and learn what they have to say.
Just another day at the office here for General X, my man. Let's talk a little bit first and foremost about that first match today. Coming off stage, you guys still had your heads held high. You went backstage. What was the kind of... Was it just about getting each other in a good headspace before coming back out here, or did you all just kind of sit back there and just try and remain calm? What was the vibe like backstage?
They were all pretty close. It could have swung in both directions. And yeah, I would say if we play this war again, we have a pretty good shot at winning it. So that's what we kept saying to us and kept motivating. And yeah.
Going into the lower bracket, you know, it's quite easy to get demotivated, and it's quite easy to have your
taken
out of you, that kind of spirit. But you've kind of been here before. You've done this before, battling through the lower bracket. Does it change any of what your plans are? Does it change how you guys approach getting on stage, or is it just you take it one war at a time?
Yeah, you have to take it one war at a time. If you think about the next one and don't play your war to the end, then yeah, you can make silly mistakes, and obviously want to avoid that.
Having a live crowd here as well cheering you on, how does that feel for you guys in the crowd? Because you're used to it, right, from last year, but now being here and seeing it all again, how do you feel?
It's amazing. Thank you, guys. Let's keep it rolling.
Yeah, let's keep it rolling, everybody. With that being said, thank you so much for joining me here on the main stage. We can't wait to see you compete once again up here. It's going to be a long day, but we can count on you, I'm sure, General X. But for now, let's head back over to the desk so they can break down that incredible war.
Let's keep it rolling indeed. And we will with the one and only Itsu joining us up here. And what a match, and the defending world champions staying alive.
They're staying alive, that's for sure, with some really clutch performances on offense. That was really a fun match to watch, that's for sure. Shibai, unfortunately, dropping out at this stage of the competition, but I think they have done overall really well as well.
And I think we could see why some of our other teams were afraid of Shibai. They really brought some unique things to this world. They are really strong attackers, really strong defenders. GG's to them, but our world champions, they stay alive. They live to fight another war, Carmen.
They continue their lower bracket run, which they have done many times in the past. As we are recapping the score, 13 stars. What an impressive score indeed. We saw Alyy putting up a similar score like that. And then we're seeing high scores from Tribe. Their triples are finally starting to come in. Maybe it was the day one nerves and the jitters, but they are settling into their roles and they know exactly what they need to do. And the percentages are still super high, and it's impressive what these teams are able to put up.
Yeah, and before the match, I was criticizing Reported for like typically getting like 11, maybe 12 star mark. But this match really showcases they have what it takes to really push those 13 stars, because we have seen it earlier. This is what you have to achieve if you really want to beat those top teams. And that's really what they are doing right now.
Let's see the MVP. Do we have to really even see it? Let's be honest. Obviously, anytime General X is in the war, I don't even think General X needs the 3 stars to get MVP. But I think that Reported heard you, Itsu, and that's why we saw Philip going for that 3 star. We're at 12. No. Itsu said we're an 11, 12 star team. We're putting up 13.
I think if General X is just sitting in the audience, he's going to get MVP, you know? Just being in the arena, they know he's here. But let's update you all with the current bracket standing, where all the teams are. And look at that in the upper bracket. What a match we have. It will be coming up later. Elevate taking on Tribe Gaming. But it's gonna be a fight down in the lower bracket. We have Dizzy X STMN taking on Milliseam MG. And Milliseam MG are just happy to be here. They were completely checked out right before that final attack that came in with Carry Esports, but they are ready, they are focused, because if they win, they would be taking on Repotted Gaming, and nonetheless, many teams still remain, and they are fighting for that first place prize, which is $300,000.
Yeah, and at this point, I mean, all of those matches are just getting harder. I mean, even if you're going to survive another round in that lower bracket, the next match is going to become even harder. And you just, as Generex said it, you have to take those matches one by one and step by step.
And honestly, for me, I hope that we see the qualifier, the last chance qualifier, Milliseam. I hope their nerves have settled a little bit, because we know what this team is capable of. And I really want to see that squad here on the world stage, because this will be such an incredible war. If those nerves are calmed and they're ready to go, this is going to be such a good one.
Yeah, well, we got amazing wars still up next. You do not want to miss them, because this is the lower bracket. You lose, you are going to be sent home. And the pressure is mounting. I just can't wait to see what these teams are going to be bringing. Is it going to be more of the Rockets? Is it going to be more of the Roots? Or will they have a few tricks up their sleeve?
Yeah, I feel like the Super Yeti is really showing up big time during this World Finals so far. And the question is, how successful can they be? I think we're getting ready for the next match, so let's take a look at some highlights of the match we just had.
लियो नाम चाहिँ लियो अरे मलाई सबैको नामै याद भइसक्यो यार अब त Americano. There's videos and so on. Oh, nice idea, Borward. Nice idea. I didn't think that way. But for example, Canada, oh, the time has an edge. I'm the one with ticket Canada boy and Canada or Nepal. They were thousand.
Our team, I think the most emotional player would be Alyy. Like, he's very reactive. You can see see him on stream smashing his desk sometimes.
Maybe the Chinese has tears in their eyes.
On our team, the most emotional player has to be Rukir. He gets very fed up when he fails and not in a good mood, not in a good spirit. Better don't talk to him for the next 2 days. The most stoic player, I would say, is this guy behind me. I've never seen him crack a smile. Who knows, maybe someday.
Either me or Dark are the most emotional players in different ways. I would say Fluxy is the most stoic one, like, with the coldest blood.
在我们队里我是最容易上头的，然后我们队长非常
在这个队伍里比较动情的，我觉得是我吧，因为我很容易被 一些小小的因素影响。然后最冷静的话，无论遇到什么都是比较冷静的应对。
I would say on our team the most emotional player probably I am. I can get pretty emotional and I try to restrain myself, but sometimes it just comes out and.
私たち
のチームで最も感情的な選手は自分で、最も冷静な選手は、クラスだと思います。
Good night.
The lower bracket march continues, where Millesime MG have been patiently waiting since yesterday. But can Dizzy Stamina turn the tide and conquer the mountain that they see before them? Only time will tell. But that time appears to be now. So, your first team to step out onto the stage are seeking redemption, suffering their first loss of the tournament so far today. So, can they turn that tide? Let's find out. Please go crazy for Dizzy Stamina!
Okay, let's go guys. अब Dizzy ले होला Dizzy पक्का है. Dizzy मा त 94% भोट आएर त हाम्रो च्याटमा त. I love अङ्कल ने. ओके डेन्डेन अङ्कल कति सोझो हुनुहुन्छ है बिचारा. तर हिजो डेन्डेन अङ्कल कोरोनाको अट्याक गए डेन्डेन अङ्कल त मुक्त हस्ले थियो गाइस है.
Sante, Darkstar, Hawk and Mask. They're going to need to adapt if they're going to conquer this one, that is for sure. Your next team to step out onto the stage were kept in this competition yesterday by a surprise turn of events, but they are out here to prove themselves here on the main stage against one of the best. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Millesime MG!
Millesime MG जित्छ भने नेपालीले लेट्स चाहिँ त भन्न सकिन्न. यो चाहिँ राम्रो छ है यताको चाहिँ त्यो पुण्डेबाट राम्रो अट्याकर भयो यो नि राम्रो हुन्छ. के गर्यो यस्तो यिनीहरु त यो पोजहरु सिकाउनु पर्ने भयो यार. जे पाए गर्नु हुन्छ यार केटाहरु त.
Millesime MG is Anat, Mr. C, Isma, Adi, and Les 4X. They got a lifeline yesterday, but has their luck run out? I'm intrigued to see. Two teams enter, but they both come too far to back out now. This one is going to pop off. So let's head over to Carbon Finn and Itsu to break it all down.
And the lower bracket matches continue. What a matchup we have here. The team with the very first golden ticket taking on the team with the very last golden ticket. What a match, and this is going to be an epic fight.
This is going to be indeed because this is for the life standing in this tournament, keeping their hope alive. Both teams having this one chance and they have to use it.
They cannot mess up here as we take a look at the lineup for Dizzy XSTMN. Many strong hitters across the board. Hawk and Darkstar, they led with triples in their previous match, coming in strong. But Cynthia unfortunately fell really short in his attack, didn't go exactly to plan, brought their percentages down, and just wasn't able to perform. So will the leadoff attackers, if they're going to continue that streak, start with triples and put the pressure on Millesime MG? But Millesime MG, Isma, he got a triple in their match, which they weren't expecting to win at that very end there, but they did pull off. And will he be able to do just that as well as now we take a look at Millesime MG's lineup?
That's right. They were caught by surprise yesterday, but for sure with their star player, and really have, I mean, we have to put it that way because there's one man on there as Nes who is clutching up 3 stars left and right, but he has a really strong team on the side with Isma, Eddie, and as well Mr. C. They all have a clutch support him. And so far as a team, they have made it to this stage of the competition. No more mistakes are allowed because now it is up versus Dizzy.
The clutch list. LCQ clutch, another LCQ clutch, a third LCQ clutch. And he continues to show what he can do, and even this weekend, he got a 3-star win. You know, he thought it was over, but it actually made the difference in that match, and they were able to just barely edge out the victory. And that's all you need. You just win the war and you move on and focus on the next one. The stars and percent do not carry over. So as long as you are victorious, you can move on and continue your lower bracket run, because there's so many difficult teams to fight through, and Team MG are going to have to prove it if they want to make it to the grand finals.
Yeah, and Nesforx was asked yesterday, do you feel any nerves? The answer was no. After the first match, to be honest, I just thought he would play it cool. I mean, he would just, yeah, no nerves from me. But after that second match, or like in the lower bracket then, I was a believer. That man showed no nerves whatsoever in his clutch attack. And the question is, can he do it again? Because their opponent is not an easy one. We have highlighted now Millicim quite a bit, but Dizzy, I mean, they are incredible in offense, and what is even more frustrating for the defender, they are so creative. Get ready into the match, so let's go to the stage.
Welcome to the front of the stage, where this is honestly one of my favorite viewpoints. Right here, not even in the mix on stage, I like to watch and I want to see the emotions that are going through the players' faces. Speaking of emotions, Judo's getting pretty emotional over here because he's interested in who the star players are on both of these teams. We've talked a lot about it, Judo. Tell me a star player from Dizzy Stamina first.
If I had to pick one, I would say Darkstar, because he's very creative in how he approaches bases, thinks outside of the box. And if I had to go for Team MG, I think everyone knows what I'm going to say. Nes4X, that MVP finisher.
Nes4X, he's a bit of a demon. I've got trample damage joining me here. Former clanmates, or still current clanmates, with Mr. C, who's currently on the stage. How's it going, trample damage? You good?
It's wonderful. I'm so excited to be here for Clash Worlds. So excited to root for MMG all season long. I love all the teams that are here, but my heart is rooting for MMG.
His heart is with MMG. I like it. And I've got to say, what's the experience been like so far? Clash Fest, DreamHack Atlanta, like there's so much going on around here. This is one of the most impressive stages I've seen at a DreamHack. But yeah, what's your thoughts? How have you been?
The layout is incredible. The energy is electric. It has been so much fun. There's a lot of cool stuff going on at DreamHack, which I haven't been paying much attention to because we've had a great opportunity to pay so much attention to the Clash content.
That's right, and that's how everyone else should be feeling as well. Right, we've got our audience predictions locked and loaded. Dizzy Stamina going up against Team MG. What is the percentage
I'm speaking Nepali. Where are you from?
The community have voted in favor of Dizzy Stamina. 56%. It's still extremely even. Judo, did you think it would be that even?
56-44.
I think Team MG have a lot of talent, but they really need to step up their game following yesterday. I will say that they've been able to reset overnight. Dizzy Stamina are fresh out of the defeat, so maybe that will play in their favor. Who knows?
That could balance it out. The mental game is where it is. Judo, thank you for joining me. Trample damage. Enjoy the rest of the show. It's been amazing to see you so far. But for now, Team MG going against Dizzy Stamina.
And we are going in with Isma leading it off, taking on Darkstar with the Root Riders. 2 overgrowth to utilize as the world champion is charging her way right into the enemy queen. And this compartment has the poison spell tower. Look at again, the multi, quite a bit of value as the RC continues to go invisible. One benefit is if you're able to pull back the Spear Fox as well, that is huge. But unfortunately, the Town Hall does launch a shot off, and he might lose the Spear Fox here.
Oh, I think he tried to use another invisibility to somehow keep that Fox alive. But it's going to be so close. Can he keep her? No. The Fox going down. But he accomplished everything he was going for. Now it's all about the follow-up. And something we're seeing more and more common now is the Lava Hound in this army composition, which seems really out of place into the first second. But those pros are using it to trigger the poison tower on the back end, because those poison towers can really damage the healers, and without healers, those drone attacks won't have any fun whatsoever.
Yeah, especially pairing the poison with some red air bombs. Those healers go down so
Nice to have you here.
But the king is placed to make his way all the way up and around to keep these roots charging their way right onto the overgrowth. Is doing fantastic work on the town hall, so he can deal with this Grand Castle and take it down and not have to worry about all that damage, including the Crusher Mortar.
The Lava Hound flew to the left side of the defense, and this means the poison tower is not getting triggered. This is 30 housing space invested for nothing, and this is not looking good for Isma then. The poison is still now ticking on those healers. The town hall is there as well, dealing a lot of splash damage. Can he overhaul this back? I'm not sure.
He's trying his best. The queen is in the core. One red air bomb is waiting there. I did see a few red air bombs to the top side of the base, so let's see if there's any more. Nope, there's a single air mine. These healers can go down pretty quickly as it continues into the model. Queen's ability goes up. Giant trying to get towards this wall here. Eventually, with the king ability still intact, but very low health. The healers are trying their best, but the defensive RC is coming through, taking out that warden super quick, and the giant is going down.
Losing that ward and losing the rage gem is always so painful. And now it's all about somehow saving this attack to as many percentage points as possible. Sneezy's in there as well, catching a black man right away as well into the air defense.
Bad game, guys, bad game.
Falling short quickly as the Lava Hound flying to the wrong side.
Okay, I don't know if he's gonna toss 80
well, alive and not getting activated, and this has cost him big time.
Okay, 80 tayo
What an unfortunate series right there, where the Lava Hound could not pull that poison spell tower, but he still wasn't able to power through that backside of the base. The Archer trying to get a little bit more, finishes it off with an 82% 2-star to start off this match. Definitely not what he was hoping for. Their last match, Isma was able to start off with a 3-star to set the tone, but this one is a 2. Unfortunately, the last match that
is gonna get 3 stars
came in with was 2 triples. So if they repeat that performance from Hawk and Darkstar, Nilsim MG is going to be in trouble.
Yeah, and especially the first attacks are just so important when it comes down to the pressure on the other team, because you feel like you have to take more and more risks to somehow get the comeback. So let's see if Dizzy can do that and set up this pressure and get their first attack into a successful 3-star.
I wonder if it's a good sign when you see Darkstar. That means he is out first. And if Darkstar is going first, does that mean he's like, oh, I found the perfect base. I want to go through and I want to take it on. Or wait, it's here. Okay, it isn't Darkstar. It's Cynthia. They are kind of tricking us here. We got to stay on top of our feet with the Dragons. 10 invisibility spells. And Cynthia wants to fly these Dragons right on through. Maybe the RC is going to be used for the Town Hall. Quite a bit of invis. If you take that Town Hall down early, it's nice. But if you don't take out a lot of defenses, that could be a problem, because those defenses, especially if they're raised up, in this case they won't be, because there are 2 poison spell towers, can take those dragons down very quickly in this esports mode.
Is down.
He's losing the Roy champion early. He has plans to even invest most likely the overgrowth.
That's fine. Let's see if he's gonna recover the attack, guys. RC the dead boy.
He has to plan around it. The Ice Hound and the Hound into the Ice Block spell combination to start things off, to tank a lot of the damage. But losing the Royal Champion in that way is going to be hard to be recovered, because you have talked about it. 2 poison towers inside that core next to Inferno towers are waiting for him.
As he is charging right on through, he could decide to use the invises for the Queen. She is solo to the left side at the moment. Super minions are coming out of the siege barracks, moving into the core, but these dragons have split off a little bit. Monolith is not going to be going down from this angle, unfortunately, and the dragons are doing their best.
Guys, what percentage are we
but there is the
for?
back in Rocket Loons, because he knows that Monolith is going to be a huge pain. Finds the tornado trap as well, which is spinning away. Rocket Loon's even able to take the Monolith down.
I don't know how he's gonna use his invisible spell.
no shot. The Monolith is staying alive, and this means more percentage points are getting denied. The top side with the overgrowth, making sure that he maybe can take down some of the outside buildings, because at this point it's all about somehow getting those percentage points back. He has still 4 more invis spells. The first one is getting utilized for the minion prince. He has to really make now the dragon charge.
So
walk me through what Cynthia is going there. You have competitive stage experience, Itsu, where if your first attack of the day or the weekend goes south, how much of an impact does that make of the mental game going into the next? Do you think that it really affects him of him trying to make a comeback and trying to make up for what happened previously?
I feel like overall those teams who are at this stage of the competition should be able to really handle their mental state when it comes down to like having one attack which is not going to plan, which is falling short. I feel like they should be able to recover that, and I believe really that all of those teams can do exactly that. And let's be honest as well, with the first stack of Milliceme, yes, they're going to fall behind percentage point-wise, but overall, the match is still staying somewhat close.
That was a bad start, guys. Almost like 10%
just a couple of percentage points.
The only positive thing that happened in that scenario right there was that Cynthia, well, he didn't get the triple last time, and he didn't get the triple this time, meaning that the 2 individuals who were able to triple are still on deck. They still have the ability to come through and clutch up for Dizzy X STMN. So they still have plenty of the firepower. I mean, every single player on the roster on both sides is capable of pulling off the 3 stars. But it's really the nerves, the lights, the cameras, the stage, the audience that affects everything in their heads. Because when you're doing it during the qualifiers, you're in the comfort of your own home, your own bed. Some even kick their feet up, right? But that's different here when you're being told, all right, we're ready for you to attack. You got the green light. Go ahead.
Right now, I think the green light is going on for Mr. C because he is in, and we have another Root Rider attack this time around, though.
Let's see how Mr. C does,
invisibility spells and the Roy champion to start things
wasn't
off.
Very
so
good
no
yesterday.
so on. Instead, we're relying again on that Roy champion with her electro boots, making sure that the push is looking strong. And as well, going in around that Mortar Crusher, which is such a crucial defense. Talking about those ground attacks.
Yeah, so this play right here, Mr. C, is the one that trample damage was shouting out there when he was sitting down with Banks in the audience. So he's trying to pay attention on this attack here as he's charging this Royal Champion right on in towards the core. Goes to the poison spell, now reverts into the core, further into this multi as the defensive poison goes. Oh, he pulls the RC back, but the multi does stay up in the core. And unfortunately, it is next to a builder hut and getting repaired.
Yeah, I feel like this pathing from the Royal Champion for sure was predicted by Dizzy, because that Royal Champion trying to walk around that Mortar Crusher really has cost him as well, misplacing because of that the invisibility spell. And now it's all about making sure that his troops can somehow stay alive. The Warden ability gets forced because the defending Queen locked onto it. And now I'm not sure how well he can turn this around.
I don't think this is going to go very well, guys. I don't think
they're not switching back to the Root Riders, but how many troops are actually still alive there?
Plus giant bombs now. The Giga Bomb's going to go off. The Town Hall's going to be launched the shots. You can't overgo the Town Hall at this point because then your troops are going to completely ignore and go around. He's not liking what is happening here, and his troops are disappearing super quick, unfortunately. And this can be a result of a low percentage 2-star as he did just secure the 2nd star. Royal Champion tries to continue her way around, but he's gone into every single one of those giant bombs up to the top side of this base.
Yeah, this is now all about, again, recovering the attack, as we have seen now already 2 times earlier for the pros, because the opening just not going to plan, and it's really sometimes hard and challenging to recover the attacks after the clank house at the bottom side with those 2 heroes flanking. This is just too much damage for those Archer Queen clones and the Warden himself to handle. And in the end, it's going to be again around the 80% mark. So they could keep the percentage lead, but Dizzy, if they're getting successful 3-star and have highlighted their star players, they could take the lead here.
I don't think he was hoping for 80, guys.
Mr. C is approaching into the mid-80s, where he's finishing. Cynthia was at a 73%.
Okay, guys, 85% by Mr. C for
at the moment. But the next set of attackers, you're gonna have to be worried if you're Milliseam MG, because they are some of the best in the world gonna be coming in, and they are looking to plan with those 3 stars. If it is Hawk, you know he loves to bring that ground smash. He can easily do roots, he can do the Super Yetis, and then Dark Star can bring those rocket loons with that fireball and makes it look so easy. And isn't the fireball rocket loon, would you consider that, if you're super good with it, is it one of the best, if not the best attack right now? Or what do you think in terms of the meta, that if you're the best at a certain strategy is number 1?
I feel like for sure it has the potential to be one of the top, if not the top strategy in the game, but it always depends on that flame flinger value, which you have now seen utilized by the pros so many times and so well. But we have talked about as well about Hawk, because he is up next and he's going in with those Root Riders, so the strategy which he is using in the Legend League as well, and he's trying to get the pathing right for the opening,
this is gonna be a very crucial attack for DZ. You match 100%
few rocket loons off to the right, grabs that Tesla, makes the right side invisible, and an early invis. Okay, unfortunately he did go with a double invis in this section for the world champion. You don't want that to get hit
going for Town Hall.
It does
okay, Town is done. He has 4 invisible spell.
But yeah, the Spirit Fox is gonna go down.
The Fox staying behind, and this means now he has to invest even more into these guys to get further into the base, try to skip some more defenses, going for the Poison Tower with the Aura, but after that multi-gear cannon, he has to go and recall. Oh. That was close.
Okay,
wow, that RC almost went down. It would have been a swag recall at that point, but he does pull that Royal Champion back. And the nice benefit of having the Electro Boots is that she can slowly regain her health over time. But the poison has been deployed, taking out the Furnace in the core. Warden joins in with that Queen to continue through this bottom side. He's already surpassed a minute in this attack. You have to be worried about time.
Yeah, he has to make sure that he's keeping the momentum going, because that opening, it did work out to some degree, but I feel like he would have liked to get maybe some more buildings down. Question is that going to be enough value as he's approaching with those Root Riders
and he only has 25% based on
and now we have as well the King most likely soon getting added to push those Root Riders even further into the base.
Yeah, the redeployment of the Raw Champion now coming in. King staying on the far edge. Skeleton Spell trying to distract the Monolith and anything else in the core. Waiting on this Warden Tunnel Tome. A lot of the troops in the middle there are low health. When are you going to pop this ability of the Warden, really hanging on for as long as possible. If you can also keep the RC alive, that would be fantastic.
On the edge of the Eternal Tome, the Royal Champion is in there and staying protected. What a clutch ability right there. King keep going around the outside as the huge group of troops walking further inside the base. With the overgrowth, he so far made the Crusher Mortar useless, but it's going to wake up now again. And this means that defense in the core can be really problematic.
Crusher Mortar, Gigabomb, oh luckily the Gigabomb goes off and doesn't hit the main path of the roots. But this Crusher Mortar is going. And then wait a second. Tick, tick, tick. I'm seeing the poison spell possibly coming back slowly but surely. You need to take out this Crusher Mortar. The poison spell is there. You do not want it to come back and get launched.
Oh, it's 18 seconds as well, so time is ticking in general for him. The Root Riders are going to try to open up the compartments with time ticking, 12 seconds. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to do it. He has the King ability to pick up percentage points as well. Damage some more buildings. He's trying to delay it as much as possible. What?
King Gary,
he forgot about using the King ability, and this now means he has lost a couple of those percentage, those buildings on the back end. I hope this is not going to come back and bite them.
Oh no, that could backfire. I was thinking he's just trying to save it for, you know, in the end, just rack up a few extra buildings and percent, but you can see the spiky ball literally stopped mid-air because of time and did not continue flying through the base. Finishes with that 91% right there. And unfortunately, they are down. So Milliseam MG do have the edge at the moment with 3 attacks remaining. And Hawk is one of the players that did triple in the previous map for them. So that is a huge bonus for Millicent MG fans.
Ahead of DZ.
Yeah, and I feel like a lot of the other DZ players so far did struggle a little bit in this World Finals so far. And now it is back to Millicent MG to really exploit that weakness maybe, as we see Alyy now going in.
Okay, next is Alyy from MMG.
No Lava Hound shenanigans
he's
whatsoever.
starting
Instead,
with Warden.
the Queen and Jelly Warden charge opening, which so far seem to be so strong. If, and that is important, if you can keep that Queen alive.
They take 2 shots from the Monolith onto his Queen, but continue to try to charge her through the ground skeletons, unfortunately causing the Queen to stay distracted. Another Invis is down. Locks onto one healer with that Monolith. Oh, he loses a healer, unfortunately, but continuing this charge. Can he grab the poison? Yes, and he decides to continue to invest the Queen. No, she does not. Okay, the Warden finishes off the Builder Hut, while the Queen does actually take out the enemy Queen.
There goes the recall. He was able to lure out the furnace, so he can invest the poison now, making sure that that defending troop is not having as much impact. The troops are now charging into the back of the first fire spitter. The train trap is found early on, which means at this stage, it is mostly about delaying and wasting time of the attacker.
As long as these healers can continue to move through and help heal up these Root Riders, the troop launcher needs to be launching the balloons to the roots, but no one is going over to the King. Those are where the balloons need to go into the core by the roots, but unfortunately, he's getting unlucky with the placement of the troop launcher barrel. Finally, one more comes in. And do we have a Yeti that's coming out of here. He needs to try to keep these healers protected as much as possible, but even still has another overgrowth. Which does he decide to use it? No, goes with the Warden Eternal Tome now.
I think there was the healing tome on there because as we have the Town Hall going finally down. The healing tome is still active, which means he's able to push through the back end, but as it's going to run out, this is where a lot of damage can come in, especially now with this back end, because for right now, he's able to completely take out the Mortar Crusher, but that one is going to wake up again.
He's doing his best. He's trying to hang on to this Invis spell. The Queen's already burned her ability. We have a couple Giants in the roots to the far left. Yetis are still off to the left. Unfortunately, they are stuck behind the walls. But the Crusher Mortar is about to come back. There it is. It is now active again. The Queen can turn around, go for the scatter shot. 44 seconds left. This one invisibility spell is going to be clutch.
Oh, he's using it on the Roy Champion. No, he's now on the Roy Champion to get the Mortar Crusher. 30 seconds, more than 30 seconds are enough to hopefully crush this base. 30 seconds, time is...
तर अघि कसले हो क्रोनोसले त टाइम चाहिँ एकदमै धेरै बचाएर हान्छ 3 स्टार
ticking, but the wall breaker is coming in, and that's the first 3-star of this match, and it's going to be for
MG is doing great, guys. MG is doing great. And he just got 3 stars for MG. Doing great so far. Okay, DZ is in trouble right now. DZ is in trouble. Let's hope that they are gonna get 3 stars as well.
So that means now the other side has to get 2 triples to be able to try and take that lead.
And thinking about it, I feel like not many were expecting for Dizzy to be in this position.
No.
Even with the 3-star, you said it, they would be behind. And this is not a good position to be in as well. Really, it does not feel great to know that even with a perfect attack, you're not going to take the lead. And right now, Millicent MG have all of their cards in their hands. Dizzy, though, they're up next. And they have to the 3-star to keep this match close.
So I'm looking ahead, right? I can forecast here. I'm looking at the stats. We have for Millicent MG 2 players left, and not in Nest4X.
He's Dark Star the next player. Dark Star also the next attacker, guys.
He's been 99%. He's been a triple.
Let's go Dark Star.
He is going to be coming in with something high, so that means it's going to be even more pressure
he might be
for
the
a
first
player
one to get 3 stars
Dark
for
Star.
DZ.
Right away to the fireball.
Okay, right. Oh, shoot!
Goes to the edge.
Fireball.
He was too quick with
guys.
it. He was
very
trying
bad
to
for
do
DZ.
a
DZ
little sneaky strategy of going with an invis, and instant pop of the ward ability so that it would fly before any Teslas in that area could activate. But unfortunately, he just did it too quick and it didn't let that invis stay and make that building officially invisible.
And this is now not an easy task for him whatsoever, because he's charging into so much damage. You can see it on the hit points of the Warden. It's dropping so quick. The Flame Flinger is in there as well, trying to support at least a little bit. But this is not going to be easy to be recovered. He's trying his best now. And remember, he is as well one of those star players for this team. His creativity is just so impressive. But on this one, the fireball not connecting.
No!
Yes! You hopeless there. Guys.
This is now a 2-star recovery. There's no way you can pull through after a Warden. Fireball goes off to the edge, and then he doesn't make it more than about a 10th into the base there, because the Warden was supposed to stay alive throughout this entire attack.
Wait, he's even going to use the overgrowth. Then later on snipe maybe the channel with the Roy champion. But this is not looking good for Dizzy right now, because this is going to be pretty much guaranteed. If a 2-star, a quite low percentage 2-star attack, as he's trying to charge into that town hall section with the Queen, having a Druid as support in there, the Giga Bomb pulling off, but this is still, with the Queen, a tough task to get that Town Hall.
The Ice Golem does freeze the Town Hall, pops Queen ability, trying to take down the Town Hall as quick as possible. She will get distracted by these archers one by one. Where does he deploy the RC? Does he send the RC more into the core? No. Keeps her on the edge of the base to the right side. Another invis. The Giant's actually going off to the right, trying to get the enemy Queen. Does pair a Headhunter in there, but at this point he's trying to get as much percentage as possible. Cynthi's attack was a 73% 2-star. He has to try to, raise it above that, but granted, Milsim MG's fails were an 82 and an 85, and all it comes down to is the fireball. If it goes wrong, the attack completely crumbles.
Yeah, and even with the fireball in the beginning, I would say the result
not even
80%,
guys.
73, 74, 75 did fail, which are like the two worst nightmares of every Warden Charge fireball attacker. And he still is able to get it to 74%, which is quite impressive. But in this current position for him and his team, it is just not even close of being enough, because they're just so far behind currently. And with 2 attacks each now, Dizzy, they have to come up with something crazy, because Milsim MG still have Nes4X.
Nes4X, their hacker, always closes their wars. Still up to attack. He won't attack next. He does not will go next, but he will close it off. But the players left, Mask and Fluxy, they haven't been delivering the 3-stars themselves. They are going to have to be forced to get the triple. So at this point now, whatever their plan was, if they had a safe approach, a risky approach, well, you got to go risky. You got to go all out for the triple. And if you get a 1-star, you get a 1-star because you need the 3-star no matter what, because you can't win a percentage since we have a 73 and a 74 so far from them. But if it not gets a 3-star here, that is going to look to try to seal the deal. But with the roots, 2 earthquakes, let's see the plan.
Seems like another fireball is going to be a heavy lock launcher commitment. No fireball, but the 2 earthquake means that he is going to go in heavy with that lock launcher dive as the attack is going to progress. But starting things off with the Roy champion charge again, using the rocket dunes to push the Roy champion into Sunrise, but a lot of traps are popping up.
Yeah, giant bomb right there. There's got to be more. Watch out for those spring traps. Remember from the spring trap update, the heroes now get affected. They get launched. Giant bomb takes out that Spirit Fox with another invis down. Continues into this multi. We have no more invisibility. Pulls her back. Doesn't get that multi, but he pairs in an earthquake, which finishes it off.
What a great play with the earthquake, making sure the Inferno Tower is still going down, and now we have that lock launcher dive from the bottom side, which is quite heavy to be honest, because there are a lot of defenses down there. And as well, the defending Minion Prince has the defending King. The Root Riders are in. The Royal Champion with the Warden in there as well. And this is now all about how good is this push to the bottom side.
He finds the Triumph getting spun around. That would have been a deadly section to send a Royal Champion. Luckily, he did not send her down there. But he's hanging on to the Warden ability, still moving past the RC, and a nice Warden because the RC would have gone down and not been able to utilize all of her Rocket Spear shots. So great Warden Eternal Tome to protect her. And there's the overgrowth on the backside pressure mortar with that scatter. So now the Queen should be able to step towards this town hall and take it down. But the clan castle has now just been lured out.
Sorry guys, if someone here doesn't get what I'm saying, please let me know. I want to know where you are from.
On the town hall.
I want to know where my viewers are from.
The Yeti Mites are there as well, and the town hall is gone. This is now all about the push on the far left side with the Water Crusher waking up and no spells left. This is not looking like a 3-star, I think, because he is missing the damage from the Royal Champion. He had to invest the Eternal Tome early on just to protect that hero, and this at this stage seems like it cost him big time.
It cost him indeed. Roots are still trying to push to the left. The Ice Golem's slowing down one of them. They won't target the Ice Golem. But the King's ability is intact. He's trying to get as much percentage. Unfortunately, the King is going to now target the wall. It's stuck there. He's not staying up to the top side. One Super Barb to use. Maybe use it off to the far right to go into the drill to try to get the Dark Elixir drill. There you go. Sends in a Headhunter over there to help try to take that down, but every building can help you in this match as they are looking to further their percentage lead.
And DZ has 6 stars with 47-60%.
Into the future. At this stage, with this high percentage points, I feel like Dizzy have to 3-star twice, while Millicene and Nes4X have to get it.
Oh, nice to have you here.
Yeah. I mean, this at this stage is the only win condition I see for Dizzy, and they have to do it back-to-back with players so far who
Sorry, I'll try to
deliver those 3 stars in this
That's
competition.
what all my viewers say.
Not able to get a 3-star in your previous matches. Is that going to affect your mindset right now of trying to have to deliver? Because percentage is nowhere near on their side. Quite a bit down here.
If I'm not wrong, there was a Indonesian team in the World Champion, right?
3-star from Millicene MG is such a huge advantage here.
Someone from chat told me that
the pressure now on Dizzy is quite a bit. Otherwise, they would need to have a miracle. The same miracle actually which happened yesterday to Millicene to still win their match. But now we're getting ready. We're setting things up for Dizzy and their next attacker to make sure to find out what is this match looking like. Is it going to be closer again, or is Millicene just walking away with their lead?
And here we go, man.
Next up is
this is your moment. You're going to have to triple. If you do, you have a shot. You'll be able to give Fluxy the opportunity to try to get it for the final attack on your side. As Nes4X will be up next after this, but we are going to see Dragons.
3 stars for DZ, but I don't have any
near the
hope
defensive
right
RC,
now.
takes out one of the Wizard Towers with a Lava Hound used as well, as the RC is going to try to path their way maybe to this Town Hall, as that's why you use the Yeti to help with the funneling.
Well, let's see how well the timings of the invisibility spells are, because
guys, RC is going directly to the Town Hall.
Where you can deploy the invis spells based on
let's see what happens. He has Dragons for his troops.
The Royal Champion deployed to the Royal Champion exactly at 50 seconds to make sure that he can take advantage of those invisibility cycles and everything. And so far, it seems like the Royal Champion and the Fox are not taking any damage whatsoever.
This is some amazing timing so far. Look at this RC go. This is looking fantastic as the RC is continuing way into the core. The timing is still perfect. The Spear Fox has plenty of health. No, he predicted the wrong way. He used that invis, and there's no pulling this RC back anymore.
Yeah, but that is fine, because with those dragon attacks, you want to have the damage dealt with the Royal Champion charge itself. And
Lava Wound and Dragons.
Now we have the dragon push on the far left side as the
from the other side.
charging in from the top side. And this is now all about
How do those dragons get through the core? That's, to me, the big question.
That was a clutch ice block onto the Lava Hound, because we've seen other attacks where they had an ice block but forgot to end up using it and just had to swag it in the end. So it was able to protect the Lava Hound and tank a little bit longer for these dragons, which definitely can make a difference. But we're seeing now the King charge his way to the top side to help take down the enemy Queen. Be able to pop his ability, pops the Ward and Eternal Tome through a Seeking Air Mine. Will even still have the Minion Prince ability to use to the backside of the space.
He has 1 minute 5 seconds left with
when is he going to use that?
With King's ability and
there
Minion's
we
Prince
go.
ability.
Nice ability as well. Catching the
Okay,
defending Minion Prince. Remember,
Prince.
this Dark Orb is not just affecting defenses, but as well defending heroes. That back end is still looking strong. I mean, there's an air defense, there's a multi-arch tower. This is not going to be easy to get overpowered.
The Minion Prince of his own has the Phoenix. Needs to clutch this up. Those 2 Rocket Loons have to be used near that air defense, but there's a Bomb Tower and Mortar which are distracting. You can't target it right away, so he's gonna have to do some. We unfortunately have the Giga Bomb, which is gonna go off and hit this Minion Prince as he's trying his absolute best to push through with 28 seconds left. 1 minion to the top side. The Warden has gone down, finds the Seeking Air Mine. The Minion Prince goes down, and he does send the 2 Rocket Loons to the top side scatter, trying to take that down.
But is this going to be enough? Because there's only 12 seconds left. The Dragon, the Phoenix,
everything
on tank. Everyone is tanking, trying their best. But the Rocket Loons are getting the scatter back with 6 seconds left. It means it's another high percentage, but not 3-star. And Dizzy cannot find the success they had so far in this competition. 0 3-stars so far.
Wow.
Guys, okay. With this attack, I think MG is advancing
I
further.
did not expect this result of having 0 triples at this stage right now, because the final attacker for Milliseam MG is Ness4X, who's already gotten a 99 and a 3-star. And now the question is, what will he need to do? Because they already have the triple.
Guys,
if you assume that Dizzy X STM get a triple themselves, it will push them up to 86.6%. With Milliseam MG already at a 71, then Milliseam will just have to get a 79% 2-star for the victory, even though because all the percentages over there are so low.
It is crazy to think about it, as well as how many times Ness4X has clutched for his team. And at this stage, he might not even be needed when it comes down to getting this plus 3-star. He could for sure finish this match with a 3-star right now. And let's see if he's going to do that. Starting things off again with some Rocket Loons and the Yeti, which we have seen earlier, to get some redirection and get some control for that Royal Champion. Never mind for the Archer Queen to charge into that compartment. Take a look at that. Oh, a lot of damage. Wait, the Queen.
Oh, no.
No,
she
not
walked
like
out.
this.
Remember, 79% 2-star. That's all they need. Get that 2. They were on the other side of barely able to survive because of a 1-star. They cannot afford that. As we are seeing now, the Queen and Warden being redeployed to move towards the Town Hall to become the safer route. If this is not going to be a 3, just rack up the percentage with that 2-star.
Get the percentage high. We have some red mines at the beginning. We have as well the freeze and the micro. Everything at this bottom side is frozen right now due to ice golems or freeze spells. But now this Archer Queen, wait a second, she might go to the wrong direction and stealing healers as well.
Don't steal those healers. She is going to go over to the right. She does. The healer's going to join her. Finds the Tornado Trap. Giga Bomb activates as well. The only positive thing about the Queen going over there is she can rack up percentage. She can grab the percent, but the Town Hall needs to go down. It finally becomes active again. The Royal Champion can turn around, decides to overgo the top side as he does path, turns around, grabs this Town Hall, and luckily the Queen is to the edge at this point, and she's going to be able to grab those buildings, even has her ability.
Carbon Queen charges are back. I mean, take a look at that. She's going to pick up all of those percentage points on this top side. Yes, those Root Riders have mostly gone down, but the Royal Champion is trying her best to support everything. He has still the Queen ability to pick up more percentage points, and he's getting closer and
He's
closer.
Close. He just needs a few more, and there it is. A 79% is what is needed, and Milliseam MG are advancing the number 7.
Okay,
or
guys,
the last
that's it
golden
for
tickets,
DZ.
which would actually be number 8, taking out the number 1. golden ticket, which was Dizzy X STMN. And Dizzy X STMN, they made it to every single qualifiers, but unfortunately was not enough here, and just all 2 stars there. Fluxy can still get a 3-star, but the percentage game is already locked in on Milliseam MG's favor.
Congratulations, Milliseam
I'm not
supporters.
sure what happened with Dizzy. They were so strong on the offensive side so far, but it seems like not all the players are really living up to that hype so far in this competition, and you only get so few chances of missing those opportunities, and this, in this position, has cost them big time. Dizzy out of this World Championship, but Fluxy with the last attack now for his team.
Fluxy is gonna try to at least get a triple for them, but it is such a heartbreak to go down after the previous match where they were getting back-to-back triples. They were feeling good, they were looking fantastic, but unfortunately, just not their way. Few things going wrong, and Darkstar got a 74. If he didn't mess up that fireball, it could have been an overwhelming 3-star. It's just a matter of one tiny detail going wrong. But we are going to see the Dragons with the Lava Hound here for Fluxy with the Ice Block, which it looks like the Ice Block will most likely be planned to use on the Lava Hound when it's out in front of the Dragons. But the RC is charging her way through, finding 1, 2, maybe even a couple more spring traps.
Oh, is that the tornado into some more spring traps? Only the tornado traps so far, it's okay. So we have taken already quite some damage on that Royal Champion. If you're doing a Royal Champion charge with the Root Riders, it's not the end of the world. But if you're doing such a long Royal Champion charge and catching so many traps, this can be quite painful.
Quite painful indeed, but this RC is continue her charge to the right side. Rockaloon's onto the Wizard Tower, taking that down. Invis to get the RC into the Town Hall. Earthquake assisting it as the RC ability takes the Town Hall as she continues into the Spitter, which would most likely mean he's going to send the Dragons to the left side behind the other Fire Spitter, as we're going to see the Siege Barracks down south so the P.E.K.K.A. and Queen can make their way to the right side. 1 balloon, and the Dragons should be coming through to the far left.
Yeah, and such a clean start for Fluxy, really keeping his head cool after running into all of those traps. The P.E.K.K.A. though are running into those Genkas troops, taking quite a bit of damage, while we have the Dragon starting on the far left side with the Ice Block and Lava Hound combination, which we have seen now quite a bit at this stage of the competition. But is the push strong enough? Because Corbin, he's even going into 2 sweepers.
2 sweepers, the one pointing directly at these Dragons. Poison is down onto the furnace from the Clan Castle. Unfortunately, those P.E.K.K.A.s are stepping in with the Queen. They may pull out. No, okay, no more of the Clan Castles there. Minion ability is going off to help slow down those defenses. But the War Internal Tome, he's hanging on to it for these Dragons as they are making their approach to the Monolith.
They're getting closer to that heavy-hitting defense. On the same time, we have now the Warden ability popped. The Minion Prince tries his best now versus the top side. Minion Prince versus Minion Prince action in just a couple of seconds. The defending Monolith should go down now any second. But is this going to be enough to get 3-star in the end? That's the big question.
With the Dragons to the right side, trying their absolute best. His Minion Prince still has the Phoenix, so if he goes down, unfortunately getting stuck on the best air defense in the game, all the way down to the Barbarian. The King just soaking all the shots of the Minion Prince.
That would
won't
be good,
go
right?
for anything else.
There's something hitting me. I'm not really sure. Even surviving that till the end, and the Minion Prince was tanked for an eternity. King eventually going down, but this is not going to be enough as time is ticking. The Black Mines are hitting, and this means that we have another defense. Dizzy.
Wow.
0 out of 5. I would have not expected to say this.
That was not on my bingo card for this weekend here. Not getting a triple in a match, just getting 10 stars. But hey, in the very first match that we saw with Elevate, they got a 10-star and were able to win it because it was a matter of defenses. But it is Milliseam MG coming through and advancing in the lower bracket. And they were on the brink of elimination yesterday. They essentially, they thought they were out. They were waving the white flag. They were like, all right, GG, we were just happy to be here. And then the tides turned. Their opponent, Carry Esports, got that 1-star, which kept them in the competition. And all you need is a tap and a dream. Have that one more match, you're able to get a 3-star, and able to help propel yourself onto the next round in the lower bracket.
And you just have to shout out the base building team for Millicim MG. What they were able to accomplish, holding Dizzy back to 10 stars, holding Elevate back to 10 stars, that is just really impressive. But I think we should just listen in because the winner is already on the
what's the
stage.
answer to the question?
Thank you so much. It's your Nat here from Millicim MG.
What do you mean?
Looking extremely happy. That lower bracket run is shaping up nicely for you guys. I think it was kind of like when Alyy secured that first triple. That was the momentum shift that gave you guys a spark. Is that right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Alyy getting the triple, of course, set us in a very comfortable position. We had the percent and the star lead. And of course, the crazy defenses. I want to thank, of course, Drums, who is right there, like, amazing work in defense, and the analysts watching at home as well. Very good choices for the bases. It's amazing.
I mean, obviously securing that first win in the lower bracket yesterday, and then obviously securing this lower bracket win as well. Did you make any adjustments yesterday? Because obviously being sent into the lower bracket, we've spoken about it before, it can be quite demoralizing, so you need to stay positive. What did you guys discuss yesterday before coming into today? The teams, your next match. It's a long day for you today, isn't it? You got another match coming up as well. You're going to have Reported Gaming in the lower bracket. Give me your thoughts on that. The current reigning champions, but you know you're on a bit of a hot streak right now.
Yeah, I mean everybody that had really nice year against us. Like they won pretty much every single war, I think. So, but it was the same thing against Dizzy. So if we can do the victory as well when it matters the most, would be perfect. Of course, it's a great team, especially in defense. But they proved also in offense, so I guess we'll see.
There's cracks in their game. Like everyone else is on that. Thank you so much for joining me on this main stage. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up one more time. We're going to be heading back over to the desk so they can break down that war in more detail. Let's do it.
And Millicim MG keeps their dreams alive in the lower bracket. And let's welcome the one and only Clash Bashing here to help break us down. What you saw there, and it's crazy that didn't even pull through with a triple.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it would be a defensive struggle, and we saw that Millicim team kind of live up to the hype of the Last Chance qualifier. You gave them a second life yesterday, and now they're taking full advantage moving forward in the tournament.
Yeah, and I feel like Dizzy right now are not going to be happy about what happened yesterday in that lower bracket. I mean, that was a big, big surprise. And we see again the match result, the stats on your screen. They started into the match already with a really low percentage, 2-star, 73%, then Darkstar with the missed fireball. So many mistakes which were not common whatsoever. And as well always were based on the opening. So royalty charge going down during that phase, the fireball missing the target completely. A lot of uncommon mistakes. And maybe the loss today earlier really broke them to like some degree of fundamental level.
Yeah, unfortunate mistakes that cost them this match here, but Millicim MG took advantage, and they will be advancing. And even if it wasn't a triple, they were on the lead in percentage as well. They could have won in the 10-10 star war.
Next match Alyy versus Tribe Gaming, so you will get the interesting.
But in the end, Millicim MG are going to be advancing through the lower brackets. It's going to be a tough run down there. But if you look at the bottom of the screen, the next match that is coming up is Alyy. That is going to be an amazing one. You don't want to miss it, but the MVP of this one is, of course, the one that pulls through with that 3-star.
But Alyy obviously deserves it, but look how close Ness is there at 24%. Hey, GG to them, man. Like, it's almost that Cinderella story here. Like, they're making that run. I talked to these guys, and they're just like, yeah, we're just proud of ourselves for being this far. So every win for them is just going to build that confidence.
Yeah, it's just nice to talk to them. They're just so humble. Like, as you said, they're just happy to be here. And they're just going another round, another round. And well, I mean, we have said this before the match. Dizzy is the heavy favorite. And we would say this the same time again with them facing off versus Repotted. But we have heard it on the stage. They were able to really overcome that, and maybe they can do it again because, I mean, Cinderella story, I think I heard that word earlier, that fits perfectly.
There's a reason why we have the last chance qualifier, because it means you have the chance. And Millic's chance is still alive down the lower bracket versus Repotted Gaming. My friends, 4 teams remain. Elevate are world champions in the past. Tribe Gaming has won.
Guys, if you are still in the chat, you
world champion on there, which is P. Castro. Repotted Gaming are defending world champions. So the only team left, MillicFG, are the only ones left that have no world champions on their team. And they are all brand new to the stage experience. But as you see on the screen, with match number 11, is going to be Elevate versus Tribe Gaming up next. It is an upper bracket match, meaning the winner advances to the grand finals. The loser goes down to the lower bracket final. Will have to try to keep their hopes alive down there and then make it back to a grand final and force a bracket reset. So this match right here means so much because you have the momentum moving into the grand finals. But we are getting ready for that match of Elevate versus Tribe Gaming. So we're going to take a look at some quick replays and be ready.
त्यसरी नै आएको हुने बेलामा अनि त्यो मेरो भनेको तिनीहरूलाई चाहिँ अनफेयर हुँदैन अरू भनेको फेरि यतिबाट बसेपछि जस्तै लोयल अलिकति लोयल फिल भयो भने चाहिँ बल्ल हालिन्छ कि किनभने मान्छेहरू निस्किदिन्छ नि त फेरि अनि डाइरेक्ट लगेर कहाँ त्यो त्यस्तो भएर चाहिँ लाग्नु क्या त्यही टाइममा दानीहरू चाहिँ त्यस्तो चित्ती निस्किनेवालाहरू चाहिँ हुन कि बस्ने टाइपमा कमेन्ट टाइपकै हुन्छ कि अब कहिले अर्को अब उसहरू भएर न त फेरि चाहिँ कमेन्टै हुन्छ यस्तो हो तिमी के भन्छ तिमी म्याक्स भयो भने तिमी यति घन्टा जानुपर्छ नि हामी त म्याक्स मेन त यस्तो हो तिमीहरू फेरि प्रायोरिटी हुन्छ नि त जानमा सुरुमा तिमीहरूको अब अलिकति कतिको एक्टिभ छ अनि यो अटक हेऱ्यो बित्तिकै प्रायोरिटीमा तिमीहरूलाई राख्छ मेन त म्याथमेटिक्स लाइनलाई एम्ब्रोइडरीबाट आएको त्यसपछि ओके ओके हुन्छ केही छैन अब एकचोटि हाम्रो नेपाली 101 लाइक राम्रो मेम्बर्सहरूले फुल भइसकेपछि चाहिँ यदि फोर्समा नि स्ट्रिक्ट नै हुन्छ अहिले चाहिँ हामीले लाइक यदि फोर्सलाई चाहिँ उस टाइपले हालेर नि त राखेर नि त अब नेपाली 101 एकचोटि हाम्रो लाइक राम्रो प्लेयरहरू अनि पर्मानेन्ट मेम्बर्सहरू भइसकेपछि चाहिँ यदि फोर्स नि त्यस्तो यदि फोर्सलाई मलाई त्यति बेला लाइक राम्रोसँग राम्रो प्लेयर्सहरू
Oh! Yes! Okay. Nice.
The expectation going into the turn is definitely.
What's the answer? What do you mean, Bloody? What do you mean? What question are you talking about?
If Elevate want to beat us, I think
Wonder War. Yes, Wonder War. अब डार्क किङ उले हेर्दैन अब एकदम इम्प्रेसिभ छ भने चाहिँ हाल भइदिहाल्छ किनभने हामीसँग स्पेस त छ अनि 15 स्पेस छ हामीले चाहिँ रोकेर राखेको छौँ कि राम्रो प्लेयरहरूलाई नै
We're ready to crush you.
Elevate, you better be ready. We came to win.
Let's go. Final MG reported game
We now rejoin our most dominant teams to step out onto the stage so far as we go back into the upper bracket. Neither of these teams have lost a war yet on the main stage of the World Finals in 2025. But there's a first time for everything, isn't there? That's going to be fun, isn't it? Right, this team has proven time and time again that they belong here on the main stage at DreamHack Atlanta. Ladies and gentlemen, they are Elevate!
Okay guys, Tribe र Elevate चाहिँ रेडी हुँदैछ है ओके ट्राइब र एलिमेट चाहिँ अर्को बबल अट्याक हुन्छ है आजको ल दुईटै टिम खतरा छ है कुन टिम चाहिँ अगाडि बढ्छ है त दुईटै टिम खतरा छ है त यो चाहिँ यो म्याच चाहिँ हेर्नै पर्ने म्याच हो है
They are Bernal, Celinho, Max, Pato, and Leo.
Okay guys, अब अर्को बवाल attack for the day हाम्रो Tribe Gaming and Elevator. Komo's support ho chat mala जाओस् न देखाउँ त ल Komo support छ ल.
We said it before.
This
is their home crowd.
Support Komo छ त chat मा हेर त.
Tribe Gaming.
बराबर टाइप छ होला भिडियोको अहिले त है. के कसो? अरे बटु डाकी डिस्कर्डको लिंक के हुन्छ डिस्कर्डको नि यार रोकै म फेरि हेर्छु. Tribe Elevate बराबर टाइपकै छ होला Tribe Elevate सायद. ए त्यो यस्तो फेरि हामी फेरि सबै तिम्रो लाइक सकेसम्म एउटा मात्रै अकाउन्ट ल्याऊ भन्छौँ हामीले किनभने हामीले लाइक सकेसम्म 2-3 अकाउन्ट एउटै मान्छेको लाइक नराखौँ भन्ने कुरा भनिलाउँछ क्या हामीले.
They are Nebrax, Timper.
Hi Gamer Padera. What was your remember the गर्छु होला तर नाम के हो अहिले चाहिँ एड छ है नेम त्यो नाम भन्नु ल.
They've got big personalities, but you know they're going to focus in when it matters the most. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of this match secures their spot in the grand final. And their next war, they will play for $300,000. This one's for the big boys. We're going to head on over to Bash and Itsu to set the scene.
I am so excited for this one. Those two teams undefeated. Going head to head on the big stage.
Exactly. I mean, two of our absolute juggernauts in Clash of Clans esports. I mean, we already talked about set the stage with that big $300,000 prize pool. Winning means you get 2 lives in the finals. There's more to this. Let's be honest. These are two rivals for such a long time. I would not be surprised if at that first 3-star we see some chirping happen early.
It is always
Elevate and Tribe Gaming is getting ready. 3 minutes है. 3 minutes बाँकी छ है.
Leo, Pato, Max. They are just
okay यदि जाऊ अनि यतातिर सर्न टाइम लाउनु मङ्ग मेरो कुरा भइरहेको प्लान रिक्रुटमेन्ट प्लान रिक्रुटमेन्टको कुरा हो तर यस्तो हो प्लानमा कस्तो रोयल्टी चाहियो नि प्लानमा नि अफ कोर्स
and they plan to continue that.
And look at Max's stats. Max was voted the MVP of this season. There's a reason for that. He is so consistent. He's usually in that 1 or 2 spot starting off the war. So strong for this Elevate squad. But over on the other side, Tribe Gaming, they've added that key piece in P. Castro, former world champion himself. And he's always that lead-off player. If we take a look here, here's Temper, Kronos, Nebrax, and P. Castro. They are ready at any given moment. And this feels like this is their time.
The lineup of superstars, that is for sure. And especially, I feel like all of those 10 players have this clutch factor. They're showing up when it matters the most. And I mean, trust me, in this match, it matters a lot.
That's an understatement. I think you brought up a great point there. This is 10 players. This is 5v5. But any of these 10 players could just put up an amazing 3-star at any point in this war and just shift the tides to their squad. I think it's going to be very important for P. Castro, who's been leading off. I'm going to assume he's going to lead off here. And or Max or Pato, whoever leads off for Elevate. I think it's going to be very important to get off on the right foot.
We have seen this now many times that putting up the pressure on the other team is such a big game changer because remember as well, you can play then in this other win condition, which means if you're tying up on stars, you can only build up that percentage lead then later on, which can be really something those teams can rely on. It can be so crucial moving forward.
Hello Rider! Tribe! I just see the right name.
It just compiles it one after another, and that's where those mistakes come in. But it's feeling really good in here. Barney, how is the vibe feeling down there?
Well, Bash, I can tell you that this vibe check is a particularly special
one. Did you come
I think I can speak for a lot of people, both at home and here at DreamHack Atlanta, that there's nothing quite like cheering on your own kids when they are competing and doing a great job. I can attest to that.
Hello, mini boy. Ducking name. Ducking choose guys.
What's it like sitting out here in the crowd seeing Max thrive up there on stage?
Oh, absolutely amazing. I've been watching Max play his whole life. He started playing this game when he was 8 years old. That was just something that we all did at home, and now seeing him up here on the stage at the World Championship, it's absolutely incredible.
We talk a lot about how much dedication these players put in to be able to be up here on the main stage. Obviously, you have a first-hand experience of seeing how much time and effort and energy he puts in. Like, what's it like seeing him so dedicated?
But as a parent watching, it's concerning sometimes, but his
Name भनेर के name यार काले भयो काले त छैन साउरा छ गाइज यार
really grown up
50% try 48% hard game Macri who are you supporting this time Elevator try who are you supporting
You've done a good job I'll give you a spot for that Judo
Tomioka
I'm trying not to choke up I've got a 3.5-year-old boy at home and I'm like if I got to see him on stage that would be a big moment Judo How are you feeling about this match? Let's set the scene a little bit, right? Elevate, Tribe Gaming. Tribe Gaming have this home crowd advantage a little bit. Everyone's behind them, but Elevate have looked so dominant here on the main stage. Obviously, both of these teams will have a second chance because they'll be going into that lower bracket final, but, you know, what's your take?
Oh, this is a really spicy one.
I'll give you the tough questions, don't I?
Tribe came out swinging. They really put up their best performance. But I feel like Elevate have that little bit more to give as well.
You're just saying that because Bill's next to us, aren't you?
Oh, really?
Okay, right, but now let's go through our audience predictions. Those of you at home, the community, you've all been voting for who you think is going to come out of this match on top. Let's find out. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we have a 50-50 split.
Okay guys, this time we have 50%.
That's enough to sway me to just go, I'm going to send it over to the big brains right now. Let's go back over to the casters to bring us into this match. It's going to be a good one.
Okay, this is going to be
that is insane on the community prediction there, but man, as a fellow dad, just the dad vibe right there hit me right in the heart. But man, shout out to Dad there. The support system at home
guys,
let's nice
write
which team
we are supporting in the chat. Chat ma ke कुन team support गर्ने लेख्दिनु न त दुईटामा.
For me was like really 50-50 because those two teams are just so close based on the performance over the year as well. To some
degree, first attacker is P Castro.
They had both incredible performances. Oh, yeah, now Tribe Gaming started things off with P Castro. Can he repeat his performance from earlier today and kick us off with a really strong attack? Starting things off here with the Blim for the Town Hall. Take that. Keep going out running into a couple of traps early as he's getting ready with the war jam.
Always that big risk, especially on these long charges.
Blim didn't get any value for him. Blim didn't value, guys.
Oh,
that's the best part.
I see what you're saying. He's going to send a rocket balloon in there. He might even take another rocket balloon. It is going to take one more. Good shot up there, Itsu. I didn't even recognize that the Yetis did not get that down. So throwing more assets at the Town Hall. We need to keep an eye on this world champion. Can she get the proper value? Now she's spinning. Are there more traps in here? She takes a shot from the bottom. There's a giga bomb, a drive bomb, excuse me. Gets the fire spitter down. Get this under control. He's still got some invises, but he cannot miss.
He cannot miss indeed because those spears have to hit right into the heart of this base. The scatter going down, the poison tower going down as well, which means he's not going to get any more buildings because of the slowdown most likely. Or can he clutch that Inferno Tower? No. It's going to stay up.
So close.
I feel like the value wasn't the craziest, to be honest.
Yeah, it felt like he definitely wanted more, maybe to get one of those multis, maybe even to set off that Giga Bomb right there next to that multi. That would have been insane value. But now he's got to deal with that Giga Bomb on approach. He's got the multi-gear tower just firing away on these dragons. I remember P Castro's 1 for 2 on 3 stars, and his miss was with dragons on day 1.
He really has to push through here. He used both of those hero abilities early on, which means the Minion Prince and Eternal Tome are not available to him anymore. The King is going to be utilized on the backhand. There we go with the Angry Jelly, which means he's not going to be revived with the Phoenix or anything like that. Instead, he's really relying on getting the value with that Angry Jelly, getting into the action as quickly as possible. But those Tesla might lure him to the outside.
Man, and we've seen this time and time again when these dragons start to thin out, spread out. They just get picked off one by one. King needs this air defense. That's a huge pickup. That multi-arch tower, if that can go down, will be an amazing pickup as well. But look at how much base remains here. Poison tower,
44
scatter
seconds,
shot.
80%
so much just to shoot these dragons out of the sky. This has no chance of a 3-star.
Yes, no chance
indeed, but we have mentioned this many times. The percentage points are so important as he's picking up more and more buildings on the left side. He's getting closer to the 90% mark on this one, which can be crucial as he's moving on. The Air Expo, though, picking off those other minions, and what that means, he's going to finish on the 89%, I think. Yep, that should be the final score for this one. 89% 2-star for Picasso and for Tribe Gaming to kick us this match off.
Very respectable percent, but at the same time, you're hoping it's a little bit higher. His last Dragon attack was 96. I think you would hope for it to be around that range. 89 is still fine. It's like that number that you're not really in trouble, you're not really ahead, you're kind of just on par with where you should be. But however, if Elevate come out with a 3-star, then you're really feeling behind.
And we know who they are attacking with, like, early on. I mean, it's either Max or Pato.
Yep.
Those players are scary good.
Okay, next side Tribe Gaming, but who is going to be the first attacker, guys? First attacker.
For their team as they're getting ready. We have seen a lot as well with the Super Yetis from Elevate, which we have not seen that much from Tribe Gaming, for example. So I'm wondering how as well the test process was. If Tribe maybe did not predict the Super Yetis to be as strong in this competition or maybe used as much in this competition. So the question is, did they test their bases properly? Maybe you redo some tests overnight if their bases defend versus the Super Yetis.
And that's the tough thing, is adjusting each day as you develop. Which opponents are we facing? How do we bait them? What are their tendencies? Where can we try to beat those entries? Let's see who's going to be up to bat here for Elevate, and it's going to be the one and only Max. Voted MVP by his peers in the community this season, and he has earned that title 3-star after 3-star has brought them to this point. We're going back to the Root Riders. This is what he 3-starred with earlier. He's going to go and switch to a Log Launcher. Remember, he had that really unique battle
Max is 3-star, guys, this time.
Around the Log Launcher is
last
his
time,
choice.
last game you won the MVP,
right? Archer Queen to dive into the base as quickly as possible and get that value going. Ground skeleton traps on this one can be dangerous because they're delaying that Angry Jolly ability, which means if that one is running out, you might run into issues.
Let's see if he does face any of those issues you just mentioned. It looks like the Queen's going to go ahead and wrap in and around. Oh, wait, she's going to come back for the Arch Tower. Then she should go up and around towards... Oh, look at... Oh, my goodness. Look at that one balloon caught, I believe, 6 red air bombs. That's huge.
He cannot recall.
He
cannot recall.
What? Big risk.
Oh, no.
Big Rio.
Oh, no. The one went to ability also.
No shot, the Warden did not follow. This is why he could not use the recall. The heroes were too far from each other, and you want to recall the Queen and the Warden together. This is now a nightmare. He has to somehow rethink what this approach should look like. There goes the Earthquake. We have the Log Launcher going in. We have still the Warden ability going on because he used that. But the Archer Queen is gone. She's on the top side. It was not recalled whatsoever. And this is now all about somehow saving this.
Missing those clone queens and that giant later in the attack. This one is going to be so difficult. I even wonder if the plan was to go from that top right side, but he's going to make that adjustment and come in right at the Town Hall to make sure he gets that Town Hall down, get that 2-star, and then run up as much percent as possible. A nightmare situation for Max, but let's see how he handles this pressure.
Yeah, it's all about how he can somehow save this and turn around into a really solid percentage attack. Right now, his minion, the Roy Champion taking a lot of damage. He doesn't have many spells left, but he somehow needs to keep that Yu alive since she is such a crucial part of picking out those key and out-of-range defenses, which the King cannot reach.
Oh, she almost got that multi-gear tower, but it's actually going to take out the Sneezy there. Royal Champion's still continuing to work, but she's going to get taken out, and the percentage is going to shift huge into Tribe's favor. He does still have King ability, but I don't think he's going to push this up much further than 80 at best.
Yeah, especially with the defending Archer Queen approaching soon. She's going to really take down that King, and with the Spiky Ball ability, he has no opportunity of taking down any further buildings on the far right side. He has crossed the 70% mark, but any further is going to be a real challenge as he has one Rocket Dune left. He's trying to snipe some defenses, but with Wave Dragon is his last chance of saving some more percentage points. It's one more building, 73%, but that is not how he has envisioned this opening to go.
That is the one risk of that. If somehow those heroes get separated and distracted, now it's a 16 building advantage. That is such a huge shift. I mean, it felt like P. Castro's attack was just kind of like average. But with Max going in the 70s, this is Tribe's war to lose right now. All they have to do is continue putting that pressure on. It's early, anything could happen, but it almost already feels like Elevator are going to have to put up a lot of 3-stars.
Yeah, and especially with Max being one of the top players, right? Like, he is so consistent with those 3 stars. Seeing him in favors, he's something unusual, and right now, I feel like the mood in Tribe has to be really good. Even though they did not get the 3-star, but just knowing that they are having such an advantage in the percentage points, they have to feel great, but at the same time, they still have to get their first 3-star as well. Like, yes, they have the lead, but we have seen many matches where the 3-stars were just not happening. And at the end of the day, that was the most important, crucial part.
Next up is Ricky from Tribe Gaming.
We have, again, the Root Riders. Can he make this work?
World Champion dive in at the top, using that Earthquake to go ahead and weaken up those buildings. Double Spring Trap there, dealing lots of damage to that Royal Champion. Giant Bomb's going off. It feels like this is a little bit baited with traps, but let's see if he can maintain it. More Giant Bombs going off. And Viz to push that RC in towards the Town Hall. Let's see if she can take it down. Should have a smooth approach into the Town Hall. And a great takedown.
Yeah, there were still some issues in the beginning where the Royal Champ did take quite some damage. I'm not sure how much he's trying to really get through, or like from that core. The question is the value enough? Because he has to still recall that Royal Champion. Another invisibility spell is getting invested, and he's getting the entire core, not taking any more risk, recalling that Royal Champ earlier, now opening the attack from the top right side with his Root Riders.
And look, that Lava Hound to pull that Poison Tower out. I love that play. One of my favorite plays we've been seeing here in Worlds. Also, those pups spring the Tornado early. So just negating some of those big traps, those big defenses on the base to slow down your troops. Get these Rocket Loons under control, that should be fine. It's a heavy commitment on that RC charge. He has pretty much no support left. He has the poison, he has 1 skeleton spell, but no overgrowths to support these roots on the back.
But take a look at that. The Entrepreneur was meant to go inside the middle with those Root Riders and add some more damage. But the outside biddings lured her to the outside. She's now stuck there with the King, still doing great cleanup. But I doubt that was planned. Maybe the wall breaks can get her back on track. The Root Riders pushing ahead, and the Archqueen and King are falling behind.
Yeah, the Queen is going to continue to follow that King down along the outside. Minion Prince, there's really not much in there besides the Royal Champion. Okay, Royal Champion's going to get ahead and step up and take him down. There's actually a Headhunter in there. Wow, he squeezed that Headhunter all the way in. That is nice, but this is the deadly area of the base coming up. You see the defending Royal Champion, you see the Scatter Shot, the Monolith, that Poison Tower, lots of heavy DPS.
One of the healers are stuck inside the middle on the Giant. We see again some of those back-end troops really take down some outside defenses. We have the Royal Champion now leading the charge and not hiding behind the Root Riders, which means she's most likely going to go down soon, even though the Fox is trying to protect her. Bash, this is going to get into the back end. He has 2 hero abilities left.
It's looking really good, Rakira. Looking to push Tribe even further in this war. A 3-star would be incredible. He's clapping. The Tribe Gaming taking a commanding lead against Elevate.
Getting the defense is one power, but taking advantage of it on the offense is another one. And this is exactly what Tribe Gaming did with the attack from Akira's. 3 stars for their Marine, pushing them up to 5 stars, and even having the big percentage lead.
Tribe is happy, guys. They are happy. Lead.
This is a situation where I don't want to say it's must triple because we still have so many attacks, 7 more attacks in this war, but it feels like a must triple situation.
That is for sure. We really have to see from Elevate a 3-star because otherwise they're just falling behind too much. At this stage, it is, even with a 3-star, still that they're going to be behind on the percentage game. So let's hope for at least a higher percentage attack. But I think we all hope for a 3-star.
Absolutely, and it's going to be Pato himself coming in. And if you're just tuning in for whatever reason, A, why are you late? What are you doing? But B, this is our upper bracket final. The winner will move on to the grand final for their chance at $300,000. The loser will go down to the lower bracket. Pato coming in with that Royal Champion charge into Root Riders.
Using the Yeti to take down the bomb tower, pushing that Royal Champion into the Firespirit compartment. She should get redirected there. The Ice Combs, the Clan Castle are getting loaded as well, so he can already use the poison onto that furnace, making sure that he's taking good use from his time.
negating the furnace this early is such a good thing, because sometimes it takes just a few for the furnace to go down. Even RC comes over and smacks it one time for good measure, but getting that out early is so massive. Now he's going to go ahead and do that Queen Giant Arrow trick with the log launcher right on through the monolith, the multi-inferno, and that poison tower. A huge pickup.
This looks like a really solid opening. The log launcher really making sure that those heavy-hitting defenses are getting taken care of early on and have no chance of impacting the attack. We have now the push with the red mines trying to somehow deny the healer power, but the test loons are doing their job and keeping the healer safe.
Looking good so far. Everything's going to plan, it feels like. I don't want to jinx anything, but he still has the overgrowth, which he can probably use down there near that crusher mortar, shut those defenses down. That's a heavy compartment down there on the bottom side, but at the same time, he still has to get this Town Hall under control. Can maybe use that Royal Champion's ability to swing those rocket spears in there. Actually, Yetis are trying to get through there, but look at that, the Invis Tower regenerates, so the Town Hall will be invisible again.
Oh, the Town Hall, there goes the Invis Tower. Okay, the Town Hall staying alive. Keep firing at those troops. The defending minion prince going down quickly. Overgrowth at the bottom side, trying to redirect the troops of the Town Hall, but nothing is going there. The boogers won't be enough. Pato, but the Queen and the rocket spear are saving the second star, that's for sure, but 3 stars are still up for grabs.
Still a lot of work to be done, though. Great freezes down there, shut down those defenses. Those are the hardest hitting defenses on the base. Royal Champion still pretty healthy, catches a spring trap here. Queen already went to ability, so that is not usable. Here comes the tornado trap, spinning things around. What do we have left? Ricochet again, multi-arch tower, scatter shot, Queen, Expo. That's a lot of defenses, and all he really has is the king here with ability. Super Barbarians. But I don't know, man. This is going to be close either way.
This is not going to be a really one-sided attack, but he has the time for now. The king is coming in clutch.
That's huge.
He is taking down the defending Queen. Can he take this somehow? 30 seconds left. The minions in the core clutch.
Being patient on the spiky ball. Come on, Pato! This is the chance to set this war apart. Come on. Spiky ball bounces. He's got the force. He's got the minions. 14 seconds. Does he have enough to get to that gold storage? Where's the Root Rider going? No. Root Rider, you need to get the storage. Wait, there's a snake. There's a snake Hitsu. There's a chance. There's 4 seconds. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. Can he do it? 1 second.
You cannot make this up. This was the closest possible defense. Pato falling short, and the Mets is running away from them. What an unfortunate turn of events. The minions were so well placed into that core, but it seems like just a millisecond too late.
Things are not bouncing Elevate's way. What a heartbreaker. The opener from Max going completely askew. And now, I mean, was there any life bar left on that Ricochet? It was so close to going down. Oh my goodness, what a heartbreaker.
It seems like everything going in favor for Tribe right now. The question is, do they get even another 3-star? Because we have said it earlier, this team as well is built from superstars. I mean, they're just all so good. And if they get another 3-star, I mean, at this point, it's looking really rough for Elevate then. Kronos is up as the next attacker. What is his choice of strategy?
Did you hear him earlier, though? On comms? He said his name is him. He is him. Kronos' confidence at an all-time high. Root Riders were the move to get him a 3-star. Dragons were the move. Excuse me, nope, not Dragons for him. Root Riders were the move to get him a 3-star. And Rockets, which I see right now, Rockets were his fail. But look at this, 9 healers.
With 9 healers. What is this man cooking? I mean, I really hope that he did not burn the kitchen, because with 9 healers, this is something which you do not usually see. We have as well some rocket boots, so really make sure that the flame finger value is enabled. Really smart move there to get the flame finger value, which is already a big part of the success for the strategy. The fireball in the beginning did connect, which we have seen quite sometimes where we had problems with the fireball. But the question still is, can those healers on the back end really get the value?
That's going to be the big question here. He's going to go ahead and do like a Queen charge along with the Warden charge. So pairing up pretty much two strategies here. A lot of times we're seeing the Queen and Warden go together, but obviously the intention is for this Queen to go in here and gut this compartment with the Golem leading the way for her. She's got the tanking. Angry Jelly gives her 35 seconds of targeting only defenses, and now the Warden gets that Ricochet cannon down. Things are looking great, but watch out for that mono.
That Monolith is going to connect on that Warden. We have Theatrical meanwhile keep going. Now the recall, I mean, this strategy has it all. 9 healers, recall. I mean, that is just some really crazy creative approach here. As we have the King now getting Warbroke into the fire spit on the back end.
Queen!
Getting popped and getting saved.
But she also deals with that Royal Champion right away. I feels like that was the intention anyways. Get that Royal Champion down. That'll allow the King to go into this compartment and get that all squared away. The big thing here is get this Monolith down. That Warden still under heavy fire. The Furnace is just dealing damage. King gonna go ahead and open up the base. There's a Tornado Trap. Queen's still working through here. Warden taking his time, but he's hoping to get through the middle of this base.
He's trying to get there. There are a lot of Bitter Hunts repairing those buildings again. The Mortar Crusher is getting frozen. The Flame Fling at the bottom side has popped meanwhile, which means he is trying to really get now towards the Town Hall. He still has to get the second star with 55 seconds left, but there's not too much damage to the back end. The Fire Spit is getting taken care of. The Giga Bomb is getting triggered. This is looking good.
It's looking really nice. He's thinned this base out from every angle of approach. Royal Champion even gets some pot shots there onto the Town Hall. Now the Warden taking shots onto the Town Hall, following the Royal Champion. And he's already celebrating. He's already confident. Itsu, this is Prime Gaming's war to lose.
This is insane. He is feeling it, and this is exactly how this attack looked like. Flawless execution, the plan. No base bidder in the world would expect.
Wait. What's this Warden doing? Why is this Warden hitting the wall? Okay. I was worried about time. But he's good. Okay, we're fine. Little brief panic attack there. All good.
Yeah. It is just crazy, but what I want to say, no base bidder in the world would have ever predicted an entry like this or put traps against that. That was just really some magic. And now, Elevate. I mean, we have said it earlier, this match could run away for them really quickly, and it seems exactly like that. Yes, they were quite unfortunate with a 99.9%, but still, even with bad luck, they have to 3-star if they want to stand a chance.
They're still alive, technically. With that 99, it helps out the percentage game. If they can get, they pretty much have to 3-star out, let's be honest with themselves. If they can get some 3-stars on the board and then hold a couple of defenses, depending on what Tribe do on defense, I mean, those 3-stars, that's 100%. That adds up quick.
That's right, and Leo is in versus the base from Kronos. We see another Root Rider attack with 8 invisibility spells, which means that Royal Champion needs to get the value. Any traps early, and this could turn into a really big nightmare.
This crowd is going insane right now for a defense. But Leo, a very consistent, very strong attacker for this squad. We know that he can get the job done. He got a 3-star, and he was so close on his other attack with a 97%. This is his go-to strategy, it feels like, and he is so good with it.
Oh, traps are coming up. There goes the Royal Champion ability. He's trying to get that core. The Earthquake ability is there, but I mean, he's going to redirect, or has to redirect, because that Royal Champ going to the outside now. The recall is there, and if you take the value which he was aiming for, I'm not sure if he's got it, because that Mortar Crusher on the back end and not the full Clan Castle lure is going to be a really big issue.
It's a lot of damage. It's a lot of damage, but he's gonna get this Queen under control. She's drawing the fire from those Valkyries. You need those Valkyries in behind the roots, and that Queen is just stuck behind a wall. Just nothing will go Elevate's way. Those Valkyries are just stuck up there fighting the Queen, and now they're going to continue into that compartment. You just lose that firepower. He's making his way through the Town Hall now, but man, that is definitely a devastating blow to this attack.
And even worse, the healers were stuck on them as well. Those Root Riders have no healers on them. This is why he has to use that Eternal Joe ability right now to protect those Root Riders, which are still there. The Queen turning around, trying to protect those healers from the Ice Golems, but this is making things even worse because the Root Riders are pushing ahead, but having no damage behind them. The Warden going down, and as I said it, nothing is going Elevate's way.
they are struggling versus the bases from Tribe, and they cannot really get their feet into the match.
When it rains, it pours, and then nothing is going to elevate this way. It feels like destiny for Tribe Gaming to advance to that final. It's been a storyline for years now. Can Tribe get it done? And right now, we're seeing Tribe is confident as ever, and they're performing at the highest level.
It really seems like fate. They are on the way of making it to the finals. They have been so close to the World Championship title so many times. But is it maybe this year? Is this the year for Tribe to win their first title at the same time? Do we have the first ever player winning 2 World Championships in the Clash of Clans history?
There's so many opportunities. If any team but Millicent win it, we're going to have a repeat champion. So Millicent can still play spoiler to that. And we have a lot of tournament to go. If this is going to decide our first grand final. But the loser of this has to go down to the lower bracket where they'll play the winner of Repotted versus MMG later. And I wouldn't want to play either of those squads right now, especially coming off a loss.
That's right. It is not going to get any easier at this stage for neither team. But we have the next attacker getting already. The ball is back on the Tribe side, which means I think Nibrax is going to be the next attacker, as Tempo usually is the finisher for them. I mean, Nibrax, we all know, is I mean, let's see if he's going to throw me off, but I'm saying he's going to be using Dragon.
I break down with Dragons every single time because he's the Dragon Whisperer. Let's be honest. Look at, wait, 4 bowlers. Are we going to see some bowler bounce here? Is some old school bowler bounce? We saw a Blizzard earlier. If we see a bowler bounce, this world has everything old school.
I mean, I'm really hard to see where he's going to use those bowlers. I mean, Tribe are going crazy. The creative part of them is just on a whole different level, and this is really showing in their success so far. We have now the Royal Champion charging in towards the town hall. The activities getting used right away. The Giant Trap is getting triggered, but not doing too much, to be honest, as the biggest part of the value of the haste ball was within the town hall.
Yeah, I mean, did maybe waste a few seconds of that haste, but it was still fine. He really wasn't under too much pressure there. But the big thing is, can he get the value that he's looking for here? It feels like he wants her to go into the core. Maybe not, because he's not trying to redirect it that way. She's going to go to the exterior, and then she's going to go down this line of Mortar Wizard Tower, and he's not trying to redirect it, so I think he's okay with this.
They are having
a really big lead, so not overcommitting on those spells. That is totally fine. More spring traps are around that area. We have another invis. Royal Champ running around, not really sure where to go. With no more invisibility spell left, she's going down, and now it's all to the Dragons, and still those 4 bowlers.
Yeah, where do we see these 4 bowlers come in? Maybe to accompany the king on the outside? I'm very curious about it. But here comes the king. Here comes that barracks. Looks like he's just setting the pathing for the Dragons to come in from that bottom portion, which that's how you normally do it with this attack. You kind of split where the RC went in. Bowler's still in pocket, but all the Dragons are in. The king is in. Let's see how far Nibrax can get against Bernal's base.
Let's see how far he can make it. We have a lot of troops coming in from the top. They tried to snipe this together inside that second layer, which did not work out with those rocket dunes. They were redirected. We have the huge push of Dragons now countering that core, which did stay alive from the Royal Champion charge. The minion price ability has been used and has been slowing down the sweepers. We see the bowlers back defense is working. Yes!
Great pickup there for those bowlers. Getting that air defense down. However, most of the Dragons are taken out, but the minion prince is still going strong there in the middle of the base. And as we mentioned, they have a huge lead. So this one, even though it's not going to get through, they're up on percent. They're up by 2 stars. They are in a very, very comfortable spot. Really, Elevate needs to go ahead and get a 3-star to put the pressure back on and make a play to finish off this war.
That's right. Getting those high percentage 2 stars at this point is already a really good player for Tribe because they're not relying on those 3 stars anymore. They have already 2 from those 3 stars, and this means they're looking really good going now into the last attacks on this match. 94% even really, really high percentage 2-star. So for Elevate, it's looking rough.
Firm handshakes all around for Tribe Gaming as Nibrax knows that he got the job done. He did exactly what he wanted to. That was one of those attacks where it's like, this is a good plan. We're going to send it in. If you triple, amazing. If not, it's going to be high percent. We're going to be beautiful.
That's right. Again, with the score 94%. We're now back to the side from AlyyOn. What are they going to bring next? Do we see dragons? We're going to maybe see dragons from Seleno later on. Or do we see more of those Root Riders? Or maybe as well some of those Super Yetis.
We have seen Bernal using Root Riders. He had a 99%. Remember that 99% was so close yesterday? And then he did have a 3-star with Roots today. So if he sticks to the ground and pound, it feels like that's his really strong suit right now. And if he can get through for a 3-star, it does force Tribe to really get a solid 2-star and then put this one out of reach.
Yeah, at this stage, it is not getting any easier for AlyyOn. They have to really get those 3 stars in. This is all what they can do at this point, which so far they were not able to accomplish. So, Bernal is the man for the job. He's going in with those Root Riders. We have as well the Angry Jelly on the Yacht Queen, which means we're going to witness an Angry Jelly Queen Warden charge. But we have seen it earlier. Those things can go wrong quickly.
Very rare that they go wrong. That was the first time we've really seen a big mistake like that in our tournament. But it can still happen. Bernal feeding it. You know Bernal. Bernal loves the crowd hype, but Bernal might want to take care of that queen instead of playing to the crowd here.
I mean, he really tries to make it closer with the Arch Queen. Another invis is invested. Another invis since she's stepping forward. He does not want to really lose any of her hit points any further. Do we have the recall? Wait. Why is she going for a wall?
Interesting.
Well, it is Archer Queen things. We all know that. But now we're going to witness the giant arrow, maybe, because that was the other equipment on the Archer Queen. There we go. Arrow through the base. Earthquakes are in there as well. Does the log launcher take down the core?
It looks set up pretty nicely for it.
Queen.
She's gone. She's gone. She got out in front of everything there. Multi-gear tower, you just can't get in front of that multi-gear tower. And in a war like this, where it seems like nothing is going AlyyOn's way, of course, she got out in front and got taken out early. That log launcher does look like it's going to get out there, take out the CC troop. Wait a second, no, the log launcher's down. Never mind. The log launcher's down, Itsu.
It's down, but it has gotten the Monolith and one of the key core defenses. The Root Riders are splitting a little bit right now, but they should reunite again around this far right side. The King is pushing around with his snakes, which means that he still has his ability, but he's running low on hit points.
And the Town Hall still remains. This is a little bit sketchy. This is definitely a little bit sketchy. Skeleton spells up top to distract for these Super Barbarians. He's really just got to set up some padding for the World Champion to take down this Town Hall once it comes from Overgrowth. He needs some of these exterior defenses taken out. The King's Spiky Ball will help with that. He should pop the RC ability. There we go. RC ability gets popped, but she's distracted on all those other defenses. Spear Fox makes her invisible. She finished off the scatter shot. She'll eventually get this Town Hall down, I think.
Yeah, the channel is safe, but the issue is this 3rd star. This is what AlyyOn needed. But it seems like that the bases from Tribe are keep defending and defending and defending because the World Champion is going down, the Mortar Crusher is up, and this means Tribe is still so far perfect on defense.
We saw Bernal there like, hey, what can I do, man? These bases are really good. Tribe have brought their A bases out against AlyyOn. They know how strong of a foe AlyyOn can be. I think a lot of people had AlyyOn as their favorites coming into the tournament yesterday. Seeing Tribe just handle this war this way. Their defenses are incredible. Their offense is amazing right now. Tribe look unstoppable.
Yeah, it really seems to be Tribe's match. Tribe's tournament, maybe. We have to find that out later then as the tournament is progressing. But right now, AlyyOn just cannot get into this match. It really seems like a repeat from the match which we have seen in the beginning from them versus Millicene MG. But Tribe on the other side, though, is taking full advantage of this and really getting those 3 stars in.
Yeah, against Tribe right now, the way they're playing, you have to get triples on the board. A 10-star war isn't going to cut it. Even an 11-star war isn't going to cut it right now, especially as we're making our way towards those grand finals. But remember, AlyyOn, they're not going to be eliminated. It looks like the writing is on the wall. They will go down to our lower bracket, which means with a 2-star, Tribe Gaming will be our first grand finalists.
Temper has just to get a 2-star, and I feel like we have to say it that way because
he is a man for surprises. We have seen it earlier this year where he had to go for 2 stars and using the overgrowth on the tower. We appreciate that he's making it interesting for us. But at the same time, I feel like his teammates would appreciate it if he just goes for the safest possible 2-star in this current position. Temper is up next. He did a super wizard blimp earlier. What is he going in with right now?
I do see a battle blimp selected, but I think that's going to be more for a town hall takedown, as we do have that traditional root rider approach along with a couple of overgrowths here. And he's going to just set the stage here with his Warden and that Angry Jelly. The Angry Jelly is such a nice utility play, especially here in the esports or even the Legends League mode with those defensive modifiers. You can just thin out so many of those defenses and create just such nice pathing using that Angry Jelly.
Yeah, especially the synergy between the root riders who are only targeting those defenses, so it's even more crucial. This is why the synergy between the Roy Champion Charge and the root riders is as well so powerful. But right now, things are looking good for Temper, not catching too many traps or anything like that. And he should be able to take down that next defense if he even wants to, because the Archer Queen is getting used early. There's the overgrowth which we were talking about, but he has still the blimp, okay?
But of course, Temper's got to add a little bit of spice to the final attack of the war. All he needs to do is get that town hall, but guys, when he's overgrowth in the town hall, no troops, no heroes, nothing can target that town hall until the overgrowth wears off.
Yeah, let's wait for it. There we go. Okay. Whoa! We're only red man. I was a little bit afraid, not gonna lie. If there was a random double black man on the outside, I mean, that would have been wild. But getting the blimp to the town of the Yeti Knights with the raid should easily get it. There's the overgrowth to make this blimp even safer as the root riders are now going with the core as well. But the first star is secured and he's looking good for the second one.
10 more buildings and Tribe Gaming will secure the victory. And Temper, one of the best anchor spots in the game. When he needs a triple, he can get it done. But also in this situation, he is one of the best at getting those safe 2 stars, even when he overgrowths the town hall. And there it is, the second star secured. Tribe Gaming take down the Titans and elevate, and they will be our first World Champion Grand Finalist.
And what a way they have done it. I mean, that was just pure domination from them on offense and on defense. Temper in the end playing it safe. And I mean, he's still looking good. He still has the king, he still has the queen ability, the rocket spear of the Royal Champion just ran out, but there's not as much base left. Can he even still pull through and get another 13 scores for Tribe?
That's the best thing about these 5 spots, when they just get the 2 star, and it's still got a chance at 3 star. That's how good these pros are. Their safe plans have chances at 3 starring, and that is so impressive. I think it may run out of gas here with that ricochet cannon. Oh wait, he's got a wall breaker over there. Wait a second, he's got it open. King Spiky Ball. It's done. It's a 3-star. What am I talking about? It's 2. It's a 3-star from Temper. Of course, it's a 3-star for Temper.
They are just delivering and delivering those 13-star matches. Results other teams are just dreaming of. Incredible showing by Tribe Gaming in their home crowd. I mean, that was just impressive. Elevate, though, with the last attack of this match. And I feel like they want to finish strong just for the momentum, because remember, they are far from being eliminated. They are dropping in the lower bracket, and they still have more matches to be played.
It almost feels like this NA crowd has adopted Tribe as their team. You see the crowd just going crazy. You see the Tribe jerseys in the crowd. Just huge fans, huge support for Tribe. But Elevate at the same time, they've traveled really well as well. They've always got a solid fan base. Look at that. There's all the Tribe fans there in the audience. So here's what's going to happen. Selena will attack. It's not going to matter. That will push them down to the lower bracket. They'll be winner of our next matchup, which is Milliseam MG versus Repotted Gaming. Meanwhile, Tribe Gaming, they go on to our grand final, and they will await the winner of whoever Elevate has to face. But remember, Tribe will have to lose twice.
This is why such a big advantage. Getting to the finals from the upper bracket, having the second life still alive in that finals is such a big difference maker. We have now Selino going in here with the super. Yes, can he finish strong for his team?
That is the big question. We have that Warden walk to funnel things in the beginning. He's trying to take advantage of not too many storages and touch in front of those defenses to get a really quick funnel running into AlyyOn traps.
A little bit of traps, slowing things down a little bit, but the Warden doing a great job. Going to go ahead and rage him up, take down this Royal Champion. Was going to deal that extra damage. Ooh, baby, he's barely hanging on there, but he does get it under control. The Expo, the scatter shot, there's just so much damage coming in, and you see all those storages just stacked around the Town Hall. Getting to and through that Town Hall is just going to be a tough task.
Especially for Super Yetis, because they have to go through those storages. And another thing is, those storages inside the core are going to tank those Electromite chains. So that is another thing with having them inside the core, which you have to consider. The second rage is getting invested to really make sure that this Warden is not taking the full 3 minutes for this funnel, because by now he has already bypassed the first minute.
Yeah, and that's the one big risk of a long Warden charge, is time is always an issue, especially here in esports mode. With those heroes, your attacking heroes, they deal 10% less damage. So heroes are some of the strongest units in the game, but when they're nerfed down by 10%, it makes it a little bit slower on every single attack.
I mean, half the attack was just invested for the Warden charge. I hope for the best at this point, but I feel like time is going to be such a big issue for him. There we go with the Super Yetis. They're going to be pushed into that town of the funnel. The setup, everything looks great. Only time is going to be a really big factor for him at this stage.
Jump spell to give access right into the middle. The Royal Champion on that outside flank. That's a nice little pickup out there. She'll be able to work. Those skeleton spells will be able to protect. And now an overgrowth to shut down the Crusher Mortar, the Poison Tower, Expo as well. But everything is frozen right by that Town Hall. He's got to push right on through that section, but he still has hero abilities on hand to help out with that area.
Yeah, he has a lot of hero abilities still left to push through that core. And I feel like with the triple Ice Golem Clan Castle, Tribe expected such a ground push to delay things even further and make an even bigger factor. They have now the Fire Spitter waking up again, starting firing, but the Joe is countering most of it. 30 seconds, 3 seconds for the back end. And this is going to be close.
It's definitely felt like the base was meant to counter ground with all the storages in the core. Those are meant to slow down and just make those troops eat and soak up damage left and right. But with that Warden charge taking almost half the attack, this one just has no chance on time. But I think Celino maybe was self-aware of that, and he's kind of just like, all right, let's go back, let's regroup, let's get ready for tomorrow, where they're going to have to play that lower bracket final and try to keep their tournament life alive. I think he gets there with time. It's just time ran out here.
Yeah, and this is really, again, the really smart choices from the Tribe base building team, because what is going to be great versus great to provide a time fail? That's right, Ice Golems on the defensive side. Usually we always see 2 of them with the burners. On this base, there were 3 Ice Golems, so Tribe exactly knew what they have to expect here on the defensive side. What are strategies they have to expect on those bases, and this is why they were coming up with those choices on the defensive side with the Clan Castles. And such things. It's just always thinking 2, 3, 4 steps ahead of your opponent.
And with the victory, we'll move on to the upper bracket, not the upper bracket, the grand final tomorrow, with a chance at their very first World Championship as an organization. Such a dominant performance today and throughout. Take it away, brother.
Crowd is going absolutely crazy up here on the main stage. You've been up here so many times, you can take my job, man. How's it going?
Oh, I'm stressed. Man, oh man.
Undefeated in the World Finals so far. How does that sound?
Please tell me that tomorrow, not today. Thank you very much.
That is a fair point. I'll take that. Now, you know, this might not be the last time that you see this team. Out of preference, would you like to have a rematch, do you think, tomorrow? Let's just say. You've got a grand final spot, man. This is awesome. But would it be a preference to see them, or would you like to see Millicene?
Oh, the history runs deep. Us reported last year, us against Clash Champs 2 years ago. I'll just take whoever gets the win.
Take whoever I can get my hands on. I like that, Kronos. Okay. One final thing. We've been chatting a little bit backstage about just how many times you guys have been in this position. Come so close. You've got 2 opportunities tomorrow. Possibly a reset. Who knows? Let's not even think about that right now. Lift that trophy. I just want to know from you. I want to get a little bit of hindsight from you and just see how you guys are feeling ahead of tomorrow.
I'm really sorry for the lame answers, but I will think about that tomorrow. An interesting point actually was in our team. I mean, we're 4 Europeans and Picastro Brazilian, who's obviously a little bit more quiet. He's not the perfect English, which is okay. But we were getting very rowdy, very excited, and he goes, guys, you do realize we have to play tomorrow. And that's just the bottom line. For me, for us, we'll see you tomorrow.
Wise words from Picastro, I like that. He doesn't talk much, but when he talks, you listen. I like that. By the way, hasn't he got the best hair in the business? My man! Well done, Kronos. Thank you so much for joining me here. Ladies and gentlemen, Tribe Gaming, they have a spot in the grand finals! Let's not get too ahead of ourselves, because we've got one more match to come up here on the main stage. So for now, let's head back over to the desk and break down that phenomenal upper bracket final.
I spoke about it earlier, but that's why you add a piece like Picastro. You keep your composure. He's been there. He's done it all before. So having that piece, like, guys, this is great and all, but we still got to get one more. I love that response, and I love Picastro keeping the guys in check.
Yeah, it was such an impressive performance that came in from Tribe Gaming. And they were able to get it done, move on to the grand finals, and just an unbelievable performance. And they have just guaranteed themselves at least a second place finish. That is what happened last year, and they are looking to turn that one around.
They have been coming close many times over the last couple of years, so the question is, really, can they push it a little bit further? In this match, they did it for sure. Take a look at the match results. 10 stars from a super team like Elevate, which I feel like